There's only 3 races left until the playoffs start.
From the countryside, I can hear the crowd. It's getting loud. You can hear them shout.
What a unique racetrack.
No room for error at the tricky road course.
Today, the playoff push revs through Ohio for a tango with an antagonizing road course that sympathizes with no one, isn't easily tamed, and demands A-game-only performances.
Huge battle between you and Parker Kligerman, especially those final 3 laps.
You got some drivers who are hungry, still looking for their first win.
This group is ready to risk it all for a seat at the playoff table.
Never going down.
It's showtime. This is race day.
With just 3 races remaining in the Craftsman Truck Series regular season, the clock is ticking to make your way to the postseason. And today, Mid-Ohio sets the stage for today's event. The twists and turns of a sports car course is sure to present its fair share of challenges for drivers and teams alike as they hope to secure their spot to the playoffs. Welcome in to Race Day here on FS1, getting you set for Mid-Ohio. I'm Caitlin Vincie alongside Trevor Bayne, Todd Bodine. Great to see you guys. It's been a little bit. You're dancing. You're feeling good going into this.
Music.
He always dances on this show. I love it. Okay, but seriously, this could be a big day or a big setback for one of these drivers.
Well, to me, for the 5 guys at the cut line, this is really a make or break race. I mean, if you go out there today and you can stay on the racetrack and you can get you a good solid top 10 and get the points, well, you've just made the next 2 races way easier for yourself.
Right.
If you put it off in a gravel track and you make mistakes on the track and you get in the 20s, you finish in the 20s, you just taken away a lot of points that you could have gone to the next route or next races with and made it easy on yourself. So make or break day for those guys at the cut line.
A lot easier said than done, Todd. That's for sure.
For sure.
I mean, I remember always just thinking about stay on the track. But this racetrack is so narrow. There's a lot of elevation change. We could see some rain, some moisture on the racetrack
don't
later.
even say
I hope
it,
not,
Trevor.
but the radar doesn't look great for us.
You just jinxed us.
Well, I don't think it's my fault. But, that makes it even harder. And so when you're racing for points like that and you're on that edge, this is a tough race, and you got to make it through it, as Todd said, because it could make or break your playoff hopes.
Yeah, we're going to hear from plenty of drivers throughout the course of the show and their mindset going into this. But where are we headed for the next couple of weeks? Take a look. Here are the 3 races remaining for the regular season today, as we've talked about, Mid-Ohio. Then we're off to the tricky triangle, Pocono Raceway in the lovely Pocono Mountains, the honeymoon capital, right? It used to be. So Richmond is next after that, the short track in Virginia. So 3 very different, unique racetracks. This could be a big opportunity for someone, or what do you think here?
Yeah, I love when we see it all mixed up, right? It's not all short tracks. It's not all mile and a half. So you've got a little bit of everything, but that challenges a team, and it challenges a driver to be prepared every week. It's hard to carry momentum from Mid-Ohio to Pocono, which is totally different. Long straightaways, fast corners, and then to Richmond, where you're taking care of brakes and tires again. So I think you've got to have your strengths here. You want to find the racetracks that you know you're good at, but you cannot let any of these 3 tracks be a weakness for you at this point in the season.
Absolutely. I love these 3 tracks, though, because we're going from a road course to a triangle to a D-shaped short track, right? It's totally 3 different disciplines. And to me, those disciplines separate the better drivers from the not so good drivers. If you can be good at all of these, that just makes your chances getting in the playoffs better. And we've seen all these tracks take a different discipline and a different mind thought. So we'll see.
Needless to say, drivers and teams are going to have their hands full the next couple weeks. There's 3 very different places we are headed to. Now, the last road course we were at, it was Zane Smith who got it done at Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas, where he led 16 laps on the way to the win. This was back in March. He was the first repeat winner on the year as well. After the win, though, guys, he had quite the burnout and the burn down, if you remember this, with the truck catching on fire. Take a look at it here. This was impressive.
Quick, where's the fire extinguisher?
John Hunter Nemechek did this, but he had a fire extinguisher company sponsor.
Oh,
they didn't have that. It's burning that thing down quick.
Very useful. Okay, so Zane Smith is on this list. Guys who have multiple wins so far this season. Zane won at Daytona and Austin. Christian Eckes got it done at Atlanta and Darlington. Kansas and St. Louis belong to Grant Enfinger, and most recently, Texas, Nashville, Carson Hocevar. So let's talk about some of these drivers. Carson having quite the year. We knew his breakout year was coming. Do you think it is now?
Absolutely. Last 5 races had 5 top 5s and a win in there at Nashville. And, you know, I've talked about before how these young drivers, all of a sudden it just kind of clicks and they figure it out. And I think that's what we've seen out of Carson the last month or so. He's finally figured out, I don't have to win every lap. I just have to win the race. And once you get that mind thought in there and figure that out, you know, it shows. He's up front, finished third here last year. He's a good road courser. He's starting 11th today, so he's got a little bit of work. But I think today could be obviously another top 5.
And we'll be watching Carson Hocevar. Also, we'll be watching Zane Smith because he is starting in the rear due to transmission, and he's had kind of an odd season. Right?
He has. It's kind of the opposite of Carson Hocevar, who we've seen build momentum, like you said, Todd. I mean, I think we've really seen him mature. Zane Smith, on the other hand, has had some races not go his way with a lot of issues there, with 4 races in a row outside the top 20. And then he comes to Nashville, finishes second. I think that's what this team needed to get back on track, get some momentum built, and then you come to a road course. He won at COTA. He ran second here last year. I think he's looking for that new breath of life into those lungs, you know, to get him going here because he is a championship contender. We expect Zane to be up front every week, and he's got speed. We just got to get that execution that he's used to, that Carson has found here lately.
Yeah, he's going to have some work to do, though, starting at the back if he wants to get the win today at Mid-Ohio. So let's look at the regular season points battle after race 13 to 16. Here is the battle for the bonus points. Corey Heim, he is currently atop the board with Zane Smith there in the second spot. Nick Sanchez, the rookie, he's 10th in those regular season standings. So Corey Heim has been very impressive, Todd, throughout the entire course of the season. What have you thought about what you've seen out of him so far?
It's pretty incredible what we've seen out of Corey and crew chief Scott Zipadelli. They just figured it out. You know, Scott's figured out what Corey needs in that truck, and Corey goes out and does it. And I think, again, like I said about Carson, he's figured this out. He knows how to race these races now, and it's showing every single week. And, you know, last 9 races, he's at 8 top 8 finishes. The consistency they've shown is incredible. So I think we're going to see the same thing today. I think he's actually probably the truck to beat.
No doubt about it. I mean, this is the second year in a row with a pole here at this place. Last season, he was running second here with 7 to go, had an issue, pulled over to the side of the racetrack and was out of the race, got a bad finish. But I think this young driver has just figured out how to be consistent. I talked with Matt Pusha earlier this season, and he said he feels like there's a lot more in the tank for this team to make their trucks even better at Tricon Garage. So if you think about that paired with the success they already have, and he spotted him a race, he's leading the points without one of the races at Gateway when he was out 6. So pretty impressive.
So if they're thinking there's more in the tank, they could be pretty dangerous once the postseason rolls around. Okay, time now, though, to go out to Mid-Ohio and join our boots on the ground, our pit reporter, Jamie Howe, who I see are dry right now. Great thing to see. And I know you've got an update for us on Nick Sanchez.
Yes, Caitlin, right now it is dry. And for Nick Sanchez, that's really what he was hoping for. Yesterday in practice and qualifying, he was able to put up a time good enough for his best road course start of his career. That's going to be in that 3rd position. But he knew that there was more left in the truck. You talk about that. What can the driver make up? Well, he feels like he is the driver today with the conditions that we're expecting. There is plenty to make up. He said the rain that's coming in on this road course, it really takes him back to his karting days, growing up karting out on the weekend with his family in the rain. So it's experience that he's really looking to draw from. You know, every track has its own challenges when the conditions change. Here at Mid-Ohio, it's the surface itself. There is so much rubber laid down on this racetrack. It's a school track. Teenagers come out here to learn how to drive. Movie stars come out here to learn how to stunt drive. So it's constantly used. There is zero grip once that rubber gets wet. So it's going to be a big challenge for everybody today. Stuart Friesen is one of the drivers looking to get into the top 10. He really needs to maximize. That challenge grows, and we're going to talk to him just a little bit later.
Thank you, Jamie. Great insight there. We will check in with you throughout the course of the show. And let's take a look now at the starting lineup. Corey Heim, as we've talked about, on the pole for the 2nd straight year at Mid-Ohio. Ty Majeski alongside him. He's started in the top 3 in both road course races this season. Now, Nick Sanchez, who Jamie was just referencing, and Grant Enfinger claimed their best ever road course starts. Tanner Gray will roll off 6, looking for that first win. And then look at row 4, Marco Andretti from the famous Andretti family. Grandson of Mario, he makes his first ever Truck Series start. Sharing that row is another first-timer, 16-year-old William Sawalich. Good to have him in the Truck Series today. Still to come here on race day, how will the drivers get around Mid-Ohio? Todd and Trevor break down a lap on the 13-turn course. We look forward to that. Plus, Stuart Friesen is with Jamie from the track to talk his chances of making the postseason. And Matt DiBenedetto has been on quite the journey in NASCAR. He's with Trevor at a unique location when we return. Stay with us right here on FS1. Welcome back to race day at Mid-Ohio, where all eyes are on the skies because it looks like some inclement weather could be making its way in. For now, though, it is dry, which is a good thing to see. What about this driver, Christian Eckes? He is starting fourth today. He won the first stage on the road course at Circuit of the Americas earlier this year, so he certainly could be one to keep an eye on. So I just referenced Circuit of the Americas, but today we are at Mid-Ohio, which is a very unique race course. So let's take a deeper look at it and kind of break down this whole racetrack from a 360 view. Here you see it, Mid-Ohio sports car course. Here are the turns, the keyhole there in turn 2, the S's through 6, 7, and 8. They have their hands full, no doubt about it, with this. Thunder Valley, the carousel there in 12. That is the 13-turn course. But let's go on board. What do you see here?
Yeah, we've got Daniel Dye's practice footage here, going down the front straightaway, I'll call it, into turn 1. This is a slower corner on restarts than some drivers realize, and they could find themselves off to the right there where you see that curving. They could end up in the dirt. We saw it yesterday in the ARCA race. And then you go to the keyhole, another great passing zone on a restart or later in a run. You want to make sure you get to the bottom, right to this curve, though, down to second gear, the slowest part of the racetrack. And now we're going to go up through the gears all the way to fourth gear on the fastest part of the racetrack. Turn 3 here is a little kink, still wide open, though. And then you're going to set yourself up to get into turn 4 where things get a little wild, Todd.
Here we go, 165 mile an hour, hard on the brakes, turn 4, right-hander. Do not overdrive it because you'll be off in the gravel pit. Go uphill to turn 5. This is where the fun begins right here. This is all about momentum and hitting your marks. Keep it smooth. Don't do anything wrong. Down through the S's, a lot of elevation change. You don't see it here in this shot, but up and down, off into the turn right-hand corner, faster, over the hill, and you get really loose right here.
You just took us over the river and through the woods, I think, Todd. But all those corners you notice are kind of off camber and awkward. Now we're getting to turn 10, another flat corner, and then into the carousel where you have your last chance to pass. You want to be right on their bumper coming back to the front straightaway. But what I saw, Todd, there, watching that lap, looks way different than what you see on the track map. A lot of up and down.
Absolutely. Turn 10, good place for that old bump and run, too.
Wow. Needless to say, they have a lot on their plate when it comes to managing that racetrack. I'm dizzy just watching that. All right, here's the leaderboard after 13 to 16 races. Let's dial up Stuart Friesen's number. First man out, 6 below the cut line, was 4th at Mid-Ohio last year, though. So, but things have not gotten off to the greatest start for Stuart Friesen so far this weekend. I want to go back to the practice session yesterday. You see him get off track into the tire barrier. Wasn't even able to make a qualifying lap. So certainly not the way Stuart Friesen would want his Mid-Ohio weekend to start out. But to get his mindset going into the day, we join Jamie Howes standing by with him.
Caitlin, if we take those stats back just 2 races further, look at his last 6. 3 of those were inside of the top 5 in terms of finishes. That's what moved him up to just 6 points below that cut line. You were 36 points, but you talk a lot about minimizing the mistakes. You're starting at the back of the field, didn't qualify after making one of those mistakes. What kind of challenge is ahead of you today?
Certainly. Definitely had a mental block there yesterday. Slid the front end down in the carousel, got off track, and thought I was going pretty slow and was just going to roll through the grass. And then as soon as I got in the grass, it was kind of like when you're trying to dock a boat and you know you're coming in a little hot and you just have no control. So slid on the tire barrier, did really minimal damage to our TRD Halmar 52. So we're able to get behind the wall, get some work done to it. You know, after practice yesterday, found an issue with the starter actually that was probably going to plague us anyways during time trials. So a little bit of a blessing there. But like I said, we got to do a little work to the truck that we normally wouldn't have been able to do, you know, during the practice session as far as adjustments, right? So we did some shock changes and got a couple laps of tune on it. So kind of optimistic about our chances, you know, coming from the back. Got to keep our nose clean, you know, 0 mistakes, and, you know, try to make some of those points back. You know, you said we finished in the top 5, the 3 of the last 6 or whatever, but, you know, those races that we didn't were just kind of some dumb things that popped up. A loose wheel at Nashville and an accident that we got in the middle of at Charlotte. So we've had a fast Halmar 52. Our guys have been doing a great job, and proud of them all, proud of the whole Halmar Friesen team. And like I said, we got some work to do today, but you know, we're positive about it. We got another fast truck here, and this is a fun road course. So if it stays dry, I'm looking forward to it.
Looking ahead, not just to today, but for the last 2 races, only 3 race days are remaining to get into the top 10. So there is a lot on the line for Stuart Friesen. Caitlin.
Thank you, Jamie. No doubt about it. I loved his comparison there to putting a boat in the dock. That was pretty funny. But I know you spoke with him earlier. How's he feeling?
Well, right there, he was a little camera ready. But
yeah, long-winded.
Stewart said to me he really likes this truck. Even though he put it off the racetrack, he thinks he's got a good truck. And, Stewart doesn't get rattled easy. He gets upset at first. He's mad at himself. What'd I do that for? But that goes away, and he knows what he's got to do. And we talked this morning about keeping it on a racetrack. Don't get off in a gravel pit. Don't run into somebody on a restart. Just get as many points as you can and limit the backfall of having to start it at the back. So he's ready for this. They got a good team.
Yeah, he already got that out of the way. Right, Todd? He said, I'm off already. But, Stewart Friesen seems like he's been a little hit or miss this season. But I look at the last 6 races, 3 top 5s. And then you look at this racetrack. I don't normally think of Stewart Friesen as a road racer, but he finished top 5 here last year. He could be sneaky good today. And to be honest, I think he's the biggest threat to Matt Craft and Matt DiBenedetto, some of those guys that are trying to hold them off and keep in the playoffs.
Do you think the rain helps or hurts him this factor?
Probably. From his answer, I think it hurts him. He doesn't seem enthused about it. And I've learned you're either going to embrace it or you're going to hate it. Doesn't sound like he's the one to embrace it right now.
We will definitely be watching Stewart Friesen as he tries to make his way towards the front. All right, still to come here on race day. Mid-Ohio will see some unique faces to the Truck Series. How will they play a factor today? We discuss. Plus, Matt DiBenedetto takes out some frustration in a rage room release with Trevor. That story and more.
We're angry people.
Stay with us on FS1. Welcome back to race day for the Truck Series out at Mid-Ohio. We do see some dark skies, but they're dry for now, which is a very good thing to see. We're feeling really optimistic, of course, about this race. And one of the drivers in the field today is 16-year-old William Sawalich. He's a ARCA Menard Series winner this season. Today is his second truck race, and he qualified a very respectable 8th for the event today. And there's a number of visitors in the field today, and valuable points for the playoffs could be taken by a non-regular driver. And we did see that last year here at Mid-Ohio. So I want to flash back to that race a year ago when it was this driver, Parker Kligerman in the 75, able to hold off a hard-charging Zane Smith to go on and get the checkered flag and the big victory. And you could see the elation, how pumped up Parker was for that win. He is not in the field today, so he won't be able to defend that win. But what about Marco Andretti? He is making his Truck Series debut. This is very exciting. He's, of course, from the famous Andretti racing family. He will be starting 7th. And Marco has a lot of Mid-Ohio experience under his belt from his time in the IndyCar Series. So, too, does Connor Daly. Most recently, Connor raced this track 6 days ago in an IndyCar, and he got the call to fill in after a horrific crash. And we want to take a look at this. The terrifying crash happened in practice last Saturday. 2019 Indy 500 champion Simon Pagenaud lost control of his car in turn 4 when his brakes failed. He barrel rolled numerous times through the gravel trap before landing upside down against the tire barrier. So Pagenaud was okay after the incident, but following IndyCar protocol, he was not cleared to race. So the team brought in veteran Connor Daly for the race Sunday. Connor had to start at the back of the grid for that race, but today he finds himself in the Truck Series where he will start 18th. And right now he is standing by out at the racetrack with Jamie.
Well, Caitlin, well, that experience for Connor Daly last week came out of the unknown. He's had this race circled on his calendar with Nice Motorsports for quite some time. Connor, it's only your 3rd truck race. Your first on a road course, though. What can you draw from to help you out today?
Not really a lot. I mean, thankfully I know the systems of the truck a little bit. I know the switches after doing the Vegas races, but this is tough. I mean, there's a lot of good drivers in this series. This track is such a great track to race on as well, and thankfully I've gone well here in the IndyCar, in the past. So it's still a lot to learn. We had a tough day yesterday, just struggling with some technical difficulties. But once we get that all sorted, I think we'll have a really fast truck, which is nice.
All right, he qualified 18th, so like you said, there is lots of room to improve. Caitlin.
Thank you, Jamie. Good to hear from Connor Daly. So let's talk about these non-regulars in the field. You think they're going to be a factor? We could see what we saw last week in the Cup Series?
I definitely think so. I feel a little bad for Connor Daly, though, going from an IndyCar to a truck. Like, that transition might even be harder than just coming here for the first time in a Truck Series. The braking zones, everything's so different. But when I look at somebody like Marco Andretti or Connor Daly, when we're talking about possible inclement weather, these trucks will race in the rain if it's not lightning and just a downpour. So that experience that they have could really play into their hands later on today when they have to get offline, change some lines up. And then you look at drivers like William Sawalich, Jack Wood, that are starting in the top 10, raced an ARCA race yesterday. They've got laps on this track already.
Yeah, everything that Connor learned last week in Indy cars, forget about it, man. It doesn't mean anything. All he did last week is he knows the racetrack, he knows the rumbles and the bumps. That's about all he got out of it. These trucks are so different. Indy cars flat, rounded corners, no roll at all. These trucks, they roll over. They have no forward drive. You got to use the throttle. Braking's totally different. So forget about what you learned.
All right, we're going to have to keep an eye on these non-regular drivers and see if they can make some noise in that truck race today. Here's a look at some of the notable starting positions. Corey Heim is on the pole. Tanner Gray, he will start 6th. Ty Majeski, though, starting 2nd. We will be keeping an eye on him, of course, as we get closer and closer to racing. We'll be talking about Matt DiBenedetto as well. I know we had some fun with you, Trevor, right?
Oh, yeah.
The Rage Room. I cannot wait to see the footage
everything
from that. That is coming up next. Welcome back to Race Day from Mid-Ohio with a look at Taylor Gray's truck. He was 11th at Circuit of the Americas earlier this year. He will start 15th for the race today. And what about this driver, Tyler Ankrum? He won the ARCA race just yesterday, so he's got some momentum on his side. He is starting 13th for the event shortly. So he was one of several drivers running double duty. Take a look at them here, the ones who ran the ARCA race yesterday and are in the truck event today. Tyler Ankrum, the big winner, William Sawalich in there, Jack Wood, among others who did the double duty. So how will that experience help them, you think? Just getting that extra lap time under their belts.
Yeah, that's the whole purpose of running both series, right? He doesn't care about ARCA points. And I mean, it's cool to get a trophy, but the real reason to go there and do it is because right now he finds himself outside the playoffs in the truck series. He wanted to go get laps, learn this racetrack, and he did it with style yesterday. He ran off the track in turn 1, as we talked about earlier, tough on restarts, kind of ran off, overdrove the corner, didn't get a caution, went through the gravel, went through all the stuff, and then he runs down Sean Higuerani and passes him for the lead with about 3 laps to go, which was crazy to see him come back from this.
Yes,
so,
that is crazy.
Did not spin out, didn't get stuck in the gravel, comes back to win. A big day for him and a lot of momentum going into this truck race tonight.
Yeah, and, exactly the opposite of what I talked about with Connor. These cars actually feel like the trucks. They roll over. Stopping power is about the same. The horsepower acceleration is about the same. Turning in the corners is about the same. So you can learn a lot about how to drive this track properly when you run the ARCA car versus what Connor did with that Indy car.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on some of those drivers who ran the race yesterday to see how they do today. So we're at a road course, right, guys? Why don't we do some turning left and right? And I'm talking in terms of the playoff picture.
Normally left is good.
That's true, but it may not be in this scenario. I want to focus in first on Nick Sanchez, the rookie, and take a look at his last 4 races. You see the finish and the average running position for him. I would say pretty respectable numbers overall. So is he turning right or left in terms of the playoff picture?
I think he's turning right. He's going the right direction. We watched him in the beginning of the year really come out of the box fast, right? Ran up front, finished 2nd at Atlanta, almost won at Texas, almost got his first win. But since then, it's been a little rough, rocky road here, been a little up and down. He's made some mistakes on the track, didn't have some of the best trucks, but he's gotten it back. The last 3 races have been really good. He's driving spot on.
Yes, so he is making rights. We're feeling good about Nick Sanchez right now. What about Ty Majeski? He is obviously a past winner in the series, but here's his numbers for the last 4 races as well. You see the average running position and the finish. I'm going to have Trevor weigh on him in a minute, but first I want to hear from him, and right now he is standing by at the track with Jamie.
That 7th place in the standings has Ty Majeski as the highest of the non-winning drivers of this 2023 season so far. Ty, you know yourself, you know the team, all the capabilities. How safe is that?
Yeah, I don't know. I think we just need to do what we've been doing all season. We've had a rough, last 4 out of 6 races. Just silly things, right? Obviously, one of them my own doing at Gateway and had a couple mechanical failures in there. So just need to get the ship turned back around. We have 3 races to do it. Try and put some good races together and get our momentum going the right direction before we head to the playoffs. So feel good about this road course today. We've been good on the road courses. I'm not much of a rain guy. I don't know what's going to happen with the weather, but it'll be an interesting day for sure.
When you look at the weather that's coming in right now, you qualified 2nd. You guys were quick yesterday. The way the truck changes, though, in the wane, what can you as the driver do?
Yeah, it's obviously a totally different mindset. My only rain experience was last year here during qualifying, so everyone's going to be breaking off of me into turn 1, and I guess Corey Heim, so I don't know. It'll be interesting. Obviously, just going to be key to hold that track position, keep your truck on the racetrack, and ease up to it. One mistake can cost you a day. It's so hard to pass when this track gets wet, so just need to be smart and take it lap by lap.
That's right. No matter what, he will have a front row start. Caitlin?
Yes, he will. Starting second today. He started top 3 in both road course races this year. So we heard him talking about it, you know, the rough stretch of races. So right or left hand, what's he doing? What do we think?
I'm sorry, Ty. I think you said all the right things there, but I got to say left for right now because of those 4 out of 6 races that he mentioned, 25th or worse. But Ty's strength is normally just getting the finish that his truck gives him. He's so good at being smart as a race car driver. He did that in late models before being in the truck series. Right now, he's just got to flip that switch back the other way. And he mentioned some of these were mechanicals, not even his own doing. But Ty is just a consistent driver. And I think if they can get back to that today, he mentioned turn 1, that he's got to be the one with Corey Heim to know where to break out in the rain. That could be tricky when you've got that weigh-in on you right now.
We're definitely going to be watching Ty Majeski, see if he can't get that first win of the year. We're going to watch these drivers as well. Here's some notable starting positions. Let's take a look at these now. Corey Heim on the pole. Tanner Gray is in 6th. Marco Andretti, as we mentioned, making his Truck Series debut. He will roll off 7th. Carson Hocevar and Ben Rhodes are sharing row 6. And a pair of veterans deeper in the field. Matt Crafton starting 25th. Stuart Friesen, who we heard from earlier, is back in 35th after that incident in practice. So those drivers will have some work to do. So did we miss anybody? What are we thinking here?
Well, Zane Smith maybe could be on that list starting from the rear today after his issues in qualifying to work through that. But that row 6, you talked about Carson Hocevar, Ben Rhodes. Ben has had such a quiet season. I'm looking for somebody like that to maybe come here today and step it up a little bit.
Well, I look at that list and Matt Crafton jumps off. You know, he's right there at the cut line. He needs to get the points starting that far back, along with Stewart. You know, that's a long way to go. And having competition cautions, not live pit stops, you're not going to gain anything there. So you have to get it all on the racetrack. Both those guys are going to have to come from the back, try to save this season.
Yeah, I'm sure that's tough to do coming from the back on a road course as well. So we're at Mid-Ohio for the Truck Series, but the Cup Series is out at Atlanta Motor Speedway this weekend. Here's your Sunday schedule where you can see the Cup Series pre-race coverage. Adam Alexander will be there along with the guys, 3 p.m. Eastern on FS1, getting you set for that big Atlanta race. And still to come here on race day, we have a special Rage Room visit with Matt DiBenedetto and Trevor. You guys, what is going on here? Smashing success, it says. Plus Matt Crafton, he's above the cut, but can he stay there? We will discuss Driver 88 when we return. Stay with us on FS1. Welcome back to Race Day on FS1 out at Mid-Ohio for the Craftsman Truck Series. We are officially in a lightning hold, but very confident that we'll get this race going underway momentarily. So let's take a look at some of the trucks competing in the event today. There's Tanner Grays. He is starting 6th. Tanner chasing that all-important playoff cut line with just 3 races left in the regular season. And Matt DiBenedetto, he is starting 14th. He is still looking for that first win of the year as well. So speaking of Matt, he took out a little frustration from the Nashville race with our own Trevor Bayne at a Rage Room here in Charlotte. Take a look at how this went down.
My dad was a baseball coach, so I don't want to let anybody down here.
Let her rip, Tater Chip.
Nope.
That was a swing and a
Power of
miss.
editing right now.
Get out of here. Well, man, you've been through a lot of different things in your career. So you make it to Cup, get an opportunity with the Wood Brothers. Probably thought everything was going to be smooth sailing from there. It didn't always play out that way, right? What was that opportunity like?
I haven't had enough gratitude, you know, earlier in years of my life, and been definitely humbled a lot. And man, if you told me as a kid I would ever even my name would be on the 21 car, I'd be like, no way. You know how that feels, man. And I'm super appreciative for everything I've been able to do and for where I'm at today.
Do you feel like now you're at home and you're calmed down and ready to go?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, where we are today compared to when I started is just like nothing other than so much to be proud of our team and all the effort. It's taught me a lot because sometimes you can't come in and be like, oh, we're just going to go in and win this deal. And you're like, hang on. it's still hard, and this is still a really, really tough series.
I've seen you excel in that, right? Like that's how you kind of made your way in the Cup Series, was being at a team that's underperformed in the past, and you bring a lot to the table. Do you like that role?
I do. I think that's always been something I've enjoyed throughout my career, is really getting my hands dirty with the team, creating a family atmosphere and growing and getting better. Wherever that takes us, that's the ultimate end goal, and doing it all together.
What piece are you missing, or is it a whole group of things that takes you from that top 10 team to being that top 3 or winning team week in and week out?
I feel like we had to re-baseline a little bit. I was like, hey guys, let's just focus on consistency. Let's just focus on cutting out mistakes, and let's just try and top 10 them to death, because if you're ultimately up there in that mix each week, the wins will come.
I think you're spot on by shooting for those top 10s, and we see that in the points, right? How do you feel about your all's chances right now of making it into the playoffs at this point in the season?
Our Rackley War team is better now than we've ever been. As a group, we're getting faster, we're getting more consistency, everything's coming together. I would like to just win Mid-Ohio and lock it into the playoffs, but we are in a good spot.
Do you feel like the Truck Series is something that you want to do for the next 15 years like Matt Crafton, or are you wanting to get back to the Cup Series one day? What's your desire?
I learned in life that my own self-pride makes me my own worst enemy. And then what the Truck Series did for me, it rejuvenated so much passion and drive for the love of racing. I'm having more fun than I ever have. I love the sport more than I ever have, and I want to do nothing more than just to give back to our sport for what it's done to me.
Well, let's smash some more stuff. What do you think?
Woo! Yeah!
You're not racing this one again.
Yeah, she's had better days.
Great interview there with Trevor. And Matt, what was the Rage Room experience like? Did you enjoy this? Will you be back?
I stood a little too close to Matt on the first swing there. I got glass flying at me everywhere.
No.
And yeah, it was a little wild.
Maybe we should go to the Rage Room after this show. What do you say?
Did he ever play baseball? Because he had a pretty good swing.
He did have a good swing. Yeah. He missed the first one. It was T-ball, but I put it too far on up on the front, and he had a swing and a miss. But
yeah, swing and a miss.
I had a good time with Matt. I think his perspective has just changed so much from being a Cup guy that expects the world, and you come truck racing and you think, oh, like he said, I'm going to come down and win and going to be easy. But like you said, it's coming over, Todd. It's tough. The Truck Series has some real good talent and a lot of tough teams. And when you come here, you better mean business to be able to win these races. The
thing that I took away from that, first of all, I'm so happy for Matt. You can see in his eyes and his voice, he's really happy right now.
Yeah.
It seems like he's found peace. When you go away from the Cup into a different series, it's like you got knocked down, but he's found some peace in where he's doing.
No doubt.
Well, let's talk about the other Matt in the field and take a look at Battle of the Mats. Matt DiBenedetto versus Crafton. You see both above the cut, similar numbers in top 5s, top 10s. Also, the average finish, almost identical. So, Todd, who will make it? Both Mats or no?
I think both Mats. We just talked to Matty D, and you see with the piece, and he feels good about it. Matt Crafton, with his experience, he's going to top 10 them every week, knock those singles, and he's going to get the points.
I think it's tough to go against Matt Crafton because he's always made the playoffs. He's never missed it. But this season, it feels like he's on the edge of that.
Right.
He's got a lot of hungry sharks in the water right behind him, and you cannot make a mistake. You can't doggy paddle when you got sharks in the water. You got to swim hard, Todd.
Doggy paddle, yeah. All right, we're going to keep an eye on Matt Crafton and where he's at in terms of that cut line. Here are some Truck Series numbers to know, though, for today at Mid-Ohio. 99 career Truck Series wins for Kyle Busch Motorsports. They're still chasing that 100th win. 6 Trucks ARCA double-duty drivers are in the field. Carson Hocevar has had 5 consecutive top 5s this season, while Zane Smith has had 4 consecutive road course top 2s. So there are your numbers to know. And speaking of numbers, there's a lot of numbers on this racetrack today. The sports car course of Mid-Ohio, 13 turns to be exact. You see them here. This is gonna have its fair challenges, right?
No doubt about
question.
it.
What is your take on this?
Well,
racetrack?
you saw how narrow it was when we did the lap around earlier. But I look over there, Todd, the part you covered where we were going up and down and made Caitlin sick watching out the front of Daniel Dye's truck. Through that area, there's so much finesse of throttle and brake. You're not really using braking markers or throttle markers of that, but you're kind of just managing rear wheel spin all the way through. It's so easy to think you can lean on somebody and maybe give them just a tiny touch and they're going around. I mean, there's not much grip through that area. I think about turn 9 where you're coming up out of the hole and the back of the truck's going to get light over the hill. So many areas that you have to manage on this racetrack.
Well, you talked about my area. I'm going to talk about your area. Turn 1 to to me, is one of the most important corners on a racetrack because you leads onto that straightaway, and you want to carry the momentum through there. So you try not to use brake. You carry the momentum, but if you carry too much, you get off the track and into the rock thing there. So like Tyler did. So you got to keep that up, but then you get that long straightaway into the keyhole. It's just like it's a right-hand Martinsville. A lot of hard braking and try to get through that corner best you can down the straightaway.
Drivers will have their hands full, no doubt about it. We're going to have racing coming your way out there at Mid-Ohio, currently in a lightning hold, and some rain is coming down at the racetrack. But our picks and plenty more discussion on this big event out at Mid-Ohio is coming up. Stay with us right here on FS1. Welcome back to Race Day on FS1, where you see a lot of rain starting to come down out at Mid-Ohio, the sports car course. We're under a lightning hold right now, but confident we can still get racing out there in just a bit. It's not dampening spirits. So how is the rookie Nick Sanchez feeling going into this race today? He is out at the racetrack standing by with Jamie.
Well, I would say that Nick Sanchez is standing by. However, he's currently putting trash bags on his shoes to cover up, so don't ruin those racing shoes with the rain that's falling right now. We talked about this earlier, you and I. In the rain, you felt like there is something that you can make up as the driver, but there's also consequence there. How do you manage these conditions?
I think it's risk versus reward, right? Like, there's so many unknowns, and it changes every lap, with puddling, with drying up. So you're never going to run the same track twice, 2 laps in a row. So I think it's, that risk versus reward of pushing too hard, but also pushing hard enough to stay up front. So obviously you want to keep it on the road. You do not want to go off track here in the grass and a gravel trap. So yeah, it's definitely difficult.
Most of the truck drivers here last year, they did get to qualify in the rain. They had that experience at this racetrack, but you actually raced in it. You did the ARCA Menard Series race last year, finished in the top 5 in race conditions. What do you have to keep in mind?
I think, last year we started with a wet track, but it wasn't raining, so it was a little different as far as spray and everything, but the track transitioned to the dry where we ended on slick. So knowing what that track did and where I ran, and really at one point I felt I needed the slicks was pretty important. So if the track does end up drying off here and that same sequence happens, I have a little bit, I guess, of an advantage, I guess, to where the track's going to go. But at the same time, there's so many unknowns. Like I said, the rain, it could rain at the same place twice, 2 different years, and it's a totally different racetrack. So it seems like, here's a little bit harder than last year. So, yeah, it's coming down pretty hard.
We've had a string of races where you haven't had any experience coming into the race today, having experience in these types of conditions, maybe not in the truck, but what does that do to your confidence as you get behind the wheel?
I mean, I guess, road course racing, growing up racing karts, I learned how to drive, on a road course instead of an oval. And, I did a lot of rain racing in Florida. The weather is pretty unpredictable there. And even though this is totally different than a go-kart, I always felt comfortable in the rain. But at the same time, like I said, this is a different ball game for me. A new vehicle in the rain, so it's probably going to act a little bit different than the ARCA car. Obviously, it has a little bit more power, some more downforce. Tire, I think, is pretty comparable. But I've also never ran. Well, I guess I ran a rain tire at Martinsville, so I have some experience there. But yeah, it's just different. But I'm excited. I think rain racing, it brings out the best in drivers and the worst in drivers.
And you do get to start in your best road racing starting position at 3rd. So we'll see what happens. Caitlin?
Thank you, Jamie. Great stuff there with Nick Sanchez. He seems pretty confident about his abilities to race in the rain. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that kart racing he did early on is really a huge help for him. The frustrating thing as a driver that doesn't have a lot of experience at road racing, a lot of these drivers in the field didn't grow up doing this. So they've spent all week on their simulation or at the track trying to learn braking zones, trying to figure out where to lift at, where to get on the throttle. Now it all goes to feel. As he said, it changes every lap. So you don't have a marker now that to use, and that's your advantage that you would have, is if you've studied, you've learned those things watching in-car footage. But you'll see here in last year's qualifying, a lot of drivers had issues just because it's all about feel, as I said at this point. Visuals go out the window. You can't see anything when you're going 130 miles an hour down that straightaway into turn 4.
I got to run on rain tires when they first came out at Watkins Glen, and the one thing that struck me, Trevor, was you have a lot of grip until you have no grip.
Until you don't.
And when it breaks, you're gone. And we saw it from those guys right there.
This is going to be very interesting to see how all these drivers handle the inclement weather and what is going to unfold on the racetrack. So we have to go out to Mid-Ohio now, of course, and join the voices who are calling all of the action in the booth for today's Truck Series event. And let's say hello to Jamie Little.
Hello, Caitlin. Yes, we hate to see the rain, but the good news is we do have those wet weather tires. So we're going to see action today one way or another. So this changes things up because yesterday in practice and qualifying, absolutely beautiful. It was blue skies, sunshine. Now we've got a damp track. So what are the drivers thinking?
Well, you said good news. And for some of the people, it's going to be good news. But for a lot of the people, it's going to be bad news because they really want no part of racing in the rain. The vision, I think, is the biggest thing. We just heard Todd talking about the rain tires had grip till they didn't or whatever, but it's the vision. Every time I've talked to people that have been racing in the rain, it's about not being able to see right in front of you. So that's something that they're going to have to work on. But a lot of these guys do have a little bit of practice in the rain on this racetrack because we qualified last year in the rain.
How'd we do, Phil?
Well, not great. Some of our top contenders had some issues. That's John Hunter Nemechek going around. Again, remember now, this is a qualifying session. Here's Grant Enfinger. He's going to go around.
That looks fun, though, all the way around.
Yeah, and I think actually this is another time maybe that he went around. There's Chandler Smith, one of our championship contenders last year. He goes around and gets in the sandbox. But look at the conditions here. The pole was 68 or 9 miles an hour last year. The race average speed in the dry the next day was like 62 or 3 miles an hour, and that's with stage breaks and cautions or whatever. So that's how challenging it was in the rain.
Well, I like things that are different, things that are crazy, and this is exactly what it'll be because Mid-Ohio is not just a road course. It's a short track of a road course. We get really slow in the corners. That means these guys have options, bump each other out of the way. What will it look like? And the art of racing in the rain is going to be interesting for Marco Andretti and Connor Daly. They know exactly what they're doing in wet conditions. So there's 3 people, I know, us 3, that are going to look forward to explaining it to the fans what they're going to see when we go wet racing, and 2 more. Marco and Connor that are going to say, yes, this is exactly what we need to go out and win. And Marco, I talked to him just a little bit ago. He said, I can win in the rain or wet, rain or dry. And so he's very confident about his number 7 truck.
It's so fun seeing those outsiders, as we can call them. You know, Marco Andretti, he's only made 1 start in NASCAR, and that was in an Xfinity car. So now making his debut here, and he told me this week, if he has fun, which it seems like he's having a good time, he will be back for some more. So what if he or Connor come out and upset the field today and take that winning spot? Some of those guys on the bubble don't want to see that happen.
It would not surprise this guy if one of those guys goes to victory lane, because we had a conversation yesterday. They probably have even a friendly wager about whether one of those guys can really go to victory lane tomorrow.
And what part of this track field do you think is going to be the most difficult for these drivers to adapt to in the wet conditions? I look at turn number 2. That's a wild, hard right-hander where you really go down to second gear, pushing and shoving. You think we're going to see some of that?
I think we're going to see a lot of that. Remember last year when we qualified in the rain, Andy O'Lally was up here in the booth with us, and he said, everything you know about racing this racetrack in the dry is just the opposite in the rain. You know, you want to use those curbs when it's dry. He said, stay away from those curbs when it's wet. Get offline. So there's a lot of things these drivers have to think about when they're going to those conditions versus dry conditions.
You know what I love, Jamie? When I raced in the rain, they said, just miss the line and you'll be fine. I said, I've been doing that.
I'm your guy.
I'm your guy. I've been doing that for years in the dry. If that's all I have to do, I think I'm going to win. But there's more to it than that. You've got to be really delicate with the throttle. But some drivers, once they get used to it, they enjoy it as much or even maybe more than they do in the dry, because I raced a Ferrari in Le Mans. It started raining. The Ferrari was really precise. When it started raining, put on wet tires, it drove like a NASCAR car. It was just kind of wallered around a little bit. So there's a lot of intricacies that go into saying that word, by the way, but certainly into, I was in France.
Language. That was a different language.
In French, you know, so I thought I'd pull that word out of my vocabulary, my vernacular, and it didn't work out so well. But seriously, it's different, but it's a lot of fun.
Well, let's hear from one of the drivers in today's field, Grant Enfinger. He's standing by with Amanda Busick. Hey, Amanda.
Hey guys, it's standing by with an umbrella and was standing by for that highlight from last year. I know you didn't like seeing that, but Michael was talking about the art of racing in the rain. How would you define it, Grant?
I wish I could discover how to do that art. I know he said turn 2 would be the most treacherous. I think it's turn 1 because that's the first one we come to. So they're all pretty treacherous here at Mid-Ohio. Pretty ironic to have Sunseeker on our Chevrolet this weekend. Definitely that's what we're doing. So I think anybody that even just passes through the state of Ohio is seeking some sun. So I would encourage them to check us out in Port Charlotte in Florida later this fall when we open. But yeah, I think this is probably one of the most treacherous road courses that we go to in the rain. I don't have a lot of rain experience, but I did qualify here in the rain last year. and I was very, very disappointed. So I know I spun out at least 3 times. I'm not 100% sure how many times, but it was plenty. So I am glad I have a little bit of that experience. But, you know, it's fun racing in the rain. It's fun as a driver to do something different. We're in a great position in the playoffs as far as we've got 2 wins. So, you know, we can be a little bit aggressive, but it's still, you never know how these things are going to play out. I think there's a high probability we start in the rain and maybe we end in the dry. So maybe some different conditions, maybe some comers and goers, and hopefully we can be on the good end of that.
When we get this started, you will start this adventure 5th on track. And as we talked about in qualifying, just a difference a year makes where you were trying to get into the playoffs. You're secured now. Does that take the pressure off today?
Absolutely. You know, from a playoff standpoint, but as a driver, you want to win each and every race. And these guys have built a really good truck for us here at Mid-Ohio. So, you know, GMS has done their part. Now it's time for the driver to do his part. You know, 5th would be great. That's on the inside in turn 1 in dry conditions. But you don't want to be on the inside in wet conditions, so that changes things a little bit. But yeah, this place is just incredibly treacherous, so anybody that tunes in is going to see lots of action.
Good luck today, Jamie.
Well, for Zane Smith, he talked about lots of action. Well, Zane has to start at the back of the pack after a transmission failure during qualifying. We look at the weather, the challenges that you already have from back there, changing track potentially. How do you manage it?
I don't know. I mean, I'm excited for if it's going to be a dry racetrack or a wet racetrack. So hopefully it's just one or the other. But I feel like our Tipico Sportsbook Ford is pretty good. I felt like we would have qualified in the top 3 yesterday, and unfortunately didn't even make a lap. So I have to start at the back. Long day ahead of us, but I felt like this is one of my best road course races and I had last year, and just need to be one spot better. So hopefully this year.
Now that says a lot because you're also one of the best road racers that we've had in the Truck Series. You're the only active driver with repeat road course wins. That came from growing up at the racetrack. Learning from those karting experiences with drivers like Will Power. We've got the video of you leading Will Power, one of the best on road courses around the racetrack. When you think about those experiences, how does it help you in situations like this?
Yeah, really, road course racing is just all I've ever done. So it's where my heart will always be. I feel like whenever we get to go road racing, I'm so dang excited to come that week of. So really been looking forward to this one. But yeah, I mean, it's been so cool to see the people that I grew up with. Some are in IndyCar, even F1. So it's been crazy to see where our careers have taken us. But for me, I'm typically turning left, but when I do get to turn right, it's a lot of fun.
Well, the big smile on your face. When you talk about road racing, that says a lot as well. Look forward to seeing how it unfolds today. Thank you, Zane.
Well, he's got a lot of experience on road courses, obviously talking about growing up racing karts, but it's all in the attitude too. You heard it right there. His face lights up every time we go to a road course. That's Zane Smith. And you look at his stats, 4 straight top 2 finishes. A couple of those are wins at Circuit of the Americas. But from what you guys have seen, what makes Zane so good on road courses?
I think it's just what he was talking about, how he grew up running go-karts in the rain on the road courses and driving, whatever the case may be. And he alluded to the fact that he had such a good race here last year, and that was an unbelievable race. He and Parker Kligerman battled from the end of the first stage to the very last lap of this race, just nose to tail. I mean, very little bumping, if any, just a really clean race, just a quality race by these 2 drivers, and that's how close it was. And again, they were together from the end of the first stage all the way through the second stage and the final stage. But an outstanding job by Parker to get the win, but Zane was equally impressed with the job Zane did.
And that's how you become a champion. You race respectfully on a place like Mid-Ohio, where you could just shove someone right out of the way. But I was a go-kart racer when I was a kid, and I was a bigger guy, and you saw Zane, when he'd come up off the corner, you try to hop up out of the seat to get that cart to accelerate faster.
Get your weight out of it, right?
That's right. Yeah, you raise up and do that. That brought back great memories, and Zane is a great race car driver. He grew up on road courses, so of course he's going to love it. You put him on ovals, what's he do? He wins there as well. So the all-around, the total package, and he and his Tipico Ford are going to have a good day.
You like saying that, don't you?
You've been wanting to say that for 24 hours, haven't you?
Thought I could work it in.
So you think Zane's going to be Tipico when it comes to racing today?
Fan-Tipico.
Fan-Tipico.
Whoa, look at that.
I got one idea who that is. Yesterday's winner.
He's a cow
Tyler
farmer.
Ankrum. Plenty more to come from Mid-Ohio. Stay with us. Welcome back to Mid-Ohio for the Craftsman Truck Series. We're just waiting out some weather, as you see. It was sunny earlier, well, a little bit sunny earlier, and then the weather came in and it went full-on downpour, so the track is soaking wet. Good news is we do have the wet weather package, so we can race when it's damp, but we cannot race when it is raining. So as the track drying continues, let's hear from more drivers. And yesterday was a big day for Mr. Tyler Ankrum, Amanda.
It absolutely was. And just his second ARCA start, Tyler Ankrum got his first win. And man, you passed Dean Thompson with 5 laps to go, but you were charging through that field. At what moment did you know you were going to win this race?
Well, it wasn't until I got to him. When I drove it off into the sandbox, I thought I'd thrown it away. And I thought it was pretty much over, but I mean, I just seen so many guys get stuck throughout the day in truck practice and ARCA practice that I just throttled up and was able to drive out of it. I knew I had a really, really good car, and it was just hammer down, stay focused, and I mean, there was a couple laps where I was second half faster than the field, so it, had a really, really good car, and I was just happy to get a win for A-Train.
Well, Jamie, I can confirm I am standing by the guy that was wearing those fancy cowboy boots. They are ostrich, but I want to go back to your victory celebration yesterday. Some people said that was the best one they have ever seen. Who did you bring along?
Oh, so I brought along my sister's dog. I was given credit for it being my dog, but no, I'm just a chaperone this weekend. My sister's out in Montana visiting family right now, so the dog was pawned off to me. So I brought him along, and luckily we were able to have him victory lane.
Tyler said he has to go early and go hard today to find himself into the playoff. Needs a win to get it in. Jamie?
Well, there's one family entered in the field today who has 2 chances to win, just like we've seen all season. It's the Gray brothers. We're going to start off with you, Tanner. You're still trying to get into that top 10 scenario for you. You've put a lot of work into road racing, but these conditions were not what you were looking for. What are your thoughts before we get out there?
Yeah, I'm nervous. I don't feel like I'm the best road racer. Like you said, I've been working at it. Still not really where I would want to be, but we've definitely improved at it. But obviously with the rain, it's going to make it that much more challenging. So I'm excited. Just ready to get going. I'm anxious. Obviously in a tight spot there with the cut line and need to have a good race. So excited to get going, but proud of everybody from Tricon Garage. They've brought me a fast truck that's allowed me to learn and get better. And it's nice to have JBL on board this week too. So, spent a lot of time at the TRD sim trying to get ready for it, and feel like we've gotten closer, but still need a little work on my end.
That improvement that he talks about, he's being a little bit modest. Last year qualified 16th. Yesterday was able to qualify 6th. But Taylor, for you come in as a little bit of a ringer. You won the ARCA Menard Series race here last season. That experience that you've had, these conditions, we're expecting, wet track just like then. What do you bring to the table?
Yeah, I mean, this place is super sketchy in the rain. But I mean, just being patient and staying on track all day. Not a lot of people know this, but last year in the ARCA race in the rain, I went off track. I thought I was done. I completely thought I was going to be killed. And ended up coming back and had some cautions fall our way. That was nice, and ended up winning the ARCA race last year here. But really excited. Weather conditions are okay. I would definitely rather it be a little more damp, but I'm excited for it. I feel like I have a really fast Dead on Tools Toyota Tundra TRD Pro. So just got to make less mistakes like I did in qualifying yesterday. I made too many mistakes and just doesn't really show our speed qualifying 15th. I feel like we're a lot faster truck than that. So going to have a really good day today, stay on track, and hit my marks all day.
And we are getting close to that lightning hold being lifted. We've talked a lot about shoes, the shoes the drivers are wearing. You both came over here to the garage in your racing shoes. Big brother, little brother, who gets the piggyback ride going back?
He's bigger than me. He's going to have to take me back. I want to jump on his back.
Good luck today, guys.
I like it. Younger brother has to carry the older brother. And it's so funny when these two are on track. I swear, at least once or twice per race, they find each other. But Taylor, I'm going to go back to him and what he did last year in the ARCA Menards race. And he said he had a moment in the race. But at the end, I mean, he was just lights out. So good. He could upset the field today. He could punch his ticket, as you could say, into the playoffs.
Yeah, when we talk about experience on this racetrack in the rain, they started in the downpour. The same video we saw of qualifying last year is what those ARCA guys started the race in. It actually dried out, and they were on dry tires at the end. So he had the best of both worlds. And his car last year, that ARCA car, was fast both ways. So I think he could be a contender for sure.
You know what I love? They had 2 different perspectives. Tanner wanted it to dry out, and Taylor wanted it to rain more.
Yeah.
And they're brothers, and that just tells you the difference in philosophy as you approach these races. We had a good time in Martinsville, and you know what happened there? It rained, and we went racing, and it was so cool. I was so curious how NASCAR would handle it, but you can see the teams rolled out the rain tires. The track was definitely wet, and it turned damp, but it was some of the best racing we've seen all year long. Great battling right up front. You could see they're trying to go 3 wide. The visuals from that night, you know, seeing the brake lights and seeing the spray off the trucks. What a fun evening. So if you're at home and you're thinking, I don't know about NASCAR in the rain, well, you watched Chicago Street Race last week, Martinsville in the trucks earlier this spring. Racing in the rain is a lot of fun.
Yeah, we also saw the Cup cars at North Wilkesboro went out and surprised a lot of people, just like the trucks did. Everybody's kind of nervous. They don't want to wreck a bunch of trucks or a bunch of cars. They went out and they put on a great show, as you mentioned, at Martinsville. And who won that race?
Corey Heim.
Corey Heim.
Yeah, and Corey
dominated.
Yes, he did.
Corey Heim celebrated his 21st birthday just a couple of days ago, and I texted back and forth with him. I said, it must not have been that big of a party. You qualified on the pole by 0.8 of a second. He said, I had a lot of pressure on me. I put an 0.8 on the field in that first round of qualifying, had to go back out and do it again, and he did just that. So he did something at Martinsville also that I think was special. He turned away Kyle Busch late in the race after multiple restarts. This kid is a real deal. I wouldn't be surprised to see him take the victory today.
What do you think of Corey Heim and just what he's been able to do in such a short period of time? When you look at the stats, he basically leads every category.
Yeah, I started watching him in the ARCA series 3 or 4 years ago when he wasn't old enough to run all the races, but he consistently finished in the top 5, top 10. I think he only ran 1 or 2 races in his career in ARCA that he didn't finish in the top 10, and that wasn't because of him. That was because of being taken out in accidents. But then when he got to the truck series, we saw it right away. The very first race he went to was Darlington, and we had a late restart, and he was on the front row running in the top 2 positions, got taken out in a wreck there. Again, not of his making, but he's been fast ever since. He won a couple of races even before he was running full time. And this year, the last 6 races, he's averaged over 50 points. You can only get 60. That's the most you can get. You get 40 for winning. He's averaged, because of the stage points, over 50 points, which is unheard of.
And a couple of years ago at Darlington, when he restarted on the front row late, like Phil talked of, I knew Phil had covered him in ARCA. I said, who is this guy? Where did he come from?
That was his debut.
You can't do that at Darlington. It doesn't seem your first try, but he did just that, and he's been impressive ever since.
Yeah, well, he was good in the rain at Martinsville. He's starting on pole today, so I can't wait to see what's in store for the 11 team. Well, obviously, we have plenty more to come as the rain is lifting. We want to drop that green flag. Stay with us from Mid-Ohio. Welcome back to Lexington, Ohio, where track drying continues, and that is good news. We're hearing maybe about 15-20 minutes away from ceremonies, so stay with us. Drivers are ready. Some are more ready than others. Tyler Ankrum, he needs to make a little boot change, shoe change. But Taylor Gray, he's ready to roll. He's got his driving shoes on. And look at Daniel Dye. He's got the big hair and the rain boots and the umbrella. Ready to go. You see that hose coming out of his pocket? That is for the cool suit. And it's funny because it seems like just a few years ago, we didn't see that at all. And Jimmy Johnson came out of nowhere and had it. And now all the drivers are running it, except for Grant Enfinger, by the way. Well, let's hear from our drivers. Jamie?
For Daniel Dye, you saw his rain boots. He is ready to go in that regard. But look at his career. It's so easy to forget that he just started out on these circuits almost just a year ago. It was in Portland last June, started from pole in his very first ARCA start. It was raining then also. You said you weren't looking forward to the rain race, but what do you take from those experiences to bring today?
Yeah, the rain's tough. Kind of like y'all have already covered on the broadcast, it changes every lap. Where we run and dry it out, and the rain's replacing the water. It's tough with the rooster tails too. It's hard to see. There's so many different factors. So just rely on my teammates a little bit. Grant obviously was here last year. Y'all talked to him earlier, and he has experience racing road courses over the last couple of years in the truck series. So just rely on him as much as I can. And racing in the rain last year in the ARCA race was helpful, but that doesn't make me any more confident.
Now, you've carried one of our onboard cameras at all of the races this season. It's given us like pretty much a driver's seat look at all of the competition here in the truck series. As you learn the energy of the rest of the field, what do you think about going out there on a road course in the rain with everybody?
Yeah, so many of these guys have so much experience, and being able to race against these guys and watch what they're doing is huge for me, and just having track time and learning. So just got to watch, and you still be competitive and try and race around those guys, but also learn from what you're seeing they're doing, and just improve all day. Hopefully it dries out by the end, and all those things I learned I can throw out and use what I learned in the dry for the end of the race.
Such a positive look-ahead attitude. Can't wait to watch it. Amanda?
Daniel Dye has his rain boots on, and Matty D has his garage shoes, his dailies, he calls them. But, Matt, you come in 8th in the points, and it's from a string of top 10 finishes in a row. You said that you have decided to drive smart. How do you apply that during the race?
It's hard in the truck series, man. These races are short and they're brutal for sure. But yeah, you know, with the point situation we're in and where we're at as a team, you know, we really had to get together and just focus on consistency. And I'm proud of the team because here we are sitting, you know, 4 top 10s in a row later, and we've been lacking a little bit of speed at some of them. I'd say North Wilkesboro was our fastest, where we really had a shot to win there. But a lot of them were just a tick off. But we've collectively just gotten together and tried to race smart and put ourselves in good positions, not be in spots to get wrecked, because everybody watching these races knows truck series races are never ever boring.
Well, also not boring is that rage feature that you had with Trevor. You said you were surprisingly good at it. What were you envisioning?
You know, anytime all folks at Fox want to enter or bring me in for some sort of a piece like that, that was absolutely by far the most fun filming I've ever done in my life. Trevor and I, man, we had a blast. That was a little bit out of the ordinary. Never done anything like that, but oh my goodness, it was so fun. I felt like I was pretty accurate. You know, Trevor and I, we had a pretty good swing. Might be something good to incorporate, like after the truck series races, you know, so people can have it set up or something after these crazy races that we have. That was a blast.
Well, Matt, I'm going to send you back to your hauler to get those race shoes ready. He is from what he's had on track today. He will see his performance soon.
Those are his dailies. They look like daily slippers.
Those are stylish. I like it.
You could tell behind him it's still raining pretty good. So these guys, they know that what they're up against. They're going to start this race and it's going to be wet. But Matty D, he's always been a fan favorite. Such a nice guy. And obviously he had to take that step back into the truck series last year. Where do you guys see him in this year? I know they brought in an engineer this time around, still looking for their first win, but where do you see them stacking up against the field as we look toward the playoffs?
I think a marked improvement over last year. They, you know, obviously Matt is a great race car driver. He's really good on road courses too. He's had some really good runs in the Cup Series on the road courses. You see him now, that consistency has got him above the cut line. He was not above the cut line for the entire part of the year. So I see that truck, that team, that driver making to our championship playoffs, and what can happen from there just depends. But they have the consistent, they have more speed, 4 top 10s in a row, as Matt was talking about. So I think good things are on the horizon for that team.
You know what I love is his attitude toward the trucks, and it's exactly what he has to have. These guys are crazy, and that's the way they race. Cup races are longer. Cup racers, they respect each other because they know the length of the season and how long the races are. Truck drivers do not have that attitude. They go hammer down from turn 1 till the last lap, and that's why I love being a part of the Fox Sports coverage of the truck series, because it's so fun to see who's able to survive, not only win but survive. Matty D, you could hear in his voice how crazy these things are and how your gloves are off, and maybe we ought to fight afterwards. That's what you get in the truck series, and that's why it's so much fun to watch.
I'm not sure he wanted to fight after. He wanted one of those rooms where he could beat on stuff, not other people.
Not on other people.
I don't think so. I don't think that.
He's a big cat, though.
I know. I mean, he could do it.
Yeah,
but I don't think he wanted.
No, he doesn't.
That is a strong dude. He does a lot of CrossFit. I wouldn't want to mess with him. Well, we're getting ready to start things here. Top of the hour ceremonies taking place. We're going to step aside, but Caitlin Vincie and the boys will have it on the other side.
Welcome back to coverage for the Craftsman Truck Series out at Mid-Ohio, the sports car course. Raindrops are falling, but we are very confident we are going to be racing soon. That weather is going to be moving out, and these trucks will be on track. So we've talked a lot about Mid-Ohio, but big picture, here is the playoff picture where we stand at this point in the year, the leaderboard. You see the winners in yellow, but things are really starting to heat up at the cut line. We're going to talk about it. So let's look at some notable starting positions as well. Corey Heim, he is on the pole. Tanner Gray Gray in 6th. Marco Andretti, as we mentioned earlier, was making his Truck Series debut. He rolls off 7th. Carson Hocevar and Ben Rhodes share row 6th. And a pair of veterans are deeper in the field with Matt Crafton starting 25th and Stuart Friesen back in 35th after an incident in practice. So that is certainly going to make things very interesting. Welcome back into our Race Day studio. Caitlin Vinci with Trevor Bayne, Todd Bodine. Once again, who are we watching, Trevor, when it comes to this race today?
Well, now you have to watch everybody. It doesn't matter
right.
if it's a road racer that knows how to race in the rain or somebody that might know how to run in the dry like our current Truck Series regulars. But what I look at is you have a front row with Corey Heim and Ty Majeski, two of the guys up there in points, and then you have Zane Smith starting dead last after the issue in qualifying. How do you stay out of trouble in the rain if you're any of those guys?
He said he didn't know. He wasn't sure.
Right. So if you're starting in the back, you've got to be so methodical to work your way through the field. Yet if you're Corey Heim and Ty Majeski, you don't want that wrecking ball coming through on turn 1. So just staying out of trouble right now for all of these drivers is the key for the first half of this race.
Well, I think when we start this race, it's going to be pretty heavy rain, and it's going to stay that way for a while, but it'll dry out in the end. But I think starting this race, we've got to look at Marco Andretti and Connor Daly. They have a distinct advantage when this racetrack is wet because they understand about running offline. They understand about straight line braking and how to throttle up, staying off the curbs. They understand this racetrack in rain, so they have an advantage. But it's going to dry out, and our truckers are going to come up. It's going to look a lot like last week in Chicago.
Oh, that could be very exciting. So drivers have been ordered to their trucks, which is a great thing, of course. There's Marco Andretti making his way out. This is a great sight to see, guys, because it means we're getting closer and closer to racing. So we need to go ahead and make our race picks, who we believe will be victorious out there at Mid-Ohio. Todd, you get to do the honors first.
Well, after watching Ty in his interview, I'm a little scared of my pick now.
Oh, no.
When it dries out, Ty Majeski's going to be somewhere in the front, and I think he's still got a shot at getting it done.
Listen, with these conditions, we're all scared of our pick, but I'm going with Marco Andretti. I'm just going with a wild card. Just like the truck race or the Cup race last week in Chicago, you mentioned it. Could be somebody come in and steal the show.
It very well could be. I'm going with Corey Heim, though. He's been so impressive all throughout the course of the season. Starting on the pole, I believe Corey is the guy who can get it done. So we're going to have to see how all of our picks fare momentarily. The good news is, though, as I mentioned, drivers have been ordered to their trucks, so we're getting closer and closer to racing. So now we must go out to Mid-Ohio and join the racetrack for pre-race ceremonies. Okay, so we're having a little technical issues there, getting this thing underway. Go figure, right? Of course.
But it's starting to rain, wreaking havoc with everything.
It really is. But what is this like for drivers when they're trying to manage all these different situations? Weather in the area, a lot of guys in the field have never raced a road course in the rain.
Yeah, well, first of all, you're hoping you didn't eat too much during the rain delay, because that's where drivers go when it's raining. You go right to the hauler.
What you eat.
That's right. But we saw Stuart Friesen get off in the grass just a little bit in practice in turn 10, and he said it felt like he couldn't slow it down. He was headed right toward that tire barrier. Now, even if the track dries out, the grass is wet. It's going to be even faster if you drop 2 tires off. So you have to be on your game. We talked about curbs, how those get slick. There isn't a lot of runoff areas on this track. So the margin for error on exit of corners, you can't use that now. You can't drop the right sides off on those curbs or left sides. So I think that makes it even tougher. It makes the track narrower. You're looking for puddles. It's not just your braking markers, but you're looking for literal standing water to not hit that. So it's really tough when you get in this situation.
What struck me watching all those interviews, right? Race car drivers are supposed to be mentally tough, right? You put all these things out of your mind and you go out and you do your job, you concentrate. Well, if you watch those interviews, these guys are scared to death. They don't know what to think, what to do, where to run. So to me, as a race car driver, you're exactly right. Just concentrate on keeping it on a track. Don't overdrive it and get yourself off the track because you're in trouble then.
And this is a track, most of the time you think about just race the track. Don't race everybody everybody else around you.
Oh, absolutely.
But in rain conditions, you're definitely worried about everybody else around you and where they're going.
Easier said than done, though, guys. Right here is the starting lineup, though. This is how they're going to roll off the first 4 rows. Corey Heim on the pole, Ty Majeski. Who is standing out to you from this?
Yeah, I mean, Nick Sanchez talked about having some experience in go-karts, and he could be a regular that maybe sneaks in there. We don't expect him to be that good in the rain, probably, because we haven't seen him in the truck series in rain, but he did run an ARCA race in the rain at this racetrack. This is a tough track to get offline, and he knows how to do it now.
Okay, guys, I think we're getting closer and closer to racing out there at Mid-Ohio, which is a great thing. Now the weather's moved out, so that's for us for now, but we're going to go out to the racetrack and join the voices in the booth and say hello to Jamie Little.
Thank you, Caitlin, and we welcome you to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, nestled in the beautiful farmlands, but the sun, she's not shining today, but we're going to go NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series racing regardless. As you can see, pit road, the truckers are getting in their trucks, getting buckled in. They're getting ready to go. I know we're ready to go. We've been waiting. But the big story coming into this race, we've been talking about the points, the playoffs, only 3 races to go before that cutoff. And those points are tight around that cutoff spot in 10th.
Yeah, without a doubt. We've had 6 of our regulars win this year. That means they're already locked into the playoffs come in just a few races. But beyond that, it gets very interesting. You see Tom Majeski, he's got a pretty good cushion. He's more than likely in with only 3 to go. But that's where it gets interesting. From 8th back to 12th. Only 14 points separate these 5 drivers. For 3 spots, you see Matt DiBenedetto, that nice run of 4 top 10s in a row, has him 14 above the cut. Nick Sanchez had a great run at Nashville. That got him above the cut. Stuart Friesen had a bad race at Nashville. That got him below the cut. But it's only 3 to go. There's 180 points available. Only 14 separate 5 drivers, so it's anybody's game. But there's also another way to get in to the playoffs, and that's win a race. And one of those names we didn't see on that list was Tyler Ankrum.
Yeah, and he can mess up all that math you've been doing, Phil, with that cut line. And I'm telling you, confidence means everything in sports. And if you think about Tyler Ankrum, he came to NASCAR. He won the ARCA championship nearly 5 years ago, came to NASCAR in the Truck Series, won in his 12th start. But it's been over 90 starts since he last went to victory lane. But that win yesterday afternoon could propel him to the victory today in the Truck Series. He drove off the track, then he drove through the field, and then he drove off to victory. The experience that he had making this mistake, overcoming it, and getting the victory builds confidence. Today could be a big day for that young man. And if you want to talk about some fun, let's talk about Zane Smith. Not only, after Tyler takes the checker, not only did Zane Smith make the final round of qualifying, he broke his transmission in the process, has to start in the rear. Bonus time coverage for us watching him charge through the field. And if you want to talk about ringers, I know it's been all about Shane Van Gie over the last week, winning in Chicago, a road course ringer. We have another one here today. We have 2, actually, Connor Daly and Marco Andretti. Spoke to Marco just a little while ago. He said, rain or shine, I got a fast enough truck to win this race. Can the road course ringer get it done? I'm telling you, it's going to be a fun day once we go racing, and we're getting ready to see that green.
How fun is it to see somebody like Marco Andretti come over here? He's not racing full-time in IndyCar anymore. He wants to try new opportunities. He's having so much fun, and I have a feeling we're going to see him back for quite a few more races after today. So watch for Marco. You're saying he could be an upset winner today.
And you know what's one of my favorite memories of the year off the track was having Mario Andretti, his grandfather, in the booth with us at Darlington. I mean, we're standing by a legend, and being able to share stories with Mario, and now see his grandson out here trying to win. He's won 2 IndyCar races. Seeing Marco out here trying to win a truck race, it's going to be a good day.
You know what he told his grandson, Marco? Go out and win it.
That's
If you're
all.
going to do it, just go out and win it. That is his attitude. So, hi, Mario. We know that you are watching. And, you know, if we have a race that's anything like the ARCA Menard Series race was yesterday, we are in for a treat. And 2 pit reporters covering all the action, Jamie Howe and Amanda Busick. Hello again, Amanda.
Hey, Jamie and Phil, you were referencing the bad finish at Nashville for Stuart Friesen. Well, it hasn't started off that great here at Mid-Ohio. In practice yesterday, Stuart had an off that resulted in a tiny wire failure in the starter. They did replace that, which results Stuart in starting in the back of the field here. I asked him quickly as he got into that truck, said, how do you like racing in the rain? And he said, I don't. But you have to give it to the team. Ever the optimist, they said, we can be the story here today. Jamie?
Well, Amanda, keeping it on the bubble, the driver that is tied with Stuart Friesen in terms of regular season points is Tanner Gray. But what Tanner lacks are any playoff points. He has no stage wins. He put a lot of work into getting ready for this road course. He even worked with IMSA road course driver driver, Jack Hawkworth, so he could learn a few things, spent more time on the sim than he ever had before. He was ready for dry conditions. What he was not looking forward to was having to do this race today in the rain. When we talked to him beforehand, he said, you know, I was able to improve my qualifying position by 10 places over last year. What he has not been able to do is improve his wet weather ability. So he's got his head on straight. He said he's ready for the challenge, but he knows it's going to be an uphill battle. Jamie?
I tell you ladies to stay dry out there, but I think it's a little too late. You're both already soaked, so great work down there. We look forward to hearing all your reports throughout the race. Well, stay with us. The green flag coming up. Can it be Zane Smith from the back, or will Ben Rhodes have something to say about it?
Mid-Ohio, it's time to crank it back up. The Truck Series hits the road for the 14th race of the season. Carson Hocevar reeled in his second win of the year last time out, but the lefts and rights of this tricky track are sure to shake things up. 4 playoff spots remain up for grabs. With 3 races left in the regular season, there's no more room for error. Despite its name, there's certainly nothing mid about this challenge today. 2.258 miles, 13 turns. It's sure to be one wild ride. The Craftsman Truck Series starts now on FS1.
And we welcome you back to Mid-Ohio. As you see, the rain continues to fall, but the truckers have been given the command. They're going to be rolling off here shortly. You know why they call it Mid-Ohio? Because it sits directly in the middle of the state of Ohio.
I love that.
About 60 miles north of Columbus.
I got to tell you, that's something I can totally understand. Like, I get it.
Makes sense. Well, yesterday we had qualifying, and for the second straight year in a row, the second time running here, Corey Heim proved to be the fastest man, so he will lead the field to green.
Nick Sanchez, great effort at Nashville just a couple weeks ago. Got him up above the cut line, back in row 2.
There you see Grant Enfinger, got 2 big victories this year. Tanner Gray beside him, racing for his playoff life. William Sawalich, he was able to finish 9th at the age of 16 in his first truck start at Martinsville. That's very impressive.
Jack Wood back in row 5 along with Zane Smith. Jack finished 3rd in the ARCA race yesterday.
Carson Hocevar fast out at Sonoma. There's Tyler Ankrum. I talked about his big win yesterday. Matty D with a little bit of a roll he's on right now.
Will Rogers, a very accomplished road racer. He's won in the East and the West on the road courses.
There's our buddy Daniel Dye. He'll be carrying one of our onboard cameras. Connor Daly, he's got a big smile on his face right now seeing that rain on his windshield. I can promise you that.
Dean Thompson was running 2nd, got taken off the racetrack on the last lap yesterday in the ARCA race.
Jake Garcia wound up on the beach yesterday, and that is not a good thing here at Mid-Ohio, Jamie. You know, in the middle of Ohio, there's not any beaches that are that becoming. He found one that certainly wasn't.
Dale Quarterly had a top 5 in the ARCA race yesterday.
Brian Vargas, Matt Mills back on row 15. And there you see Connor Jones. He's done a good job in just a couple of starts that he has.
Got Timmy Hill, Spencer Boyd back in row number 17.
Kobe Howard couldn't qualify. Stuart Friesen either. They both had problems in practice yesterday, so watch for those two. Kobe's always fun to watch. I'll be interested to see how he does in the rain.
And that is your Craftsman starting lineup. All right, boys, why don't you take us for a ride around here? Let's take a look at our track description.
Let's do it. We're going to start off the start-finish line. Watch the yellow line there. We're going to be 130 miles an hour getting down in turn number 1, about 75 miles an hour. Then up to 140 miles an hour as we get down to the keyhole, turn 2. The slowest corner on the track, about 45 miles an hour. Then we go wide open through a little bit of a kink up to 165 miles an hour. So we head to the beach. That's off turn 4. You don't want to go to the beach, Michael.
Yeah, we talked about that. But, Phil, what racing we see through the S's. This is last year. Parker Kligerman, Zane Smith battling side by side, inside and out. And the last turn, turn number 13, is a chance for you to be able to dig in there and make a push or a shove to get the victory. We can see him working turn 12 here. Off turn 12, does Parker hold off Zane? Look at that, just a little tap there, but Zane couldn't get the job done. Tried to do the crossover. A lot of action when you come out of the S's in the late part of this track. So much fun to watch.
Such an incredible battle last year. Hopefully we get treated to something similar today. Let's check in once again with our pit reporters. Jamie, you're up.
Well, we mentioned Corey Heim as the repeat pole sitter here at Mid-Ohio, and I talked to him out on the grid just before he got in. He was still standing underneath his umbrella, and I said, this isn't unfamiliar territory, right? Leading the field to green. He said, well, honestly, I have no experience in these conditions. He does have some road course experience. He got his best road course finish earlier this season at Circuit of the Americas, where it was 6th, but it was dry. His rain experience came at Martinsville. He won that one, but very different conditions, as we already see the number 30 spin around. So he said there's a lot of unknown here. He gets to lead the field, but he doesn't know what to do with it quite yet. Amanda?
Jamie, Tyler Ankrum is hoping that the rain can be the great equalizer today. In that single file start, he will be the 13th truck, but he's coming high off of his win yesterday in ARCA. It was just his second start in the series, and he's been very vocal about how he's been using seat time over there to apply to this truck. But he said to get started and to make sure that he can find his way to the top, he needs a win if he's going to compete in this playoff. He said he has to go hard and go early. Oh, and the name of the dog? Ruger. Guys.
Ruger. That's all I wanted to know, Amanda. What was the name of the dog in Victory Lane yesterday? Well, good luck to Tyler Ankrum. I have no doubt he'll put on a show with all that confidence that he has. Well, we have a couple on boards bringing you the action from different places within the truck.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. Connor Daly, he was just on this racetrack 6 days ago in an Indy car. He's going to make his third career truck start, and we're going to have a great view of his footwork. I love that. Look, you can see the moisture, the dampness inside the truck. You don't want that to get on the pedals and your feet slip off the pedals, but going to be great. This is a Unisipper Chevy. He qualified 18th, but he's going to start from the rear. It's going to be fun to watch.
Well, qualifying 17th, Daniel Dye, our NASCAR on Fox in-race reporter, and he's got some cool views. We're going to see his feet as well, Phil. This is the Race to Stop Suicide onboard camera, but we're also going to be on his bumper, so we're going to be able to see real clearly how much challenge this rain will make for the drivers and their vision. You talked about slipping and sliding and how important keeping your truck under control is, but being able to see where you're going, that's where it all starts. We'll see how challenging it is for these drivers.
Daniel Dye. We always put him to work in every race, Michael, no matter what, and now we get to see some different angles too, so that'll be fun throughout the race.
Yeah, I talked about his foot cam, and we saw Connor Daly's. Connor is a road racer. That's his background. That's what he does. And so it'll be interesting to see how his feet, how he works his feet, is different than Daniel Dye's. But we saw from the Chicago street race, both the Xfinity and the Cup guys really working those pedals, and what a challenge it is to do your feet, drive the truck with your hands as well. Everything that goes into being successful on a road course.
I thought we all did pretty similar footwork till I saw that Chicago street race. There you have him right there. That's Daniel Dye on the right-hand side. I love the little strap as well as Connor Daly has, in case that truck would have a stuck throttle. You can pull it back with your toe.
This is a tale of 2 feet. Well, actually 4 feet. 2 sets of feet.
They're appendages, right?
They are. And this is a couple of guys wearing rain suits.
Smart.
Pretty appropriate today, I think.
Hey, how you doing? No wonder the grass is so green in Ohio.
It rains quite a bit, so right now they're driving around just single file. They will start and restart throughout this race in single file order.
And I think that's smart. I mean, like I talked about, the visual challenges that the rain presents. You double them up, you really have twice as much challenge seeing. So starting them single file, we're going to see enough action. We can start them single file and still have a lot of.
They won't stay single file for long, I can assure you.
You can see Tyler Ankrum there just gave it a little bit of gas, and the thing squirted out from underneath of him.
So things a little bit different at this road course because it is standalone. We will have stage breaks. I know that was a different rule, and we saw it at Circuit of the Americas, but we will bring out the flag for the stage breaks. They will come down pit road. They'll have 3 minutes to work. So this is our pit road procedures, a little bit different.
Yeah, the teams will be allowed to change 4 tires, and they'll be able to add fuel, just not at the same time. And the restart order is set by the order at the time of caution. If you stay on the racetrack, choose to stay on the racetrack, then you would restart ahead of the trucks that came down pit road. But the reason is all the pit crews, the majority of the pit crew people are in Atlanta for the Xfinity and the Cup weekend. So this is a cost-saving measure by the Truck Series, and I think it's a great idea.
It's a great idea. And also, if you want to talk about a little bit of strategy, you can put fuel in that truck. If you want to change things up, maybe not pit at the stage break, and like you said, Phil, get that track position. So it's still going to be really interesting to see how they approach this race, especially with the rain falling right now.
Because we talk about fuel window. Fuel window probably in the dry is somewhere between 30 and 32 laps. Well, that's going to be better in the rain because they're not going to be going as fast. So that could extend that stage of their fuel window. So these guys would have the potential to stop before the end of the second stage, stay on the racetrack when the other drivers came down pit road during that second stage break and get track position on them.
And if you're running anywhere near the front, you can make that pit stop and definitely not lose a lap because of the length of this racetrack and how long it's going to take to make a lap.
Well, as they continue making their way around the track, feeling it out, you see the rain continues to fall. Hopefully we'll have a green flag shortly. Stay with us from Mid-Ohio. Tuesday, Betts, Ohtani, Acuna Jr., and baseball's biggest headliners take center stage in Seattle for the Midsummer Classic. That's right, it's the 2023 All-Star Game. Coverage begins Tuesday at 7 Eastern on Fox.
Let's celebrate the MLB. How fun is the All-Star Game?
Can't wait for the All-Star Game. Cannot wait for it.
How about these guys? They came prepared.
That's industrious?
Yeah.
Is that the right word?
I love it.
Those things are genius. Well, while we were away, we had a little issue. Everybody's feeling it out, and Nick Sanchez goes for a little bit of a slide.
And folks, this is at 35 miles an hour that the pace car speed is bringing them around at, and that's how treacherous it is out there right now.
I don't know that we could go racing right now. You can see the water coming up off the tires and splashing through. It needs to be a little bit drier before I think we can start this race. And you can see the rain is still falling. The forecast calls for it to quit in 14 minutes, and you know how accurate forecasts are.
And it's brightening up right now. It's going to stop.
But the standing water is the biggest concern. And you guys mentioned it. There it is right there. This storm has actually leaned out a little bit, so I think it's going to be over before we expected.
Yeah, I think we're going to be just fine here shortly.
We're the guy saying hi there in the middle.
Yeah.
Hello!
It's like the state of Michigan. You know, state of Michigan's like a mitten.
So they'll continue driving around, waiting for to dry a little bit more. But we talked about one of the new faces, Marco Andretti, who raced in IndyCar for last 15, 16 years. Father is Michael Andretti. Of course, his grandfather is the one and only Mario Andretti. So we're happy to have him here. Had a great day yesterday, had a big smile on his face, qualified 7th. Did a really nice job. Amanda?
When we talk about strategy for Marco Andretti today, he said that it's going to be all about survival out here in these conditions, but he said that he's cautiously optimistic with the experience that he has at Mid-Ohio. He said that that experience also helped him to get familiar with this truck yesterday. He didn't have to learn a new track layout. He was able to let this truck come to him lap by lap for that 7th qualifier, but he stressed, I need laps. Jamie?
Well, Zane Smith was one driver that did not get all of his laps in qualifying. We see him starting this race back in that 28th position. It was a transmission failure that kept him from going out in that final group of qualifying. Luckily, the team was able to get that all fixed, send him back out there to do these pace laps today. But he said it's a little bit sketchy being back here. He said there's a lot of trucks that I have the potential to run in with. There's nothing you can control with the people that are in front of you. So he's not happy with where he is. But when you talk to Zane about road racing, his face lights up. He is the only active driver with a repeat road course win, so he's going to use that experience to help get him through this challenge today. Jamie?
Thanks, Jamie. And there's 7 different drivers falling to the back. Not a place or a time that I'd want to be starting from the back, but I guess if you're Zane Smith, he's back on the uptick. He's had an interesting season. He's had 6 finishes, 20th or worse, but 6 finishes in the top 5.
Yeah, I think last year, would he have maybe 2 finishes outside the top 15 or something like that for the entire season? But again, he's had speed. Each and every one of those races, he had poor finishes. He had speed, had that great comeback at Nashville and finished second. So I don't think we have to worry a bit about Zane Smith.
Not at all. He will be one of the championship favorites when we rack it up to go playoff racing.
Well, this is to the rears that I mentioned: Colby Howard, Spencer Boyd, Matt DiBenedetto, Jake Garcia, Zane Smith. As we talked about, Connor Daly will have his work cut out for him in just his 3rd start in the Craftsman Truck Series. And Stuart Friesen, who got in the tires yesterday, had to make some changes and repairs, so he'll start in the back as well.
There's Connor Daly right there, getting ready to go at it. See, I love these windshield wipers here at 35 miles an hour. They look like they're doing a great job. When we go over 100 miles an hour, there's no telling what direction those windshield wipers are going to be pointed. These things are not made to go 130 or 40 or 50 miles an hour, those wipers. And not only that, then you have the inside of the windshield fogging up as well. So that's when we talk about, there it is. That's a great view of it right there for Dale Quarterly's truck. You can see the outside of that windshield with a little bit of fog. So that's really hard for these guys to navigate this racetrack in the rain, much less without vision issues.
How about Dale Quarterly? Michael, I know you weren't on the broadcast with us, but you were watching the ARCA race. Guy is 62 years old, came out, and he's racing with these 16 and 17-year-olds yesterday, brought it home in the top 5. Now he's ready to do it again.
He was mad. He lost the brakes at the end of the race. In the last corner, he lost a position. He lost 4th, so he was upset. But he's an accomplished road racer. He's won a couple times in the East Series at Lime Rock, and he also won a modified race on the road course, so he knows how to get it done. There he is right there, Dale Quarterly.
Yeah, he qualified 22nd. You know who's 23rd? Matt Crafton.
Yeah.
So he gets it done on these road courses. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do with that number 46 today when we go racing.
Double dippers or
what a great showing
duty?
by the guys we have that ran the ARCA race yesterday. Every single one of those guys in the top 10, including 4 of the top 5.
And then you have Dean Thompson there. He was racing in second late when he got wrecked. So
he had a shot at it yesterday.
Yeah, he was nearly in a position to take the victory.
Keep your eye on William Swalch, the 16-year-old. What a smart racer he is at such a young age. Well, we'll line him up and drop the flag shortly. Stay with us. Well, so far today, we've seen a little bit of everything. Some cowboy boots, some rain boots, even bags for your boots. We also saw slippers. We've seen trucks. We've seen trucks sliding out. The green flag hasn't even fallen yet.
And a lot of rain we've seen.
Yes, a lot of rain, but we're getting closer. Ideally, hopefully, one to go, and they'll line them up.
You see, the lights are out on that safety truck.
That's good.
So we're going to come to one to go. Maybe go racing here in the rain.
Patience, right?
Yes.
Got to be patient in the rain.
I kind of like the position of those 7 drivers that had to go to the back of the pack. Just let's let the front of the pack see how they negotiate turn 1 and turn 2 here in the rain, and we'll just lay back for a minute.
Oh, I mean, how are you going to lose a lap? You're not gonna. So why get in a hurry? We sound like old race car drivers, Bill. I remember my last race at Atlanta. They threw the green flag. We went into turn 1, the Cup race. They were 4 wide on lap 1, and I thought to myself, why is everybody in such a damn hurry? I mean, we got 500 miles. And then I came off turn 2, and I said, you know, maybe you should retire. if you're in a race and you're not in a hurry, what's wrong with you?
All right, there is the 1 to go signal. Let's get more updates. Jamie.
I was just listening to our pole sitter, Corey Heim, talking to his crew chief, Scott Zipadelli, over the radio. He was talking about the racetrack, what condition it's in. Corey said to him, I honestly don't see anywhere that I'm too concerned about. Yes, there is a lot of water, but it seems to be flowing off of the racetrack. So he told him, tell the officials, I think we're good to go. Amanda?
Well, of those trucks that are at the backfill, you'll notice the 25 is there now as well. He had to pit earlier just a bit ago. He was struggling with the fog in that truck. As you see there, the defroster had rotated away from the windshield. They did come in and the crew guy pushed it back to the place. But if you battled the heat yesterday, the drivers are battling the elements today.
It's got a lot of work to do yet, Jamie, to get that windshield cleared off.
He needs a defogger in there.
And well, they do have one. That's what happened. It switched around. But normally these drivers will carry a Swiffer with them to clean the inside of that windshield, whether they're running a dirt track or a situation like this where they're going to fog up.
Everybody at home that has ever driven a car can relate to that.
Absolutely.
Windshield fogging up, can't see. Now when we go hammer down.
Yeah, we typically don't try to do it at 140 or 50 miles an hour on the street.
So close to one another. But just a reminder, we will start this race in single file. Our restarts will be single file as well, and that's just a safety aspect.
Yeah, great idea.
There's Daniel Dye with our onboard camera. We're going to look at him. We're going to see his hands, his feet, his bumper. Really take you inside what it's like to try to battle these conditions here at Mid-Ohio.
These are going to be about as tough a conditions as these teams will ever face. There's a lot of water on the racetrack.
Forecast is for conditions to improve. The track will continuously dry out.
And we'll see dry tires, won't we, Michael, before the race is over, I would guess.
It appears we will. And Phil, what will be interesting is the race to dry tires, because the wet tires, while they work well in the rain, as soon as you can get off of them and get those slicks on, there's just so much more grip. So how these teams will evaluate conditions and try to get to those slick tires as quickly as they can.
They do have 3 sets of wets. Obviously, 1 set is on the trucks now. I like how they asked Corey Heim his opinion, how things are looking out there. He's got the best seat in the house. Once that pace truck pulls off, he's got clear view.
He's all in favor of going, isn't he?
He is. Oh, yep. Clouds are low, but they're dissipating.
Yeah.
If I was a meteorologist, I guess that's what they say.
We're going to be fine. I don't know if we're going to be fine here in the next 60 seconds when these guys get ready to take off.
Well, I like to think of myself as a very optimistic person. There's no way one of them don't go off the road on the first lap.
I don't think we make it through turn 1.
I think that's a safe bet.
All right. Conditions just got more favorable for me to be wrong. They're going to run another lap under caution. I think they can keep it on the road under caution, although we've seen a couple of guys slide off. But NASCAR has determined that it's too wet right now to go racing, so we'll run around another lap.
Hopefully dry it out a little bit more. But how about the fans that came out? They're sticking it out. They know they're going to see a great race, and they know that this weather will be over shortly. And last year we saw the ARCA Menard Series race in the wets and the dries, and they put on a heck of a show. So I have no doubt that's what we're going to see from the truckers here today. Yeah, buddy, Ohio State. It's the Buckeye State.
Go blue. Thought he went to Michigan.
I was thinking, I grew up in Michigan. I was thinking the same thing, Michael.
You know, we tried to make it really dramatic, Jamie, when we came to one to go. You want to do it again? You know?
Let's do it.
We're going to come to one to go. The fans are sitting by waiting for the action to commence.
We see each other. Look, Dad, we're on the big screen. A lot on the line.
Hop on my pickup truck, Jamie. We just left Nashville, Tennessee, where Carson Hocevar took the checker flag. Mid-Ohio today.
Let's go to Pocono. What do you think for a 2.5-mile triangle?
And then the short track. Wind up our regular season at Richmond Raceway. So much fun coming up over the next 3 races to see what happens. I've heard from a couple of the crew guys via text saying our windshield wiper quit working, our defogger quit working, and you see trucks on pit road trying to address these issues.
Yeah, look at Matt Mills right there, the 20 truck. Obviously the wiper's working fine.
They need to give him a Swiffer.
He needs a Swiffer. Yeah, that should be standard operating procedure on a wet racetrack is Swiffers.
And you saw Jake Garcia on pit road as well. His windshield wipers don't work as smoothly as they do on our cars.
No, they don't. They don't. And wait till they go 120 or 30 miles an hour too. They could be upside down.
Looks like there's a crew member in there with a paper towel trying to work on it. We don't know what's going on with Jake. He's got another issue.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There it is, Phil.
Yeah, there's a Swiffer.
Race winner Joey Logano right there.
Yeah.
You know, the first time that I had ever seen this was when we raced Xfinity in Montreal. And the guys were coming around. All of a sudden, Carl Edwards pulls out the Swiffer, and we'd never seen something like that. They were racing in the rain there, and that was fun. Amanda, what are they saying?
What they are doing on that 35 is swapping out radio communications. What original one that was in there was not working for Jake. I can hear on the scanner that they are saying, "Can you hear us? Can you hear us?" The window net is up, and Jake's going to rejoin this field.
On top of all the other things going on, you lose your radio communication. Hopefully they've got that situated. You must be able to communicate with your team, hear them, and them hear you.
Did you see that they have a tool now to get the window net up? They want those window nets so tight to keep the air from getting in those trucks that they actually have a tool now to be able to put the window net back up.
Well, the skies are certainly lifting. As you see, we've got our aerial shot, so that's a good sign.
Beautiful sights and scenes here from this 13-turn, 2.25-mile road course. Uphill, downhill, heavy braking, everything you want in a road course.
You could see in the puddles, though, it still is raining. Obviously not as hard as it was, but still some rain coming down.
The anticipation, the nerves for these drivers. They've been running about 6 laps under caution here. Oh, we just saw him on pit lane. That's Jake Garcia.
Yeah. He was trying to catch up, Jamie.
All right, he got out. Don't go to the beach, especially when it is a damp beach.
There's the pace car.
Pace truck is off.
We're going to do this.
We're doing it. Green flag is in the air. Corey Heim, they've been waiting for this moment. We're racing at Mid-Ohio.
Corey swinging wide into turn 1.
Corey can see everything perfectly. The guys behind him, it's a little difficult.
Offline, that's the key for road racing in the rain. We're getting caution flag already.
Caution is out.
You can see there the visibility is nearly impossible. The big cloud of water and mist in the air, and we're going to go caution right away. So I told you I was an optimistic person, but whoa, there goes Jack Wood around. Wow. But I didn't see this working.
Need it to be a little bit drier.
And it'll dry quickly with these trucks on track.
Especially once it stops raining, or at least slows down to a trickle.
There's Jake. Oh, here we go again.
He's had an eventful day.
He can't keep it straight.
And those are definitely the rain tires. You can see the white letters on those Goodyear Eagles. That rain tires have that white lettering, where the slicks will have yellow lettering.
Jack Wood can't get the 51 fired. Finally does. Going to be able to drive away. Remember when we saw Garcia on pit road fixing his radio? This is when he tried to get caught up to the field, and
that's the keyhole right there.
Nearly into the sand, but just was able to keep out of it.
And that's why we're under caution here on lap number 1 of this race.
Got to give NASCAR credit for giving it a try and then quickly saying, this is too much.
You saw Jack Wood, the 51. He was on the basically middle of the racetrack, where everyone else was riding around the outside of the racetrack. That might have been a situation where it's a little bit slipperier there, down towards the groove. And that may be what bit Jack right there.
It looked pretty smooth sailing for the first 2 or 3 trucks, but then you saw that big, misty, rainy, wet cloud that everybody else was trying to fight through.
Jack had a great qualifying effort, but unfortunately he's gonna lose that track position as Jake Garcia makes his way back down pit road to get that grill cleaned off.
51 and Jack Wood, a little bit different look. Rowdy Manufacturing. Truck looks good. Remember KBM trying to get their 100th win. Jack Wood could get it done, but he's got a lot of work ahead of him now.
Yeah, we'll have Kyle back in the truck at Pocono at our next race. That'll be his 5th and final race of the 2023 season. Good look at Jack Wood. Great run yesterday, Jack. I was talking to him this morning, and he said they felt like they started the race yesterday with too low of air pressure. He said it took 15, 20 laps before it really started feeling good. Then they had that break, put tires on, pump the air up, and then he finished 3rd.
You mentioned it, Phil. He's got 1 to go. 5th start of the season. That's NASCAR rules, and Kyle Busch got that win at Las Vegas. Couple of seconds to Zane Smith, then Corey Heim got him at Martinsville. 1 more try to get number 100. I know Kyle would probably like it the same if Jack Wood got it, or if Kyle got it next week.
But it would be pretty fitting for Kyle to get it, though, at Pocono next time out.
100 wins for one organization, and just the names who've come up through Kyle Busch Motorsports, so impressive. Let's get updates once again. Jamie.
Well, just listening in on some of the radios right now, the drivers telling their teams they were unable to see anything. They couldn't tell where the trucks were going into turn 1 in many instances. And another point of visibility, we talked about the windshield wipers. We talked about the need to have the Swiffer on inside of the truck. But another thing that these drivers had to think about before they put their helmets on was, what visor did they have on? Were they going to be able to see through it? Did they put anti-fog on it? We see it a lot in road racing when it comes to sports cars. We don't see it happen a lot here in the NASCAR Truck Series. A lot of drivers, they were passing around a bottle of dish soap just to coat the inside of it, keep it from fogging up. Those are little things that you don't think about. They only come from experience. Going to be interesting to see which ones were ready. Amanda?
Jamie, when I talked to Carson Hocevar ahead of this race, he simply said, I hope it rains. He was one of the only trucks in qualifying last year here that did not spin or go off the track. He was able to pick up a 3rd place finish here, but he said he loves moving around on this track and finding grip in these conditions. But when he comes in here off of the win in Nashville and $50,000 from that triple truck challenge, he said he's just holding his shoulders a little higher. But guys, how different is a race line to a wet line to a dry line?
You just want to stay out of it, stay out of the groove. get that truck wide in the corners, maybe run low on the straightaways. I guess that basically sums it up, wouldn't it, Phil?
I think so too. And we talk about the curbs. They're your friend when the track is dry. You want to completely stay away from the curbs because they're more slippery when they're wet.
There you see Carson with those shoulders back.
He's feeling good about things.
Yeah, things are great for Carson Hocevar. A lot of talk about him maybe moving up to the Xfinity Series next year. We'll see how that plays out.
He's got his feet wet a little bit in the Xfinity Series. Really done a nice job.
And what about Cup?
He did a great job at Gateway.
Oh, certainly.
Crazy how fast he was. I was in the booth for that race with Clint and Mike Joy, and because I'm a truck guy, I cover the truck races, my eyeballs were one eye on him pretty much the whole time, and he moved through that field and was really having a great run before he lost that tire.
Well, he's your kind of guy, Carson Hocevar. Always optimistic, always smiling. We'll see what he can do today. The fans are ready. We're ready. Stay with us. Welcome back to the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. We're ready to go racing. Clouds dissipating. It has officially, I hear, stopped raining there.
Love it.
We tried to start this race.
It's gone, and there's nothing behind it either.
What do you think, Michael?
Clear sky.
I like what I'm seeing. Got the Craftsman blower there, tidying up pit road. You can visibly see the track's already drier. You see offline there how things are starting to come together.
We're going green again.
And we'll see what this start looks like, how much rainwater flies up in the air.
That Tundra pulled off. That means it's all Corey Heim once again. Green flag is out.
Hey, we can see 3 or 4 trucks back this time. That means there's less mist.
Christian Eckes says, look out, I want to make a pass. A little bit of damage there.
Caught the left front corner of Nick Sanchez's truck, the 2 truck.
Oh no, maybe it is much better. It's hard to see. That's the first couple it does. You can see the damage to the 2 truck on that left front corner.
Tyler Ankrum making his way around.
Oh, trouble. That's William Sawalich around, but everybody's able to avoid him.
Might have made contact with 42 of Hocevar.
Oh, around
Raja
goes
Karuth. He
Raja.
tried to save it.
Can he keep it going? You want to keep your foot in it if you can. Battle for the lead.
Look at this heating up already.
Whoa. Oh, man.
Ty Majeski thought better of it, but was giving Corey Heim a little run for his money here.
Corey doesn't know how lucky he was, does he, Phil? Because
Sure
Majeski was out of control, and Corey was able to just squirt ahead of him.
And that will get better every single lap as we've seen the little bit of rain racing that we've done this year at Martinsville in the Truck Series, North Wilkesboro with the Cup Series.
See how far offline he is. Normally it would be right down. Ooh, Ankrum is off the racetrack.
Don't count him out. Got off the racetrack yesterday and came back and won the ARCA race. Just hope he can get, I would go way back, Phil.
I would too.
Get a better angle at it.
Get a little bit flatter.
Yeah.
It's a little bit uphill where he is. No, he's going to, is he going to make it? I think he was just waiting for traffic to clear. I think he's going to be fine.
He made it.
Very eventful day for Tyler Ankrum yesterday. Went off a couple of times, came back and won the race. Let's see what happened here.
Just simply tried to get a little bit of throttle. And I'm sure he didn't nail the throttle, just trying to beat a little bit of throttle, and it just wouldn't take it.
Different style of racing for sure.
Landon Lewis, the 04, making his debut. He's around.
17-year-old who has Ron Hornaday, the Hall of Famer.
How long's the list of people that are going to go around till we get this thing figured out? Because everybody's used to hammer down, and you've got to be so conservative with the throttle pedal and the brakes as well. You got to.
So challenging. It's amazing that what these guys are having to go through here. And Corey, I never wanted to be the first guy out for practice on a dry racetrack, much less some. Ooh, Colby Howard around right at the start-finish line.
Carson Hocevar on pit road.
I think he had some contact there. Look at the left rear. Was his left rear tire down, Michael?
The crew's having trouble getting the jack under, so that lead me to believe maybe it's a flat.
Yep, it's got a left. Now again, this tire change is legal. If you have a flat tire or a damaged tire, they will allow you to change that tire without penalty.
Now, do they need to?
Oh, Hailie Deegan's going.
Deegan drifting straight into the beach.
That's the keyhole right there, I think.
Keep it going, Hailie.
She might be all right.
Yeah. So far, so good on our spins and
really
going
fortunate,
again.
Really fortunate.
Just have to maintain, get through these first few laps of this race.
Look at that four-wheel drift off that turn. So we see a replay of Haley. Just brakes locked up on her. Maybe a little bit of a wheel hop. She tried to battle it.
Yeah, just a little bit of too much rear brake for the conditions, possibly.
See Ankrum, he's rebounded from that spin. Everything up front's been pretty calm for our leaders. Corey Heim, Ty Majeski still running 1-2. It's after that when things get a little crazy.
That's third, fourth, and fifth right there. Enfinger, the 23 and third. Sanchez and Christian Eckes rounding out the top 5.
And behind them, Tanner Gray, nice job. He's in the 6th position.
Ooh, look at the slide by Enfinger.
Might look like it's in slow motion, but there's battles all over the racetrack.
How about
3
Eckes?
wide? How about that?
What about
Gets a 2-for-1.
What about that grip he found down low?
He's going to remember where that was too, isn't he?
Eckes into third. Grant Enfinger in that 23, you see him on the brakes right in the middle of your screen. Wasn't real happy with the truck, thought they were missing something in practice and came out in qualifying, did a really nice job.
There's Matt Crafton diving to the bottom of Marco Andretti, and Matt will go around.
There is no grip on the bottom in that corner. Zero grip on the bottom of the corner. I'm not sure there's any grip in the middle of the racetrack. You need to be right against the outside grass.
But I talked about Crafton qualifying 23rd. He was all the way up inside the top 10. He was hauling until it got away from him. Still going to be better off than he started.
It's a whole new world for Marco Andretti. I'd love to know. He's in 10th right now. I'd love to know what he's thinking. Being in a truck for the very first time, and you're on a road course in the rain.
How funny is it, Grant Enfinger talking about his sponsor, Sunseeker.
Seeking some sun all over the state of Ohio right
Everybody's
now.
just seeking some sun right now.
Grant has a different look, by the way. If you're looking for your driver, he's got the seafoam green and gray truck. That's Connor Jones right there in the 66 who just went around. They're cutting the grass all over the place.
That's Jack Wood, the 51. Look at all the grass on the grill for Jack Wood. That will bring him to pit road. Probably Connor Jones as well.
Update, I've counted about 11 spins so far, and I'm scratching them down over here on the pad. I'll keep y'all updated.
I'll give you the next piece of paper. You're going to run out of that one.
You see the damage on the right rear for Connor Jones in the 66.
I think he and Jack Wood may have gotten together. Both of those trucks with a lot of grass on the grill. I think I would bring that 51 truck of Jack Wood straight to pit road right now to clean that grill off.
He'll be able to monitor his temperatures and see if that's necessary, but I hear you, Phil. It's Ben Rhodes trying to slip around Sanchez for 4th, and he does so.
Down here is where there's no grip unless you're right out against the outside grass.
Just a reminder, there will be stage breaks today. Lap 20 and lap 40. 67 laps will complete the race.
Look how low they come off that turn, just trying to stay over to the right as far as they can. And look, Ben Rhodes makes it work.
And Christian Eckes is going to be cognizant of where Ben Rhodes was to find that grip. You can look to see him in that same line next time around.
Usually you see, oh, there goes the 04 again.
Landon Lewis.
Landon had to get away from him, and you could see Hocevar too off the track.
All the grass on his grill as well.
Amanda just reported about Carson Hocevar is so optimistic. Last year didn't go off the course. He's already had a run for his money here early on. There's Brett Holmes around. Raja driving through the beach.
You know, trucks are kind of meant for the rain and the beach and going off-roading, right? This is...
It makes sense. Is that what you're saying?
Perfectly fine by me. There's the damage to Tyler's truck. That'll hurt his handling once we get dry. We're not really going fast enough right now to hurt anything. As you see, Ty Majeski working his way off turn 13 down the front.
Yeah, Ty was able to make the pass on Corey Heim for the lead. Uh-oh. There it is. There's the caution right there.
That's Tanner Gray stuck in the beach, but obviously he's not going to be able to get out on his own.
Yeah, he was in the top 10 doing a great job too.
Update on my account, I lost count.
Tanner Gray was
Ran
running
out of paper.
8th at the time, so that brings out our second caution of the day.
Tanner's just thinking, please come pull me out of this mess. Let me stay on the lead lap.
Yeah, right now, every truck's still on the lead lap. Even as many spins as we've had, it's been taking almost 2 minutes a lap in these conditions.
You see the safety vehicles just up ahead, waiting to get the go-ahead to come out and pull them out. We saw different ways yesterday, the way that they had to pull these trucks or cars at the time out of the sand trap. You see them just waiting in the staging area to go get them out. So as Tanner Gray waits to be pulled out of the sand trap, we're going to step aside for a break. Well, they got Tanner Gray hooked up, pulling him out of the sand trap. Good job, gentlemen. It takes a lot of work to make this happen as we're under caution here for the second time today. Let's take a look back at 2016.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen rain at this racetrack. Justin Marks didn't mind it at all, though, did he?
What a big day for him. Driving for Chip Ganassi that day. We covered him in the Xfinity Series. Got the big win. That was a big moment for this guy, and as you know, he's gone on to do huge things.
That is the same guy that owns Trackhouse Racing that has won the last 2 Cup races with 2 different drivers.
And by the way, didn't he just set a track record yesterday?
I think at Road America, right, in the Trans Am Series?
How about that? Wins a Cup race with his driver, a team that he bought from Chip Ganassi, and then he goes out there and just wheels it himself.
I bet you Justin likes hanging around in the rain. What do you think?
Absolutely.
Jamie, what are you hearing down there?
Well, there has been a door open in terms of strategy. You know, we come to these road courses, the standalone weekends, and we talk about how their pit stops become non-competitive. We don't have the road crew. Well, what NASCAR did do for this race was they opened up the option that under a yellow flag, teams can make the decision, come to pit lane for fuel only. Now, that becomes a question mark in these conditions because of the tires. Now, everybody's out there on the wet tires right now. Obviously, track has no dry line on it. The radio communication, though, is how close is it to getting dry? There's not any sunshine out on it. The air right now is still very wet, so the track's not drying off. Why is that a big deal? Well, because the stage break is going to come in 12 laps, which means the teams can then come in and change to those dry tires if they think it's going to, if they think they're going to need them. But the drivers are saying, I don't think there's any chance that this track is going to dry out in the next 12 laps. I think it's probably sometime in the middle of the second stage we can see them needing to come in and take tires. So I'd expect to see a couple of drivers, especially the ones needing to make up some track position. Somebody like Zane Smith maybe coming, topping off with fuel, then staying out for the stage break and just trying to make up some ground.
I think that, as Jamie reported, the strategy is going to be all over the board. These guys are going to do fuel. You see Hocevar here just needed to clean his grill after being off the road, and you can see the damage to that left front fender. But we're going to see a lot of different strategies throughout the afternoon.
And I think we're a ways away, though, from seeing the tires swap from the wets over to the dries. But without this rain now, it's going to happen.
That's what I was going to say the same thing. We will see them go to dry tires, I guarantee it.
Amanda, what's the latest on Carson Hocevar?
Well, the troubles for Carson started earlier. It was when William Sawalich spun out. It actually hit the side of Carson's truck there as you see them pulling off the body. It just has been a comedy of areas in a way. When you look at them doing the fogger in the front, they had the defogger requested at the break. But when you go back to Carson Hocevar, it's kind of funny that he said he hopes it rains, so we'll see how he can get this 42 back on the track.
Oh, looks like he stalled it a couple of times, but he got it fired again.
What about that pit stop? Look at all the grass on the ground. You got tape. Tape doesn't stick very well in the rain.
You know, one thing I've noticed is they need the entire windshield clean as far as the fog, because, you know, when you run an oval, you really only look through about the left third of the windshield. But obviously, we're turning right and left. You need that entire windshield, inside of that windshield clean here. So that's why we saw them motion his crew member over to clean the other side of the windshield as well.
Certainly need to rely on those pit crew members to wipe that area. They're so buckled in, they can't just take a rag and wipe it themselves. That's why Swiffer with that long handle helps a lot. So as it stands right now, Ty Majeski in the 98. This is where it happened. He set up Corey Heim, took the lead. He'll lead him back to green in just moments. This summer, it's the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup with the defending champs, USA, chasing an historic 3rd win in a row. Don't miss the action when the tournament kicks off July 20th on the networks of Fox Sports. How about those kits?
Nice kits.
Yeah, they look
I think
nice.
they have 3 different ones from what
Which
I'm
is the
hearing.
jersey,
Yeah.
if you're not a soccer person. But here's some of the upcoming matches. Vietnam and then the Netherlands on July 26th and Portugal August 1st. And how cool, they're in Australia, they're in New Zealand. Not a bad place to be.
What a great week, huh? The 4th of July holiday. Beautiful here.
We had a New Zealander in Chicago last weekend, didn't we?
He was celebrating America,
yes,
wasn't he?
He was.
Oh, that's
getting
a
warmer.
great
That's a good sign.
Gauge on where we're headed.
Yeah.
Are they twins?
They were covered from head to toe with their rain suits, and now they're halfway down.
There are weather indicators. So 10 to go in stage number 1.
Lights are out on the Toyota safety truck.
By the way, our lap time was about 30 seconds slower than what Corey Heim's pole speed was.
We're going to see that tick up here, I
Yes,
believe, now
we
that the
will.
rain has passed. Hey, we have some breaking news. We talked about Justin Marks setting the track record yesterday.
He won the Trans Am race at Road America. Been a good 3 or 4 weeks for him, huh?
Good things happen to hardworking, good people.
That's right.
So Ty Majeski, Corey Heim, Ben Rhodes, Christian Eckes, Nick Sanchez spun earlier, but he's maintained that top 5 position. Certainly been a lot to talk about. And here we go, green flag in the air.
Spreading out. Look at that run on the outside by Heim. Ben Rhodes right on his bumper.
Yep. Looks like Corey's going to have the preferred line. I think he can move up the racetrack now. Remember how much more grip there is on the very outside, out by the grass.
Look how much better the visibility is as we look back down the front straightaway as these trucks are starting to find drier track.
Watch how low they go right here. They have found that the middle to the outside of the exit of that corner is really, really slippery. We've seen a number of, watch that, see? That's Marco Andretti. See how his truck slid out there? He got to be right against the grass coming off that corner.
Marco's running along in the 10th position so far.
Great restart for Corey Heim. Ben Rhodes had that bobble, but he fell into second. Ty Majeski goes from 1st to 3rd after just a couple of corners.
See Matt Crafton down on the bottom there.
Lost a spot to Marco. Marco was able to get by him on the outside. It's so tempting, though, with these trucks going so slow into the corner. It's so tempting to just try to outdrive somebody, just a couple truck lengths, but the grip's not there.
It's just going to continue to get more and more entertaining as the track dries out to a point where these teams have to make a race from wets to dries. Who will be the first to do so? You talked about the speeds being down some 30 seconds a lap off the pace from qualifying. That's because these wet tires, not only because the track's wet, because the wet tires are just slower. As you see Kobe Howard with it. He's pointing the wrong direction.
De Benedetto had to make some evasive move to get by him.
That's when you need a spotter in that area to warn these drivers. But you can't have a spotter ever.
Oh, Corey Heim off the racetrack.
Corey Heim. He is slowed. Does he have an issue?
No, he just ran off the racetrack. Now you see all the grass on the grill. It may bring him down pit road.
There goes some of that grass.
So Corey Heim now slips from 1st to 3rd, and Ben Rhodes to the lead.
Motorsport running 1st and 2nd right now. This is the carousel.
See, he's slipping and sliding, and he just gets loose and overcorrects a bit into the grass.
Just that amount of time spin the grass. Oh, Matt Crafton is around as well. He did a couple 360s. He stays out of the sand.
Now he has to sit and wait for all the trucks to get by before he can pull back out on the track.
He's been so fast, too. He drove outside the top 20 up into the top 10.
Did he have some help here?
I think that's Marco on the inside. Remember, no grip in the middle of that racetrack, of that corner right there. No grip on the bottom, no grip in the middle. He made contact with Matt and sent him off the racetrack.
Zane, who started in the back, has made his way. He was right there with those two battling for a top 10 spot.
That's pretty incredible considering the conditions today.
Well, we talked to...
Tanner Gray, we already saw him get pulled out of China Beach. Well, the sand trap earlier one time. Keep digging.
He's trying. He's trying. He's getting close. He's getting close.
Showing the capability of a race truck. Look at him go.
Listen to that motor. Listen to that motor.
Don't moan up. He did it.
That's the most RPM that motor's turned all day long.
That was a beautiful aerial shot.
That was adventurous.
He said, I'm not sitting here waiting and bringing out the caution again.
He's a lap down because of that spin earlier.
He and Hocevar both a lap down. That will be a battle for the free pass. More than likely, Hocevar got by him when he was on China Beach.
He was having a party on China Beach.
He was.
Corey Heim all over back bumper, and Nick Sanchez. Sanchez with some damage on the front of that truck on the left front.
That's a battle for third. Sanchez was able to get by Corey Heim for that third spot. And how about Taylor Gray? We haven't talked a whole lot about Taylor. There he is in fifth. Remember, experience racing this racetrack in the rain. He won the ARCA race last year that started with an extremely wet racetrack.
Taylor Gray started back in 15. We just saw his brothers had some issues. But Taylor, 18 years old, doing a nice job here, working his way forward.
I'm starting to wonder, Phil, when we get to this stage break, 7 laps. Oh no, caution.
Keyhole trouble. Carson Hocevar has just been in trouble one time after another. Colby Howard as well. See what happened.
Colby was on the outside of Carson, and I don't think Carson knew it.
I don't think he did either. I've talked to some of the teams, at least 3 spotters here for this racetrack. Some even have 4.
There was nothing Colby Howard could do about that. He was committed to the corner, and Carson just went up to the high side because that's, you've talked about it, Phil, that's where the grip is, and it just wrecked them both.
We should mention most of these drivers here don't have their regular spotters because they're down in Atlanta where the Xfinity Series race is happening later today and the Cup Series race tomorrow. And he is stuck.
That's a mess.
Just about axle deep there in the rear.
Right now he's really happy he has those 2 stickers on the right side door that say winner. Yeah. We're in, so this trouble today won't hurt them. Let's look at this again.
Look at that track.
Just beautiful.
Look at that.
What a nice arc.
Well, you guys said this is what the Truck Series is about. Trucks are supposed to be able to race in the rain, and China Beach. Okay, well, this is the 15. Tanner Gray.
Just going to get in the corner a little bit too hot. You see him he's trying to stop.
And there's no chance.
And he was in there way too hot.
Yeah, and then once he gets here, he nails that throttle.
Watch our Toyota Tundra get to work. That's like a commercial right there. I like how they sped it up.
Got adhesion on every kind of surface.
It's a good job by Tanner getting out, but he still has a lot of work to do. Back there in 36th, 1 lap down. Carson Hocevar a lap down as well. So caution is out for the 3rd time for that incident right there. Carson Hocevar has gotten out of the sand.
What do you do when you see the trucks pull up, Phil? Hey, pull me out first. He did it.
I'm higher in points. I'm higher in points.
Well, Ben Rhodes is the leader. What are they saying, Jamie?
Well, for Ben Rhodes, it is his first road course with his new crew chief, Brian Ross. It's also Brian's first road course as a crew chief, period. Question right now is, when do you switch over to the dry tires? What are you and your driver communicating about?
So we were just talking about that, and obviously the sun's coming out, so we're not really sure just yet. There's some spots that are dry, some spots that are wet. We're going to run this out till the end and see what the track does, and then go from there.
All right, they're certainly taking the most out of this. Amanda?
Well, that is the exact conversation that's happening here for the two and Nick Sanchez. And Danny, you guys have been talking back and forth on the tire choice. What are you going to do here in the break?
We'll just have to watch and see what this track does. The sun's getting ready to come out, the clouds are rolling away, and I believe the rain's surpassed us. So it just depends on how quick this track dries up. We got about 6 more laps until this stage break. We'll just have to play it by ear and see what it does here.
You guys know the points position that this team is in. Does that make the decision harder?
No, the decision's not harder. It's just about not overstepping our boundaries right now on the racetrack in these conditions, and making sure that we optimize our points right now. So optimize at everything that we can to try to get every point possible. So overstepping that boundary could be a big detriment, and we don't want to do that today. So Nick's doing a great job.
Thank you, Danny. Jamie?
Yes, no doubt. Nick Sanchez third right now.
You know what? I saw a lot of poker faces there.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll just have to see how things go, make a decision as they come to the end of the stage. They don't want to show their hands. But I think that these drivers and teams are thinking heavily about dry tires at the end of the stage.
So here's the cutoff for the playoffs as they stand right now. Crafton on the outside, Tanner Gray down there. 23 out, but there's still a lot of racing to go. And guys, you know what's different about this screen, what we're seeing?
Sunshine.
The sun is shining.
Yeah. That's going to obviously accelerate the drying. I'm not sure that this track's going to be ready for dry tires at the first stage break. Are you, Michael?
I just said it's a possibility. There could be split strategies. You can see Taylor Gray over there in the wettest part of the track, just trying to keep those tires cool. These rain tires are softer, so once that track starts to dry out, they really start to wear.
There's been a lot of activity. Not a lot of trucks in this field that haven't gone off the course somewhere.
For sure. I was talking to Eric Amarola, who ran in the rain at Chicago, and he said there was about a car width and a quarter groove of dry pavement when they went to their, or dry-ish pavement when they went to their slicks. And he said, you get off that groove a little bit and it's a handful. So there's a difference in the tires. That sun baking down a few laps of green, there's going to be some decisions to be made. I know what I would like, more rain tires, because that's scary being any of the tracks at all wet. It's scary being on slicks when it's wet.
And NASCAR's opened it up where you can, I mean, if we can go 3 laps after the stage break, if you put wet tires on again, that you can come put dry tires if you feel like it's dry. So they're not locked in to staying on one type of tire.
Well, you see a few drivers on pit road. Matt Crafton just put wet tires on again, his second set. Hailie Deegan just behind him.
Matt's been an interesting cat. Started outside the top 20, spun twice, was all the way into the top 10 twice, and now he comes to pit road to get fresh tires and go at it again. He must like his truck in the rain.
How about their team, ThorSport, just up the road in Sandusky, Ohio?
Another one of the ThorSport trucks right here. Hailie Deegan. ThorSport running 1-2 right now with Ben Rhodes and Ty Majeski.
Crafton and Deegan both on pit road. So they're going to have the field sandwiched. Is ThorSport.
Couple in the front, couple in the back. So 5 laps to go in stage number 1. Just a reminder, we will have that stage break.
How about Austin Wayne Self and Will Rogers inside the top 10 here, and Zane Smith from the back. There's that 0-2 of Rogers, Young's Motorsports, and then right behind him, started in the back and has made his way to the top 10. Oh, Mr. Typico himself.
Will's won 3 times on the road courses in the East and the West Series. A very accomplished road racer. He's done some Trans Am racing as well. I'm not sure he didn't go to victory lane this year in a Trans Am series.
Best performance all day, I think, so far has gone to Zane Smith, starting 28th all the way up inside the top 10. As we're ready to go green again here.
Great stories of guys that haven't spun
Are there any?
They're few and far between.
That's what makes them so great, Phil.
Looks completely different than it did just an hour ago when we came on the air. And green flag once again in the air. Ben Rhodes, Ty Majeski, Nick Sanchez.
Remember, it's drying. It's not dry. We're not out of the woods yet. We can still see a bunch of trucks up off the racetrack again.
Great battle up front. Still see those windshield wipers working.
Has been all day. Nobody's able to drive away.
Watch Austin Wayne Self. He's down there where there's no grip, and Zane realizes that and gives him room.
Squeezed right in there.
Austin Wayne Self making his first start of the season in the 22 truck. That was heads up driving by Zane Smith, and here's the battle for the lead.
You really got to make a big decision, don't you, Phil? Whether you go down on the inside or just bite your tongue and ring it around the top as you go down into the turn.
Ooh, sideways.
It's so inviting and so tempting to say, well, I don't have to drive in the corner that much harder to get up beside my teammate.
It's like a candy apple red farm paint truck leading this field. I love this paint scheme. Every time he runs it, does that take you back to the days when they used to run this color?
I'm thinking of 57 Chevy.
Candy apple red.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Every lap that goes by, Phil, they just get a little bit quicker every lap, which means that's putting more wear on those tires, but it also means the track is rapidly drying out.
And the crew chief's pulling more hair out.
Yeah, that's right, because in about 4 laps, there's a decision to be made.
Ben Rhodes hoping to hold on and get the stage points here. Oh, Taylor Gray goes around. I'm hearing maybe it was Zane Smith that helped him with that.
Does he pull to pit road here and get a little gas?
I think I would. I'm pointed that way. He can still come 3 to go. Pit road will close with 2 to go.
Oh, bigger issues. Connor Jones in the 66, Spencer Boyd in the 12 just before the carousel.
That's a caution.
Yeah, Spencer's not getting out of that. Connor may not either, but Spencer's definitely not getting out of that. They were running back around the 29th, 30th spot.
Connor Jones making his 4th Truck Series start. 17-year-old out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, runs in the ARCA Menard Series, ran yesterday.
Oh.
Ooh. Taylor Gray.
I think it's
or was it?
I think it's a tire rub. Yeah, tire rub on that right front.
You see the incident with Zane Smith.
Zane was in the middle of the racetrack and just had no grip. I mean, it certainly wasn't a situation where he was intentionally going to try to take the 17 out.
And then here's what happened between Boyd and Jones. They just get hooked together there.
So caution is out for the 4th time today.
That will more than likely end this stage. We talked about a couple great stories up in the top 10 with Will Rogers and Austin Wayne Self. How about Stuart Friesen with as much trouble as he's had this week, running 9th right now?
First stage win officially of the season for Ben Rhodes. Hard to believe.
Yeah, he's so fast everywhere we go.
Got the win at Charlotte. Now he's picking up this stage win. But you're right, Stuart Friesen got in the tire barrier yesterday. They had some issues with the starter, had to swap all that out, didn't get to qualify. And now he's all the way up into the top 10 and 9th.
Just doing a solid job.
Picking up a couple points.
Connor Jones going to be able to drive away?
He's trying to figure it out.
Zane has a little bit of a tire rub, it looked to me like. And again, when you come to pit road, though, he'll be able to make those changes, change tires, whichever tires he wants to put on there.
He's taking the beach with him to pit road. See the slick tires right there. What do you guys think?
They're not on the wall. I think they're just making sure they're aired. That's what a tire guy will do. Yeah, I don't think we're ready
There's
yet.
some on the wall.
Some on the wall.
Yeah.
I think it's close.
You think somebody's going to do it?
It's close, I tell you.
I don't know. we're still 25 seconds off the pace from what we saw in qualifying yesterday on slicks.
Well, it'll be interesting to see if anybody pulls out that strategy. Maybe it will be that man right there.
What I'm hearing from the team, if you look at Matt DiBenedetto, he's in the 18th position. He wants to do well here. When you look at what he did in the points coming in here, 8th, maybe this is the risk that this team needs to get him into those stage points possibilities as we get further into this race. Jamie?
And going up to the front of the field over at ThorSport, both Ben Rhodes and Ty Majeski on the radio right now with their crew chiefs trying to figure out what is the move here at this stage break. We still have 2 more laps, and that means that the track is going to dry out 2 more laps worth with the sunshine now out on it. That's the advantage that they have. They have some time to think about it. When you think about Ty Majeski, he says, my gut's telling me to go to dries. Ben Rhodes saying, I don't know, I think maybe we should stay on wet. He said the track is evolving and every lap is different, but there's still a lot of water out here. So going to be interesting. I think there's going to be some quick movements here from these road crews trying to figure out which tires are ready and which ones are going to go on these trucks.
I love it. That's why the crew chiefs get paid the big bucks, right, Phil?
Exactly. That's why they pull all their hair out right now.
That's right. There are some straight faces up there. You called them poker faces. I think there's some nerves, too. What do we do here? You don't want to miss the ball either. 15 of Tanner Gray will be the free pass. So we are under caution for the 4th time for this incident right here. They tangle up. So who takes the slicks? Who takes rain tires? We'll find out. Well, I could say it now. It's a beautiful day in Mid-Ohio. You're watching the O'Reilly Auto Parts 150. I don't know about you, Phil, but I want to start singing the O'Reilly
Auto Parts.
We did it. We did it. Michael's dancing.
Y'all are fantastic.
This is what you wanted to say this at the very top of the show. A beautiful day in Middle Ohio, but couldn't do it then.
It was yesterday, and things certainly changed this morning. And
you know what I love about a rain race, though? Look at some of those great stories up there toward the front. Will Rogers in 6th. Zane from the back to 7th. Austin Wayne Self coming back to the Truck Series.
First Truck Series start this year, right?
In the top 10. Stuart Friesen from the back to the front. Lawless Allen in the top 10. It really mixes things up and makes it a lot of interesting racing.
And Raja Karuth is in 12th. I mean, we only showed him go around twice, but he's been around more than that, and he's just been digging.
Yeah, that's why I lost count. I was counting what we were seeing on TV, but I'm looking at the other monitors. There's people spinning over there as well, so it got a little confusing. I know we're upwards of 20-some different spins.
At least.
I know it's been a lot for these teams and these drivers, but it sure has been entertaining. But it's about to get even better because the sun is shining.
And there's the end of the stage.
Officially, Ben Rhodes wins his first stage of the season. Ty Majeski, Nick Sanchez. Corey Heim, who was the pole sitter, ends up 4th in stage 1.
How clean the grill is on Ben Rhodes' truck. That means he hasn't been in the grass.
Looking down that pylon, you see Connor Daly back in 13th, Marco Andretti in 14th. And this has been a fun story that we set up yesterday and just said, these are 2 guys I want to watch. I mean, they both have experience here. Connor Daly just raced here last Sunday in an Indy car. So I'm really curious what they can do now that we're in dry conditions.
Phil, are you going to start to waffle a little bit on me? That
I am a little bit, yes.
You said there's no, I think they go for it.
I think there will have people go for it, but I don't know. I didn't see enough lap time. We still saw 23 or 24 seconds slower than our pole was the fastest lap we saw this race. So I'm still not sure it's quite ready yet.
Jamie, what's Joe Shear thinking?
Well, 2 laps ago, I told you, Ty Majeski said his gut was telling him we go for it. I see Slickster out on the wall. Ultimately, whose decision is that?
It's both of us. We're just, he can see the racetrack and I can't, so I'm going all off of him, and he thinks slicks are going to be the way to go.
We're going to get pit stops here real soon. Thanks, Joe.
That's cool. I love it.
Yeah.
I think so, too. Of course we're going to put on dry tires.
Our weather indicators.
Yeah, there's our weather indicators, exactly.
They're full dry now, and that's what I think the decision is. They're just, you can see the pavement right there where the trucks are. It's dry. I like Joe Shear's attitude, though. He says he can see the track and he wants to go for it. That's risky, I will tell you that, but I think it's cool.
And he's trusting his driver to make the call. He's going to go for slicks. What else do you have, Amanda? What are you hearing?
When we look at these conditions drying out, look at Stewart Friesen all the way up to the 9th position after those troubles earlier in the race. I'm with Jonathan Stewart, who's making the decisions for the team this weekend. I'm sure it was hard back from wet to slicks, but what did Stewart relate to you guys?
No grip. I mean, he's a dirt driver, and we told him to stay out of the dirt, and so far that's worked out pretty good.
Slicks or wets?
Well, everyone wants to know that.
That's exactly right.
All I can tell you guys is slicks are close to the wall, so I'm anticipating slicks for Stewart Friesen.
I think the closest, I mean, the closest you're going to get anyone to tell you the truth on that question on pit road right now is what Joe Shear told us. Joe Shear said, we're going to put them on. Everybody else is going to keep that pretty close to the vest.
Well, I like it. We're about to find out. Everybody's hand is going to be shown.
And don't think all those crew chiefs aren't looking up and down pit road to see what their competitors are doing too. If they have, I mean, I think they'll probably have both kinds of tires on the wall. And obviously and they can wait too. Remember now, we have 3 minutes to make this pit stop.
They also listened to the broadcast, and they just heard what Joe Shear said. Okay, well, the guy that's led some laps, he's second right now. They're saying slicks.
I would wait a minute. I think I would wait a minute to see what those guys do.
Funny you say that, Phil. The natural instinct for a crew guy, as soon as that truck stops, jump over there and change the tires. I would say, not so fast.
Well, remember, these are modified stops. These are the road crew members going over the wall.
And they can't go over the wall until all the trucks have stopped. So that's why they're standing idly by now. But that looks like Ben Rhodes, and the decision has been made there.
So slicks ready to go on the 99.
I think it'll be mostly slicks from what I'm seeing right here. And it's amazing how fast the racetrack will continue to dry too. We ran, what, 2 or 3 laps under caution, and it looked like the racetrack had dried even significantly more than it had before.
Looked like somebody, maybe Rajah Caruth, backing into his pit box.
Carson Hocevar is 2 laps down. He will wave around. That's why he has stayed out on the track. Matt Crafton, we just saw him on pit road getting fresh wet tires.
Wet tires, exactly.
So he's in a bit of a different plan, it appears. Amanda, what are you learning now? Anybody else telling you the truth yet?
Well, if you take a look at the 2 here, the guys are over the wall. Those slicks are going to go on to Nick Sanchez. So that was the final call from Danny Stockman. You'll see a little left front damage on that truck. That was from a spin that Nick had earlier in the race. But, you know, they're just juggling this decision of how hard they run this track based on the point situation. If you take a look at the 16 of the 19 of Christian Eckes, they knew early on that they were going to go to slicks. It just felt really good on that line for Christian. He has Michael Self in his ear this weekend. He's a road racer and former ARCA teammate of Christian, and he works as a Trans Am driver coach. So perfect ear for Christian this weekend. Jamie?
Further up pit lane, both Ben Rhodes and Ty Majeski, the 99 and the 98, pitted together. And Ben Rhodes in that number 99, he said, look for us when we go back to dries. He said, in the dry, we are easily a top 3 truck. But he said our weakness is when we go out on new tires. He said their setup, their balance, everything that they learned in the truck yesterday, it works for them after about lap 10. So I don't expect him to have the best restart he's ever had, but he said he certainly does have a truck that he can work with. For Ty Majeski, you see those yellow Goodyears on the side. They did ultimately make that decision to switch over to the dry tires, just like everybody else. It's synchronized air guns down here on pit lane right now. Joe Shear Jr. said, you brought me back a dirty truck, man. And Ty, keeping it cool and calm, he said, hey, listen, we've been doing some work out there. So the work is about to continue, but these guys still have some few units out here. Fuel's going to go in right now. They're just taking their time, making sure nobody makes any mistakes. This is the point where, you know, you can't really lose a whole lot unless you're not finished once that 3-minute clock expires. So everybody going through the paces, everybody coming back down. We have a very different race that's about to unfold when we go to green. So everybody needs to get into a new rhythm for the remainder of this one. Jamie?
That's right. It's just a different look when people aren't rushing. They could take their time. But Ty Majeski, some really big adjustments there. Looked like wedge and track bar on both sides. You had the wedge adjustment. So anticipating some changes here with the track being dry.
I think they anticipated the track being wet to start. So I think they probably made changes this morning to those trucks, anticipating the wet racetrack. Now they're taking some of that back out of it because we know we're going dry.
Getting word from NASCAR that the 42 of Carson Hocevar is not wave around eligible, so
he's behind Matt Crafton. Matt's on the lead lap,
yeah.
So Matt stayed on the racetrack. That's what kept him from being wave around eligible.
Which you wonder why Carson just stayed out, knowing that wasn't going to happen. But what's going to happen to Crafton now? We talked about staying on wet tires. He's the only one, I think.
We're going to see how it works out.
From what we saw, everybody put on dries. It'll be interesting to see how this restart plays out.
So Matt Crafton sitting there. Carson Hocevar's had his issues 2 laps down, but we'll line him up, drop the green once again from Mid-Ohio.
Welcome back to the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series from Mid-Ohio, where we have just completed the first stage. The first round of planned pit stops have already unfolded, but for one of our drivers expected to become the race leader once these trucks cross the start-finish line, that's Matt Crafton. They stopped back on lap 15. They went ahead and made the decision, top it off with fuel, told him to start saving, but stayed out on the wet tires. Jared Prince, you're the crew chief. This comes down to a team effort for you guys, but you say you're not stopping again until lap 40. What is going to be the biggest challenge for Matt out there?
The sun. We fell to 30th after we got spun out there, so we had nothing to lose. I figured starting first was better than 30th. We may fall back to 10th, 15th here as the track dries out, but at the end of the day, I was just trying for some track position.
Track position you got. We're going to go back to green pretty soon. Jamie?
Thanks, Jamie. What do you guys think?
Well, there's a reason why everybody else put on slicks. And we're getting ready to see that reason. But for a couple laps, he might, like J-Rod said, he might be able to hang in there in the top 10.
Stage 1 results here. Ben Rhodes picks up those 10 points. All the way back to Lawless Allen gets a point.
Stuart Friesen, great job after that problem yesterday.
Yeah, Will Rogers with a great 6th place run in that first stage. And Austin Wayne Self, a top 10.
I love what Friesen's crew chief said. Well, he's a dirt racer, told him to stay out of the dirt.
For the first time ever.
For the first time ever.
Here we go. Hang on, Matt Crafton.
All right. It's wet weather tires versus brand new slicks. How will it shake out here? Green flag in the air for Matt Crafton as he leads them into turn 1. Ben Rhodes jumped to the inside right away. Side by side they go.
Whoa, Crafton drives to the outside in front of Rhodes.
How about Corey Heim making it 3 wide down there where it's been really slippery. A lot more grip down there now than they had before.
Rhodes is going to try to grab that lead. Oh, and around goes Will Rogers.
Another truck right there, too, as well.
Trucks all over the place.
Marco Andretti was forced off the racetrack by Will Rogers. He stays on the pavement. Great job there by Marco.
Great save. That could have been terrible.
That was a big break for Matt Crafton, too. Those trucks all had to brake back there, and it allowed him to get a gap over trucks just outside the top 7 or 8.
Meanwhile, Ben Rhodes, the leader. Ty Majeski, 3 wide, and around goes Nick Sanchez.
Yes, Eckes made it 3 wide there. I wasn't sure that truck would stick down there.
There just wasn't room, Phil.
There wasn't room, and he couldn't hold the bottom either. Took Nick Sanchez out.
A lot of racing left, though. We're going to see more of that here. I talked at the opening. This is a road course that races like a short track. We're going to see a lot of short track action on this layout.
2.25 mile track, 13 turns. One thing you got to love about road course racing, you can have the spin outs and trucks all over, but we stay green unless, of course, somebody gets stuck.
Austin Wayne Self trying to make his way around Christian Eckes.
You think Austin Wayne Self's thinking, why did I take any time off? I'm pretty good at this still. It's going to be a tough turn trying to hold the bottom, decides to flare up behind Eckes.
See, Crafton loses another spot to Corey Heim. He's just sitting duck right now on those rain tires.
And those things are going to wear out in a hurry, Jamie. He'll probably have to have tires sooner than later.
Yeah, it's just on that lap alone, he was 5.5 seconds slower than our leader, Ben Rhodes. So it's going to be a tough battle for Matt Crafton. But the advantage he has at this exact moment is everybody on the radio saying right now that it is still pretty slick in those low-speed corners. So he's got a couple of laps where he can maybe do something, but it's not going to last long.
William Sawalich in the one off, another truck behind him. Carson Hocevar on pit road again with more issues too.
Brett Holmes around. That last lap by Ben Rhodes was 10 seconds faster than our fastest lap prior to the end of the stage.
Things are looking more normal.
Absolutely.
And that contact we saw on the restart, check this out. This was big for Matt Crafton when these trucks went to spinning because everybody had to check up. Right there, you see the contact. Around goes multiple trucks. Others having to avoid the spinning trucks. Crafton was able to sneak away, which helped him, but it's just a matter of time before he has to have tires. What about Daniel Dye? He was on the scene, wasn't he?
There are trucks everywhere. They're on the left, they're on the right. And we talked about Marco doing a great job avoiding Will Rogers. Dale Quarterly did as well. That's Dale Quarterly, the 46 truck, along with Marco, being forced off the racetrack by the 02 of Will Rogers.
Check out Connor Daly as Marco goes around the inside, gets squeezed there a bit. That looks like a truck, but doesn't it?
Great camera shots, and Daniel Dyer, boy, he picked up about 4 spots when we were riding on board, and the 45 goes around. That's Lawless Allen, who was 10th after the first stage. Can he get it back on course?
Oh, don't drive into that. I think
he might make it.
He might make it up.
Oh, shoot. That's going to be a caution.
I started to say the good news is he got through the dirt onto the pavement. Now he drove right back into the dirt.
Yeah, that wasn't a good move.
Now he's stuck. This should bring out the caution. But Daniel Dye had picked up those few positions when we were riding on board. He's up to 13th.
That was fun to watch him get through there. He was on the gas, thought he could get through there unscathed, and made it. Picked up 4 or 5 spots, like you said, Jamie.
And there it is, officially the caution out for the 5th time today, as Lawless Allen is stuck on the beach. Well, that was fun.
Yeah.
It's Matt Crafton shown back in 8th on those wet weather tires.
Let's go up high now that the clouds have cleared and see what happens to Lawless. There's Crafton poking along.
He's on the outside. Turns back to the end and just loses grip.
Yeah. And right here,
I said, oh, he got through the dirt. Oh, he's good. He's
now
good.
Put it in reverse.
All you got to do is get back on the pavement there. No.
That wasn't a good decision.
No.
He's trying to be like Tanner Gray.
He could have driven maybe straight through the dirt, but he tried to turn in the dirt. Bad choice.
See Crafton slipping and sliding.
I don't even think that dirt is for this part of the racetrack. That dirt's for that other chicane for different series.
Hey, don't sell us short, Phil. we can find all kinds of action anywhere.
Well, the good news is we have 43 laps still to go, so a lot more racing, a lot more time for guys like Lawless Allen to try to make up some positions. 17 and Taylor Gray is the free pass here. Well, as cleanup continues, we'll step aside. Ben Rhodes, Ty Majeski out front. Welcome back to the O'Reilly Auto Parts 150. You're watching the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series live from Mid-Ohio. And what a difference a day makes. A couple of hours, really. It poured rain this morning. We had lightning, you name it. There was even a call for maybe hail at one point. And look at it now. It's dried out. Sun's out.
You talk about a couple hours, an hour. 15 minutes ago, most of these trucks, if not all of these trucks, were on wet tires on a wet racetrack. And man, did this place dry out quickly.
Well, one is still on those wet tires, and that is Matt Crafton.
I think that's getting ready to change. this experiment that the crew chief Prince made. He got that track position.
Yeah,
but he's going to give it away.
So the pits will be open this time. So if you have any takers.
What about Raja? He had to be dizzy early in this race. He was spinning all over the place.
Hard
now
charger.
Look at him. Right back up inside the top 10. I love that kid, man. He knows how to overcome adversity and just stick it out. He's tough.
Remember Nashville? He was taking the lead, and then his truck broke.
He took the lead.
And this truck broke before he got to the next corner.
Raja Cruz, such a great kid, great personality, and he's been digging today. I bet he's been around at least 5 times. Worked on this truck, now he's in 10th. He's made it known he doesn't have a ride next year, so he's fighting for a ride. He wants to be in this sport for a long time to come. So if you're looking for a young driver with a lot of grit, he's your guy.
I couldn't agree more, Jamie.
Yeah, Wendell Scott Foundation on board that Chevy for GMS. See if Matt Crafton decides to come to pit road and get those wet tires off. You might as well. He's just going to continue to fade back because the dry tires are going to get better and better and better.
Matt DiBenedetto is right behind Crafton in that 25 Rackley roofing truck. Matt was talking to him this morning, very optimistic about his chances today. As you see, Matt Crafton does indeed come to pit road. You knew that was happening.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to get these slicks.
Tell you, we've seen comers and goers. We've seen a lot of guys fight through the field, but Phil, on the dry conditions, that's going to become more and more difficult. Plus, laps winding down. You really need to start focusing on that track position the rest of this race.
Matt Crafton's in his box, Jamie.
Yes, and he was focused on the track position before the end of that first stage. That was everything he was telling his team. He was like, if we do this, we're giving up all track position, which in turn is giving up any chance of getting any stage points. That's what he's thinking about. Jared Prince eventually had to say, unfortunately, buddy, we're going to have to give it up. Come in, go ahead. We're going to take this one right now. They're going to have 14 laps, maybe 13 laps to make up as much ground as possible, and then do what they can do with it. Amanda?
Ahead of this pit stop, Nick Sanchez did apologize to his team for spinning, and Danny Stockman just said, just get ready to pit, bud. You see them working on the body work. The crew guy on the backside of the truck has a baseball bat in his hand. They did take a little fuel, and Nick's back on track.
All the sophistication that we have in the tools in NASCAR, but a simple baseball bat helps you out more times than not. There it is. That thing has been used a time.
Yeah, I was going to say, they bent that thing bat to the task a time or two.
Looked like Ohtani maybe used that bat for a home run or something.
Well, after 26 laps, here's a look at our little race recap. That's what it looked like when we started.
That was a pace lap, Jamie. That we hadn't even started yet.
And then we officially started. We got about halfway, maybe through the first lap. Multiple spins. Under caution for a few more laps. Connor Jones goes around.
Takes Jack Wood with him.
Wow.
And then we had a first pass for the lead right here. Looks like it's in slow motion.
Yeah, Corey Heim gets completely sideways, and Tom Majeski drives by. Corey slides off the racetrack, fills his grill with grass, loses a couple spots.
And then the move of the race so far.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
It was so long digging through the sand, we have to speed it up to show you.
Gunned it all the way through that. Now he's on the lead lap.
Great job by him. And the end of stage 1, the never-ending stage at that point. Ben Rhodes picks it up, the beginning of stage 2.
Right after the restart, Will Rogers, the 0-2 goes around. He forces Marco Andretti and Dale Quarterly off the racetrack. Dale keeps going. Marco gets turned around, but stays on the pavement.
See the yellow rookie bumpers for Marco Andretti. It's always funny to see that, a veteran driver, but since he's from another series, and this is his first time in the truck series, he has to have the yellow bumper.
He had 5 top 10s here in a row in an IndyCar, and he has a yellow bumper.
Yeah, 2-time IndyCar winner.
And one of those wins was on a road course, so don't count out Marco Andretti. Here we go, Ben Rhodes, Ty Majeski, Corey Heim, Christian Eckes. Side by side back there for the 6th spot.
Is that Zane jumping to the outside of Eckes?
I love you can hear how sharp that corner is with those tires squalling over the engines.
Those tires are complaining, Michael.
They are
complaining
profusely.
A lot different look now coming off that corner. A lot more grip with this dry racetrack.
And a lot more speed.
I was thinking the same thing. This looks about right. Ty Majeski all over Ben Rhodes.
What about Zane Smith? Getting another spot there. Takes that 3rd position away from Corey Heim.
How about this ThorSport battle for the lead? Majeski and Rhodes.
Side by side. Ty Majeski led earlier. He wants to take it over again. Can he get around his teammate?
Oh, so close.
Headed through Thunder Valley here.
And look who's coming.
Zane Smith from the back of the pack up to 3rd.
3 Fords battling at the front of this field.
Ty Majeski looking for that first win of the season. He's had 2 rough outings in 30th and 31st the last 2 races. He wants a bounce back here, but he's got to get around Ben Rhodes, who holds on to the lead.
That lap was 6 seconds faster than any other lap that we've seen this race.
We're getting ready to see some qualified speeds, aren't we? These trucks just keep getting faster and faster.
You see that the biggest movers had 7 truckers start in the back of the field. Zane Smith, one of them. He's up here sniffing out the lead.
A lot of smoke from the right front of Brent Enfinger's truck, the 23 truck. You see it right there. That gray truck
is working inside of Tyler Ankrum. Got that big win yesterday, and Ankrum into the top 10 after some problems early.
Grant Enfinger was seeking some sun with that Sunseeker sponsorship. He's got it.
Well, he's got bigger problems, though.
Sun came out, but he's smoking significantly on the right front.
Right into the inside.
Here comes Tyler Ankrum in the 16.
Remember, Raja and Grant Enfinger are teammates at GMS. Teammates right here for ThorSport.
Battles all over this racetrack. Oh, a little slip there by Majeski. How cool would it be for the Cincinnati truck to win in Ohio? That'd be neat. He's got Cincinnati on the side of that number 98, trying to run down the farm paint truck.
Here's the carousel.
For the race team that's in Ohio.
That's a fun turn, isn't it, Phil? The way they dump off that turn 13 onto the front straightaway.
Another couple seconds off that lap time.
Zane Smith is there. Meanwhile, your pole sitter, Corey Heim, back in 4th. Christian Eckes. Stuart Friesen, just incredible job again coming from the back. And Raja Karuth up to 7.
Inkrum's trying to make a pass on Raja for that 7th spot. Majeski sideways there at the exit of the keyhole.
Jamie.
We saw the smoke coming from that tire on Grant Enfinger. It was not actually the tire itself. So the team right now, they had to cut off some of the fender. They're just trying to get it from rubbing on that tire. Went ahead and made the decision to top him off with fuel. This is kind of a freebie. Could they make it any further than this? We don't know, because we don't know how much caution there's going to be. So playing a little bit of the strategy game, trying to preserve as much as they can.
I think Grant saying, I'm ready to go, y'all.
Yeah. Get done with it, whatever you're going to do, because I'm leaving. Still have 38 laps to go. That's going to be a little bit early. 32 laps on dry racetrack with those kind of speeds is the pit window. So he's a little outside the window. He'll have to come back in.
Beautiful aerial view of these trucks working their way around this road course.
Great battle up front. Just not letting Ben Rhodes get away.
You know, these trucks will change too, Phil, as the rubber goes down on the road. And who has a truck good in the longer run as the tire pressure builds up. So this is a great battle up at the front. I think it's just going to get better.
Another second faster.
10 laps to go here in stage number 2. Ben Rhodes leads Ty Majeski. We'll step aside, but you won't miss a thing. We're going side by side from Mid-Ohio.
Much has changed over our 75 years. But the thing that never does, the anticipation, the holding of breath until that first green flag drops and the crazy journey begins all over again. If you could travel 75 years from now, you might not recognize much at all. But one thing will never change. That feeling you get when the race begins again. Get your tickets now at PoconoRaceway.com.
Here's a new Craftsman deal of the race, so get on it.
We're offering racing fans different Craftsman deals throughout the season because teams can count on Craftsman tools to get the job done. And now you can too. When you take advantage of the Craftsman deal of the race, you'll save on the tools that'll help you power through your projects. And this deal, well, it's going fast. So scan the QR code now to get the current deal of the race.
I'll see you at the next race with another deal.
We love our house. The outdoor space is great, but we do have invasive weeds.
I think they got in the house.
I think you're right.
Stay away from my family! Why are you so strong?
At least Geico makes bundling my home and car insurance easy. We save so much.
You want me to get the spray stuff?
Get the spray stuff.
He's up here!
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Pizza lovers know Marco's is the real deal. Real fresh dough, real signature sauce, 3 real cheeses topped with real meats. Now, get another real deal. Unlimited medium one-topping pizzas for $6.99. Marco's. Pizza lovers, get it.
And the whole world is wondering, what's it going to take to stop this U.S. team?
Easy, love. We mark Alex. What about Rose?
Oh, bloody Rapinoe.
Rapinoe scores!
We could get younger players.
They already did that.
We have veteran experience.
Listen to what you're saying.
That is world class.
What's it going to take to stop this U.S. team?
They're faster. Slower.
This precision.
With start.
Good luck with that.
Well, you saw it. The battle continues to rage up front. Ben Rhodes doing an incredible job trying to hold up his teammate, but not so long. Now you see. We'll look at it from the aerial, see what happened here. Zane Smith still back in third. Look at teammates side by side.
Very respectable, too.
Yeah, and that's a tight corner there. You see, he just squeezed down a bit. But down on the inside, now the outside. Switch it around. Majeski just does a great job and steals the lead away from his teammate.
Yeah, if I can hold my own on the outside, then I know I'm going to have a little bit of an advantage when I'm on the inside. And he was able to use that and grab that lead.
Ty Majeski, just the fastest truck on the track the last lap. So he leads Ben Rhodes, Zane Smith, Corey Himes still back there in fourth.
Corey Himes been the second fastest truck, closing in on this trio of leaders, and that number 11.
You're looking for Major League Baseball, the Reds versus Brewers. They're starting over on FS2. Things going a little long over here. We've had a long day already with the rain and now the dries, but back to normal now. 8 laps to go in stage number 2.
See Matt Crafton. Matt Crafton is just outside the top 20. Actually, he made that pass on Tim Hill for the 20th spot after coming down pit road on lap 26.
Connor Daly in the 41. Let's hop on board with him. See what's going on inside that truck. He's currently 24th. That's William Swalich just ahead of him. Watch him work that wheel and using his right hand to shift gears and both feet just all over the brake and the gas. So much going on one of these laps.
Yeah, it's amazing the combination of footwork and hands and work on the throttle. It's amazing now. These guys, you see the full throttle. We wouldn't have seen that early in the race when they were on wet tires, but now they can just hammer it and get after it.
Connor Daly back there in the 23rd spot.
You don't see him using the clutch when he shifts. Some drivers like to give that clutch a little bump when they go to shift gears, but some others don't.
That's how these transmissions are designed. The street car transmission has synchronizer rings. They have what they call dog rings that they click into place. That's why these drivers have to match the engine RPMs with the transmission RPMs. You don't have to do that in a street car.
but you're not going to go this fast either in your street
Probably
car.
not. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Maybe as fast as we did when we were on wet conditions, but not under dry conditions.
You know, you see all this going on, Jamie, with your eyeballs searching the road and turning left and right and using your feet. I mean, there's just so much happening, and then you got a truck in front of you that you're trying to size up and figure out how to get around them. I'm just always amazed at all the decisions a driver has to make around a road course. 13 turns of action.
Just up ahead of him, that bright yellow truck, Matt Crafton, the 88. You saw him. He was on the wet tires. He was the last one on wet tires, came in and got slick, so he's making his way forward.
He's inside the top 20, just a couple of trucks ahead here. You can see Connor's done some off-road. His truck's dirty.
And this is a busy lap. These guys are busy. We saw the footwork, their hands. These guys are busy for a lap here. Is that Sanchez trying to grab a spot on Haley Deegan? That puts Nick up to the 13th spot. Remember, he came down pit road the same lap that Crafton did, and now Sanchez already back up to 13th.
And Deegan's made a couple of good passes over the last 5 or 6 laps. She's made her way inside the top 15, so that's a solid run.
And Haley Deegan finished 10th here last year, so I know she had high hopes coming in. Thor Sport driver. Her little brother, Danger Boy Deegan, got his first win in motocross last weekend, so speed certainly runs in the family. Good to see her having a good day here today.
There's Tanner Gray. Remember, he got the free pass not too long ago.
And there's Will Rogers in the 02. He's joining this battle as well after that big spin he had earlier.
These drivers racing inside the top 16. Will Rogers, that white truck, holding down the 16th spot, the 02.
Thor Sport drivers, talking a lot about them. They're based in Sandusky, Ohio, just north of Mid-Ohio. 5 truckers in the field. Connor Jones joining them for this race.
There's a battle for that 3rd spot. We talked about Corey Hahn being one of the fastest trucks lately. He's there now. That means he's better than the leaders. He's driven up to the back tailgate of Zane Smith.
Michael, we know how fast that truck was yesterday in the dry. Out-qualified first round by 0.8 of a second over his nearest competitor as he tries to grab that 3rd spot.
That's what you do on a road course. You start catching a guy, you want to start showing him that nose. Put it out on the outside of him, into those corners, inside of him, whatever the case may be, and let him know you're there. And then eventually outbreak him, and that's a textbook road course pass there by the 11 of Corey Heim. And you see there's the 5 fastest truck. And that's been the case a couple of 3 laps, Phil, where that fastest has been the 11.
Just to show how good, how consistent Corey Heim has been. He had to miss a race at Gateway just a few weeks ago because of a health issue, and he's still the point leader by 16 coming into this race.
Yeah, the last 6 races, Corey Heim has been outstanding. We talk about the benchmark of 40 points, averaging 40 points a race as a championship season. He's averaged 50 points a race over his last 6 races. Remember, 60 points available as we see Will Rogers trying to make the pass on the 15 of Tanner Gray.
Scott Zipadelli, the crew chief for Corey Heim. Just a dynamic duo between them. Look at these guys go back and forth as Tanner Gray, check that, tries to get around him. Just to hold that spot. Haley Deegan all over him.
Tanner able to hold Will Rogers off.
Will was able to get around Haley. He's got a fast truck. Couldn't quite get it done there against Gray. There you see Austin Wayne Self joining this battle himself. Sorry.
I see what you did there.
Sorry, I couldn't help it. There's that 22. Here's our leaders. Great battles.
Majeski got by Ben Rhodes and has not been able to shake him at all. And then they've got a bigger concern, I think, with that 11 of Corey Heim coming.
I wasn't sure how long it would take Zane Smith to get up there. And around goes the 0-2. That's Will Rogers.
I'd
He
say
had
there
some
was
help.
contact there. They were battling hard. See what happens here.
Austin Wayne Self just dive bombs it into the corner. He completely cleared Haley by the time he got to Will Rogers, and he just couldn't hold it down.
Taylor Gray off course there.
Been quite a day for the Grays. Look at this.
These two just cannot shake each other, and Corey Heim is marching.
Ben Rhodes doing, like I said, Phil, just showing Ty Majeski that nose so that Ty knows I'm here and I can get you. You make one little slip.
I want to move out of his mirror. I want to get out where he can't see me in the mirror anymore. Then he has to wonder where I am.
Ty Majeski still looking for his first win of the season. His teammates all over him. Ben Rhodes wants to take over that lead once again.
Oh, Ben with a bit of a slip there, and Corey comes into the picture. That's how close these guys are battling.
Yeah, just 3 laps to go on this stage. Remember now, there's some stage points available here.
We will have a stage break. Come down pit road, they'll have 3 minutes to work on it, put tires, fuel.
And you know what? The crew chief's probably sitting on the box, maybe even smoking a cigarette saying, you know, I don't have any worries this time. I'm just going to come to pit road, get my tires, and you guys have some fun out there. Last stage break, they're like, holy cow, what am I supposed to do? When did I get tries?
All morning, they were concerned about what was to come with the day, how long that weather would hang around. Because this morning it said rain was going to hang around here until 3:30 in the afternoon, but it cleared out sooner than we planned and or thought. Beautiful day.
Just 2 to go. How about Corey Heim? Can he hold on to that second spot? Ben Rhodes fighting back.
Oh, what a great battle.
Side by side for the second spot. They know, they heard you. Stage points hanging out there. You know, the last time we had to race in the rain and the dry on the wet weather tires, the slicks, you know who won? Corey Heim. Can he get it done today? He's won once already this season. That was at Martinsville.
Wow. Over 160 miles an hour down into that corner, and they continue to run side by side.
That's synchronized driving, isn't it? Just like we saw last year here between Kligerman and Zane. A lot of respect here as they race, and Corey Heim's able to drive away. He's got 2 laps to win this stage, Phil.
Yep.
That battle allowed Ty Majeski to drive off, but I don't think it's over.
Christian Eckes fast as that lap.
Eckes up in the 5th position, as you see there in our pylon. Tyler Ankrum in that 16. Good job for him. Got the big ARCA win yesterday.
How about Friesen? Remember, drop below the cut line after our last race at Nashville, running 6th right here in this stage on the final lap, and Matt DiBenedetto above the cut line fights back to running 8th right now. There's a battle. 6th, 7th, 8th right there.
And Ankrum was all over Friesen as they came through turn 12.
Final lap of stage number 2 here at Mid-Ohio. Ben Rhodes picked up stage win number 1 of the season. Will Ty Majeski pick up this stage?
I think Ankrum did just exactly what you talk about. Pull out a line there. Seeing if maybe he'll give you a little extra room.
You just want to be aggravating. That's, you know, you want that guy not concentrating on his job, hoping he'll slip a tire, and that's why these guys do that. There's the move again. But only this time he took it all the way in there.
Battle for 6th. Tyler Ankrum make it stick. Matty D says, I want a piece of this.
I love these switchbacks here, these S's. So technical. And these guys continue to run side by side.
Oh, Stewart's going to squeeze him a bit.
Leaders making their way to the green and white checkered.
There through Thunder Valley.
There he is, Ty Majeski. Great battle with his teammate, but it pays off. He wins stage number 2 as the battle continues.
Oh, Raja's going to sneak in there, see if he can grab a spot.
They're going to battle side by side all the way right to the line. Look like Raja got him right at the line, cost Matt a point.
Raja brings it home 8th. This is Ty Majeski's 2nd stage win of 2023. His 2nd stage win on a road course. Well, that was exciting.
It was.
Can Ty Majeski hang on? The final stage of this race from Mid-Ohio is coming your way. Welcome back to Mid-Ohio. Beautiful aerial shot there of our second and final road course of the season for the Craftsman Truck Series. Look at that lake out there. Beautiful. Surrounded by the farmland. But there's a reason everything's so green, Phil and Michael.
Yes,
It rains all the
rain.
time. Got rain earlier, wreaked a little havoc, gave us a lot of action.
See, all important stage points there. Tom Majeski almost perfect. A first and a second in the 2 stages, but so important for those guys around the cut line, like Nick Sanchez, Stuart Friesen. You see 8 for Nick, 7 for Friesen.
For those of you looking for baseball, Reds versus Brewers, they are on FS2. Our race is going a little long today.
We've still got a lot of racing to go, a lot of action left as well. We've seen just incredible side-by-side racing here at Mid-Ohio.
27 laps to go. Just a reminder, these are the modified pit stops. So they'll have 3 minutes to make adjustments, take fuel, take tires, and as you see, the officials telling everybody to wait until every truck is parked.
Now this will be the last tire change. Remember now, they were not able to go from dry to dry anytime other at the stage break. So this is the last time these drivers will be able to put tires on. If they have a damaged tire, flat tire, then they can replace it one at a time, but not anymore 4 tires for these guys, Jamie.
And Corey Heim is at the lead of pit lane, also at the lead of the field, as crew chief Scott Zipadelli said that one of their biggest strengths in this race in these conditions that are ever-changing is the fact that their driver, Corey Heim, behind the wheel is smart. He said he uses his brain. He doesn't make unnecessary risk. As far as changes to this truck go, he said obviously we need a fresh set of these Goodyear tires to get us to the end. They're going to top them off with fuel, but they want to keep the truck pretty much as it is. It was fast yesterday. It's been fast so far today, so they're pretty happy with what they have. I want to go back to Ty Majeski in that number 98 machine. His crew chief, David Pepper, or I'm sorry, Joe Shear Jr. telling me that the truck's not perfect right now. He said, by no means do we love the setup that we have, but he said, we also can't fix it. So he's not going to mess with it. He said, it's going to be racy. It's something that's working for Ty right now, and they're still going for that first win, so they don't want to give him anything that's unknown. Amanda?
Yesterday's ARCA winner started 13th on the track all the way up to 7th now. He is making adjustments to this truck. Came in saying that this is wicked tight. I need it to turn, guys. You see 4 slicks going onto that tire and some fuel, but man, battling him to the end of the stage there was the 52 of Stuart Friesen. And not only is he battling for those stage points, he's battling for a place in this playoff. He's popped himself all the way to the 9th in points after coming in at 11th.
Well, I would have called him fool. They said the 98 is not perfect. It certainly looked like it there. She was fast.
I think they're a little bit worried about that 11 of Corey Heim.
Oh, look at those Great Danes.
Majestic.
Majestic. It's a great day to be a fan, hanging out. Now, especially that it's dry. Our director, Roger, knows.
That one's resting.
I'm a dog person. Yes. He's like, man, it's been a long day. Been out here in the rain.
I'm a dog person and a truck person. You put a dog in the back of a truck, that just feels good.
You got it all here. Pit stops wrapping up. The kids, we got one napping and one just waiting for the action. More action from Mid-Ohio after this. Welcome back to Lexington, Ohio. As you see, a beautiful day here. 27 laps to go for the Craftsman Truck Series. This is race number 14, and just 2 races remaining after today before the cutoff. Can you guys believe we're going to know the top 10 who make it onto the playoffs at the end of July?
Yeah, it's hard to believe, but man, what a great battle we have right around that cut line. We talked about at the top of the show. We have 5 drivers within 14 points coming into this race.
I'll tell you what's going to be a good show, Michael. We're going to go side-by-side restarts here. That means the choose is going to be in effect.
We're going to be double file, which opens up a whole nother set of problems, Phil. We've seen guys race side by side respectively and make their way through the track and around the turns tight. The beautiful views from above, side by side, twisting and turning around this racetrack. There's the choose cone, box, arrow.
Remember, we didn't have that here last year.
I like that they have the little box with the sign that says choose, just in case.
Yeah. These guys will probably basically split it. I don't think there's going to be a big...
I don't think you want to give up a row.
Nah, I don't either. I think you go to the inside, which would be the right for turn 1. see Heim just splitting it, not giving up any.
Yeah, turn one's a left-hander.
Yeah, turn one's left, so you're going to be on that side, and then two's a right. So you got to clear them in one to take advantage of that lane. Whoa. This is going to be fun.
So the two up front, Ty Majeski, and actually his teammate Ben Rhodes is in third in the 99. They've combined and led the most laps so far today. Ben Rhodes with 19, Ty Majeski's led 16. Corey Heim has led 4, and Matt Crafton has led 1 lap. Matt Crafton, by the way, up to 16th. Here we go. This is going to be fun. First time today. Double file restarts. Ty Majeski, winner of stage number 2. He's the control truck. We're green once again.
He's did a nice job getting that jump too, as I said. Clear him in turn 1. Can he do that?
Boy, I'm trying to fight up alongside.
Oh,
on the
got a
outside.
spinner. That's Raja.
Raja's around. Is he going to get it going?
Oh, that's Daniel Dye.
Oh,
it is Daniel Dye.
Those trucks look a lot like that Seafoam green.
I think Daniel was able to get out of the gravel trap. Majeski holds on the lead, but Corey Heim's trying to battle back down the long back straightaway, upwards of 165 miles an hour. Then they're going to go down to second gear down here at the end of the straightaway, down to about 70 miles an hour.
Side by side, Corey Heim makes it stick. Corey Heim to the lead. Ty Majeski trying to fight back, but his teammate Ben Rhodes right behind him. Over the curbs they go. Side by side they go, trying to take over that second spot.
Ben made a little bit of contact with Majeski.
Look at Christian Eckes. He's squeezing in this battle. And I said Raja. Ooh, contact back there.
Yeah, Zane just body slammed Christian Eckes a little bit as they got down in that corner.
Stuart Friesen, Tyler Ankrum. There's Raja right behind that battle.
Talked about Ankrum at the very top of the show, Michael. He could be a spoiler when we talk about this playoff grid.
Zane Smith, arguably the best road course racer in the field, won at Circuit of the Americas, has yet to lead today, but started in the back of the pack up to 4th.
You can see the current playoff cut line there left of your screen. It can change every lap with every position.
And it's gonna. These trucks are all over each other. Look at Crafton. Made that pit stop late. He's battling up toward the top 10.
He's the guy that was above the cut line coming into this race. Now he finds himself below the cut line.
Nick Sanchez, Chase Purdy side by side.
Yeah, Chase Purdy, we hadn't said his name all day. He's doing a nice job again, week in and week out, just solid inside the top 10.
How about that great side-by-side battle? Teammates Majeski and Rhodes.
This is for second spot. Love the way these two have been racing each other today. So respectful until then.
Oh, they
get
both
together.
I think it did some damage. Maybe cut down the tire on Ben Rhodes' truck. I'm not sure why it drove off the racetrack.
Ty Majeski. Ty Majeski back on the track. Ben Rhodes now finally making his way back on the track. Right when I said they've been racing each other so respectfully.
Well, we talked about that all day and how as the laps wind down, they're going to get more aggressive. And you're going to see a lot of blocks as well. Guys diving to the inside to try to close doors. And when those blocks are thrown early in the race, you might get away with it, but not anymore.
I think a right front tire is down on Majeski's truck.
Yeah.
So the two running second and third are now back in 20th and 21st, and problems getting bigger for Ty Majeski, as you guys mentioned. You see him right there.
Ben Rhodes.
I mean, I knew why Ben Rhodes went off the racetrack. He was knocked off the racetrack. I figured something must have happened to Majeski.
Here it is right here.
Going to have the contact right here, and it just cut Majeski's tire down right then.
Yeah, Majeski, I know it's his teammate, but he's going to say, man, you squeezed me. And that's what we will see as the race continues. And that is the case. Ben didn't quite have the position, and he turned in, and Majeski was there. And maybe Rhodes could have went up on the curb, but didn't happen.
Ty Majeski on pit lane. Jamie.
Yes, and as he came down pit lane, he was telling the crew, it's got to be the right front. You got to replace that one. He said, but I've got a lot of stuff in the grill. You've got to clean the grill out for me as well. Just before all of this unfolded, I had talked to the team manager for ThorSport, David Pepper, and I asked about team orders. I said, are you guys allowed, are they allowed to go back and forth with each other? He said, absolutely. What they're not allowed to do is make any unnecessary contact. So there will be a meeting about all of this once the race is over. But right now, Ty needs to get back out there and make up whatever ground he can.
Thanks, Jamie. And you saw there, they're only allowed to change the one tire with the issue.
Phil, don't you like talking about the playoff bubble?
Yes.
There's a lot of bubble stuff going on. These guys are all right there.
Yeah. How about freezing right there? De Benedetto, the 25, Ankrum in between, and then Sanchez. That's 3 of the 5 drivers that we had separated by 14 points for the last 3 playoff spots.
And Matt Crafton, after an eventful day, he's trying to join this battle.
Make that 4 of our 5.
Nice move there by Matty D. Grabbing that 6th spot away from Sanchez. Look how tight things are all the way back through the field. Tough day for that blue truck of Carson Hocevar. It's been problem after problem for him.
That's racing, right?
Yeah.
He gets the win, his 2nd career win, goes victory lane at Nashville. First race back, it's just been one of the worst days we've ever seen him have.
Good battle. Chase Purdy, the Ford truck, having a great year. Rajah, the 24, battling. Ran in figure right behind that battle.
Rajah Caruth in the 9th spot got around Chase Purdy.
Haley Deegan right there battling in the 13th position in that 13 truck.
Nice recovery by Tanner Gray as well. He's in the 12th spot.
Jack Wood has found his way into the gravel pit.
I expect the yellow to fly here. As long as they can drive out, they'll keep it green, but if they get stuck, as you see there, no choice but to bring out the caution flag.
I don't think you could ever get stuck and then drive your way out. I think if you could keep your momentum going like we saw Tanner Gray do earlier.
Oh, another truck around there as the caution flies.
Is that Will Rogers in the 0-2? It is.
It's caution out for the 7th time today with 22 laps remaining.
See a lot of damage to the left side of that number 02 truck.
Axle deep right there.
Look how deep that is. Thank goodness they have it, because it certainly catches cars like we saw last week in IndyCar with Simon Pagenaud.
Top of he was by himself, looked like. Just trying to negotiate turn 1. Got away from him. Well, don't look now, but Matt Crafton's being shown in the 8th position, guys.
Yeah, he was about to drive up on that battle for 5th. Fast is Matt Crafton today. We talked about it early. You know, he made his way to the front in a hurry and spun around a couple times. Lost his track position when strategy went awry, but now he's in position to get this thing done.
Well, we just mentioned the sand traps. They are there for a reason, not just to get people stuck, but to, in moments like this, last weekend, Simon Pagenaud. Look at the momentum, the force, the speed.
One of the most unbelievable things that I've seen here lately.
But that, you're right, Jamie, that sand, that gravel, it just takes that momentum away every time it hits and digs into it, and that's why it's there.
That would have been so much worse without that gravel. Watch this onboard.
This is just, it literally is unbelievable. Thank goodness for the tethers on the wheels, the halo, and there he is walking away. Simon Pagenaud able to walk away. He was not cleared to race on Sunday, and it was Connor Daly who got the call and raced that car for Meyer Shank Racing.
You know, obviously, fortunately, most people don't get turned over in their lives, whether it be a street car or whatever, but I know Michael and I both have, and it's the flipping is not really the bad thing, it's the landing. And every time that we saw and heard Simon's car land 3 or 4 times during those flips, and that's what hurts.
I remember I flipped over at Daytona one day in the Busch car, and it flipped and it flipped and it flipped, and I was hanging on, and it wasn't hurting like you said, but I'm like, okay, I get the point. We can stop flipping over now. It just seemed like it was never going to stop. Those things are scary when you're in the middle of them, and it's nice to be able to look back and see Simon walk off like he did.
That sand is like 6 to 8 inches deep as they try to pull out Will Rogers, who was having a great day.
All day long. Fast.
Christian Eck is doing a nice job today, running third. What does his crew chief have to say, Amanda?
Jamie, I'm with Charles Denike, as you said. Christian Eck is crew chief. And I talked to Christian ahead of this race, and he was saying that he thinks that the 11 and him are the best trucks out here this season. He's going to have a shot at it on this restart. Does the truck have it?
Yep, here we are, the 11, the 38, and the 19. The Napa Auto Care Gates Hydraulic Chevrolet is really good. Christian's doing a great job. We got a little bit of damage patched up there on that last stop, and long run pace is really good. 21 laps to go here, and we were as fast as anybody at the end of that second stage. So I think it's us and the two in front to the end of the race here, hopefully.
When he was talking about racing in the rain, he also said that I'm terrible at it. How did you talk him through that first stage?
Well, we survived. I've got two really good spotters out there that coach him a lot. Brett Anderson and Michael Self done a great job helping him figure out how to get through the rain, and we just needed to maintain and get to the sun, and that's what we did.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you. Jamie?
Charles Denike, well spoken. Thanks for the little insight there on how their day has been. And
They
made it out.
Yeah. Michael Self is a former ARCA champion and a road racer. That was his background. Michael Self is a great road racer. He's a good one to have on the radio with Christian.
I think he's actually an instructor, a driving instructor.
Yes, yeah.
So yes, he wasn't kidding when he said he's got a good spotter up there. He's got a couple of good ones. Here's Jack Wood stopped on the track. Last restart. Gotta love Daniel Dye. Brings us the great action. Oh, you're going the wrong way. We'll be back. Corey Heim leads it. Welcome back to Mid-Ohio. You're watching the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. What an eventful day it's been. Certainly, if you've been watching since the beginning, it was raining. Now it's beautiful and dry. How about some more action? What turn 4? There's no turn 4 in Pocono. That's where we're headed next in just 2 weeks.
Love Pocono. Boy, these trucks put on a great show there. The draft is so important at Pocono. Two really, really long straightaways.
The tricky triangle. Chandler Smith got that win last year, so I would assume KBM's going to be pretty good.
That should be pretty good, yeah.
They got a good driver, too.
By the way, yeah, Kyle Busch.
Yeah.
He'll be back behind the wheel.
Let's choose it up here, Jamie.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Not a whole lot of movement last time.
So many fun runs to talk about. I mean, we knew how fast Corey was going to be, especially when it dried out because of the way he ran yesterday. And he's proven to be the class of the field, but right on his heels, nipping at him. Several fast trucks.
But how about the two ThorSport trucks that we had battling up for the lead for most of this race? The 99 of Ben Rhodes, the 98 of Majeski. No longer in contention, but there's their ThorSport teammate, Matt Crafton. Yeah, he was the only guy on wet tires and had to give up that track position, and now he's getting it back here, top 10.
Looks like he's been running over Eldora in this part of the country.
You know, Matt Crafton's never won on a road course before.
Let's
Doing
go.
a heck of a job today as we go green once again.
Finished second once, but it's been 100 years ago.
Corey Heim, Zane Smith, Christian Eckes, great job, and Stuart Friesen from the back to the front.
Friesen going to make it 3 wide. He's thinking about it.
I think he was blocking as much as he was thinking about diving in there. That's what you got to do. You lose a little bit of momentum. These other guys are going to jump on you.
They'll pounce on it right away.
Look at Eckes, but it's going to be Friesen. Great move by Stewart.
Good battle right there. Crafton, that yellow truck. De Benedetto, as well as Sanchez. All 3 guys right around the cut line, racing together.
Oh, look at them stack up there.
A really slow corner. We have 3 corners on this racetrack that are less than 50 miles per hour.
All the way up to 160.
60, 65.
Got high speed and very technical sections of this course.
And very tight racing. As you see, Chase Purdy all over the back. Matty D sideways.
That's back there battling for the top 10. 9th, 10th, 11th right there.
Brandon Finger, the 23, on the outside of his teammate Rajah Caruth in the 24.
Haley Deegan wanting to pounce right there as these guys race side by side. She gets a little bit sideways.
Tanner Gray's going to try to take advantage of that.
Grant Enfinger side by side with Raja Karuth. Raja, we've talked a lot about him today. He has just battled after spinning 4 or 5 times earlier in this race.
It's a battle for the 10th spot with his teammate.
Trying to squeeze in there.
Oh no, Brett Holmes is stuck in the beach.
Not again. He's stuck for sure. The caution will fly.
Yep, same place that we saw the 51 get stuck.
Right by the choose area. You see the choose cone up there, top right of your screen. And the sign that tells you choose.
Yes. Well, on an oval, your spotter's right there and can see the choose and can help you with that. And here, not everybody has another spotter.
Yeah. I was talking to one of the teams that actually has a spotter just in this area for the choose area.
Have you seen him spin yet?
No.
Well, maybe that's a good move.
Yeah, exactly.
There's the spotters, or some of them. They're scattered everywhere.
Yeah, that's over by China Beach.
Guess if you're an aspiring spotter, this is a good place to call up the team and say, hey, I volunteer. Because all the professional guys that do it every Sunday are down in Atlanta, so a little bit different for these.
There's a few of those guys there that aren't doing the Saturday race. They'll actually fly home tonight and then fly to Atlanta in the morning for the Cup race tomorrow.
It's a busy couple of days for those spotters.
I mean, Coleman Presley's here, Josh Williams, Zane Smith spotter, Ryan Blaney's normal spotter are here.
And a great golfer too.
Josh Williams is pretty good, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
Me either.
Me and Phil are we're the worst avid golfers you ever met, and we're proud to admit it.
We love it, and it's just not very good.
This has been quite the day for Matt Crafton. I don't think those positions really tell the story, because he was up in the top 10 and then back to the outside the top 20 and just back and forth. Then the strategy really didn't play out the way they thought it would, but yet he's battled his way back inside the top 10.
Jamie, what's J-Rod, his crew chief, thinking right now?
Well, if you look back at just that last restart that we had, Matt Crafton was down in 8th. Now he's moved himself up to 6th, what has put him in the 10th position in terms of playoff points right now, 1 point ahead of Stuart Friesen. We're in the closing stages of this race. What do you say to Crafton to make sure everything stays calm and you get to that checkered flag?
I actually just told him to be on defense a little bit here. You know, he's racing up front with some good guys, but they're all blocking and being pretty aggressive. So we just need to have a good points day, come out here with a top 5 finish.
Made something of nothing today, you guys. We'll see how it plans out.
Well, and Jamie, every point counts as you look at as they run right now. Matt Crafton is out on the cutoff. He's in 10th by 1 point over Stuart Friesen, so they got to keep him calm.
Somebody's going to get spun out. Somebody's going to get their feelings hurt. There's just no way around it. You see how tight things are here at this short track of a road course, and there's just too many opportunities to try to squeeze inside a guy, and that guy try to squeeze you off, and you just don't take it.
That's why the trucks don't run Watkins Glen, but I used to say Watkins Glen was a super speedway of road courses. This is a short track of road courses.
I'm waiting for Zane Smith to get up there and take the lead. We haven't seen it yet today. Up 26 spots since the start of the race, but Stuart Friesen gets the trophy for most positions gained from the start of the race, and that's 31.
See, Will Rogers, the 02, is going to get the free pass. You see him going by our leader, who will go by the pace truck to catch up with the back of the field.
And Carson Hocevar talked about the day he's had, probably one of the worst days that he's had this season, but he's still on the track. He was down 2 laps at one point, took the wave around, got the free pass. Now he's shown in the 26th spot. Amanda, what are you hearing on Landon Lewis making his Truck Series debut today?
Yeah, take a look at that 04 running in the top 15. I talked to him prior to the race, and he said this was just going to be a learning day for him, and boy, was it. I can't wait to hear how Landon talks about his first Craftsman Trucks race. But we showed him alongside Ron Hornaday yesterday, talking him through. He's a mentor to Landon Lewis, and when I talked to Ron earlier, he kind of chuckled and said, Amanda, I've been trending overnight comparing Landon to Jimmy Johnson and Kevin Harvick, but I believe in this kid. He has immense drive and willpower, and I'm sure Ron's going to have just a lot of praise to Landon after this race.
Are those pink headsets?
What about Ron Hornaday talking about getting trending?
I like that.
Wasn't sure you'd know what that meant.
What a great mentor, though. He believes so highly, as Amanda said, in this kid. Such a nice kid.
I tell you what, and he's made a believer of me, Phil, because he's been solid in this truck and just goes out and does a nice job, just like Ron Hornaday said. He's very much a student of the game and has made some great gains during the race today.
He won on the road course earlier this year in the West Series. As a matter of fact, his first 4 races in the West Series this year, he finished second, and first.
Wow.
Pretty consistent.
17-year-old out of Ocean Isle Beach, North Carolina, in the 14th spot. Great day for him. So 16 laps to go. Corey Heim has led 14 laps and continues to lead here with Zane Smith next to him. Christian Eckes, Stuart Friesen, Tyler Ankrum. What does he have for the boys in the closing laps?
We know he knows how to get it done on a road course. We saw him do it yesterday.
There's that number 16 truck. Just thinking, how can I get past 4 more trucks and do just what I did yesterday?
There he is earlier in the race, taking the lead from the 15, and then just runs off the racetrack on a restart in turn 1. He said he thought he'd given it up. Then he goes here to grab the lead back from Dean Thompson.
And then drove away.
Drove off to victory.
You see the margin of victory there. Great run by Tyler Ankrum.
Big key there when he got in the sand trap, drove right through it. There's that pup. That's his sister's pup. Those are the best kind of victory lane pictures.
He's pup sitting.
He's pup sitting. And he's at the racetrack. That's pretty cool.
Could he go back to back?
Well, it'd be big for his season. You know, it's been an up and down season, but in this format, you win and you're in.
That's right. Phil has done a great job of tracking, as we love to do here at Fox NASCAR, that bubble battle. And, you know, there's 4 or 5 guys that are just right there, but Ankrum has the speed to jump up and win a race. And all of a sudden, some guy that thinks maybe he's just going to point his way in, not going to happen now.
They're choosing. It's Corey Heim, Zane Smith on the front row. This ought to be a good battle.
See that bright yellow truck? That's Matt Crafton. Been a great day for Matt. He's lined up on row 3.
Talked about the playoffs, 2 more races after this. So the end of July will be the Richmond race, where we'll lock in those top 10 who will go for the championship. And then we'll have 10 drivers, 7 races.
Here we go again.
11 truck of Corey Heim's been tough to beat. Started the race on the pole. He leads him here as we go green.
Nice start by that 11. Look at him pull it out there.
Not going to have to worry about anybody getting beside him getting in turn 2.
Matt Crafton all over the back of Stuart Friesen. Gave him a big push. Oh, and Stuart gets in too deep. Hit the back of Zane Smith.
Christian Eckes gets shuffled back a couple spots.
Zane's going to recover and hold on to that 2nd spot.
Matt Crafton.
Tyler Ankrum side by side behind that side-by-side battle between Eckes and Friesen.
Stuart Friesen trying to hold off the 88 of Matt Crafton.
Look at Ankrum squeezing in there.
Ankrum right there in the 16. Nick Sanchez is there. Nick Sanchez, the rookie, had a streak of a few races where he wasn't finishing races. And Danny Stockman, his crew chief, said you just need to finish. Back it down in order to finish these races, and he's done that. He's finished in the top 10 the last 3 straight races. Looking for another one here, running 8th.
15 laps to go. This is where you take a little more room and give a little less room.
Yeah, and that's why we see people at the beach stuck in the sand, because of that aggression. Big advantage yesterday in qualifying for that 11 truck, and when the race started, under wet conditions, we didn't see this kind of speed, but ever since we went to slicks and the track's dried out, he's been the class of the field again.
How about 3 wide? Grant Enfinger, the 23 to the inside, makes it work.
Beautiful orange JBL Toyota right there. That's Tanner Gray. He was down a lap at one point, drove all the way through the beach at one point, and now he just found himself in the 10th spot.
On the outside there of that side-by-side battle on the top of the screen, that's Connor Daly. He's making some progress here late.
Yes, and Tanner Gray's done a great job of putting his head down after the troubles that they had early on. He told me before this race started that they really just needed to clean it up a little bit. They've had too many mistakes over the last several races. They said we need to put ourselves in better positions, just be a little bit smarter. His crew chief, Jermaine Donnelly, told him during that last stint, he said, you can't do anything if you don't keep the truck on the racetrack. So Tanner put his head down, and he's done just that. He's making up ground now.
What about making up ground, Phil? Ben Rhodes right on the tailgate of Gray. He's got a really fast 99 truck. We've seen that all day. Had that run in with his teammate, but look how much faster he is than Gray right there as he tries to get to the inside.
Trying to grab that 10th spot. Move him up another position.
Ben Rhodes, he's led the most laps today, 19, and he slipped back, I believe, to 22nd. And as you just mentioned, making hay now, back trying to get in that 10th spot. He's trying to pick up 9th spot now.
We know how good that truck is and has been, and he's showing it right now.
Rajah trying to squeeze a spot away from Gray.
Teammate Grant Enfinger for Rajah right behind him at 23.
Haley Deegan, I've talked about her a few times today. She's just got a lot of speed, trying to crack the top 10. Been really close to it all day long.
10th here last year, right?
Yes.
Best road course finish ever for a female in the series.
You know, that's fun when you got a little bit of gap like that, Phil. Connor Daly's 10-12 truck links. Oh, she hops her, and off goes the Gray truck.
Rajah Caruth gets into the 15. Can he drive through the sand again?
Well, he's trying. If he can keep it moving.
I got to say, I'm so much pulling for him.
He's doing a nice job of keeping the wheels straight. He's going to do it. He's going to do it again.
How does he do that? Yes, he was a drag racer.
Yeah, nobody better off the line than Tanner Gray.
Well done.
Now if he can just
He's
hit
taking
the brakes
some of it with him.
and get all that gravel off his nose, or he'll have to come to pit road. Should fall off, right, Phil?
Yeah, a lot of it's falling off right now. You can see it. There's a little bit of you can see a little bit of an opening there for air.
Did he get squeezed?
He got squeezed completely off the track right here. Look at Rajah. Rajah actually took his line completely away.
Caution is out.
Oh, man. I'm having fun watching this green flag racing.
Ooh. The 0-2, Will Rogers off the course. The 22 back in the field for the first time this season. That's Austin Self.
We heard on that last caution flag that the 22 was penalized for speeding. We saw him battling up in and around the top 10 earlier in the race, but had to restart towards the tail of the field on this last restart after the last caution. And unfortunately, somehow he and Will Rogers have gotten together with a 0-2.
That's off to the track crew.
They've been busy.
They've been busy the last 2 days for sure. He's been busy too.
Maybe a break for Gray. Come in, get that grill cleaned off.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Because he's just about falling to the back of the lead lap truck. So nothing to lose for Tanner to come to pit road.
So let's see what happened here. Way back there in the distance. There it is, the start of it.
Looked like the 22 just drove into the side of the 0-2. Now there could have been something that happened that precipitated that.
And maybe the 0-2 didn't know the 22 was in there.
Could have pinched him.
Turned in and pinched him.
Yeah.
It's just a little far away for me to tell.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting Self's truck pulled out there pretty quickly. They'll have to dig a little deeper to get Will Rogers from the sand.
Tyler Ankrum has done a heck of a job today, running 5th right now, Amanda.
With his crew chief Doug Randolph, and it's really win or bust for Tyler's chance in the playoff. He comes from the win yesterday, said he was going to go for it today. In terms of doubling up, are you just going to let the reins off of the 16?
Oh yeah, he's doing all he can out there, struggling with a little bit of a tight truck right now, but he knows obviously from yesterday what it takes to win, and he's going for it today.
Jamie?
For Zane Smith, he started this race off in that 28th position with that transmission issue yesterday. Chris Lawson, the crew chief, you guys have been working on it all day. He's been able to drive all the way up into second, but he's not happy right now. What do you guys have for Corey Heim in that number 11?
I don't think, honestly don't think enough. So it's just going to be on Zane if he can dig down deep and make it happen right here. Maybe a good restart, Corey makes a mistake or something. I think that's going to be about that, all we got for him.
It's going to be all up to Zane, he said, but remember that smile on Zane's face. He loves road racing, Jamie.
That's right, Jamie. We talked about it. He grew up road course racing, and when he knows that this one was coming up, he's been smiling all week. We'll see what he can do with it. Well, Corey Heim, Zane Smith are leading. I'm hungry. It's been a long day. Let's run out and get us some burgers. We'll be back from Mid-Ohio. Well, turned out to be a beautiful day here in Mid-Ohio. We needed the umbrellas earlier for the rain. Now we need the umbrellas and the little shelter for the sun. Some grilling out there, some beers. It's a good time.
That's America, isn't it?
Happy summer, y'all.
A few beers, a little bit of barbecuing, and some truck racing. Speaking of trucks, let's hop on my truck, and I'm going to drive you from Nashville, where Carson Hocevar took the checker flag, right up to Mid-Ohio.
Where are you going from here?
I think I'm going to leave here and head up to Pocono. It's wonderful in Pocono in the summertime. It's the honeymoon capital of America.
Then come south.
Yeah, on my way home, I'm going to stop at Richmond.
Yeah.
That pickup truck's going to get a workout.
Pocono and their heart-shaped jacuzzis, right?
Yeah, we're inside of 10 laps to go here.
We are.
Well, I like the call from Lawson. Zane Smith, it's all up to him. We don't think that our truck is quite good enough to compete with the 11, but it's all about the driver, the skill.
Number 11 celebrated his 21st birthday this week, and how much cooler would it be to
take a trophy home?
Yeah, or maybe even have a beer we talked about in Victory Lane. I can have a beer in Victory Lane.
Yeah. Corey Heim has been so strong this year. I mentioned that huge win at Martinsville when he beat Kyle Busch, and that, you know, that doesn't happen all that often. Last 6 races, all top 5 finishes.
And he's rejoining.
And averaging over 50 points.
Crazy success for that team.
Yeah, Corey Heim, just looking at the stats, he's led about 362 laps this season. It's been a great year for Christian Eckes, 2-time winner, driving for Bill McAnally. New team for him this year. That's been a great.
Remember, crew chief said they thought they had the long run truck. Unfortunately, we haven't had that many long runs, but he's certainly in position.
Ben Rhodes went for that slide through the grass after contact with his teammate. Now he's in the top 10, so he's battled back. He's got something to say about who's going to win this race, I bet.
Been really impressed with Friesen, too, the comeback from starting last after all the issues he had yesterday. Up here in contention, up in the top 5.
Curious to see if Rajah Caruth, shown 11th right now, can solidify a top 10 today. He sure deserves it after all the effort he's put into this day.
Matt Crafton, remember, Matt Crafton gave up track position, last guy to come and put the dry tires on, and he finds himself back up here in the top 6.
All right, everybody stay out of the beach. Let's have a 10-lap shootout here. Corey Heim, Zane Smith. What a great restart once again for Corey Heim. Great launch.
Oh, contact already. See the beating and banging. And there goes round Rajah.
Rajah Caruth right in the middle. He gets hit again.
And there goes more trucks stuck.
Brett Holmes around. Trying to see who just went through. Looked like maybe Spencer Boyd through the sand.
But Brett's stuck. He's not going to be able to go anywhere.
Big debris out there on the track.
Bring out another caution. Zane looked like he was a little bit off on that start. He's obviously lost the second spot. And how about Crafton up there racing Zane for that third spot?
Zane's going to send it, though, isn't he?
He is.
Just deep into that turn and gets that spot back from Matt as Ankrum tries to get around Friesen.
I think they're going to let these guys race around a little bit. Obviously, we knew the caution was going to have to come out, but they let these guys race for several corners. I think it was a good call.
Caution for Brett Holmes right there, who is stuck. 10th caution today.
See a lot of debris on the racetrack as well, so even if Brett wasn't stuck in the dirt, then they were still going to have to throw that caution flag for the debris.
There's the debris you speak of, Phil. Is that a brake cooler?
Looks like brake ducts, brake fan, yeah.
And it came from...
Might have come out of that truck right there.
This truck, because you can see the front end is really banged up.
Let's take a look at the restart.
Kind of starts when they bunch up, Phil.
Yeah.
You see up front, as they get into the corner, everybody gets together.
Yeah, 3 wide. Yeah, that was... Haley Deegan made it 3 wide. She made contact with the truck in the middle, and then that truck made contact with Raja and turned him around. See the black truck poking out on the right side of your screen. I believe it was maybe Taylor Gray that she might have made contact with and forced him in.
I think some big contact for Dean Thompson, too. I believe that's who hit Raja.
Meanwhile, it was 3 wide, almost 4 wide up front.
Begs the question.
Riding on board with Connor Daly.
Good gas and go. He's able to squeeze to the bottom. When somebody spins in the middle of the field like that, you just have to ask yourself, where was Daniel Dye? you have to think he was somewhere, and there's that damage I saw from Dean Thompson's truck. There's
Thompson.
Daniel.
Gosh, what a day he had yesterday. I mean, we thought he had a shot at winning it right at the end. He had a wreck with a teammate.
Yeah, teammate took him out, waited for him and took him out, unfortunately, on the last lap.
Now, you see, this sort of sums up this race to me.
A little bit of dirt, a broken lens.
The only thing we need is some water to wash it off with, and we would have everything covered. But again, as expected, Daniel Dye drove right through that mess, and he's made his way back up inside the top 20. It's been a tough day for the kid out of DeLand, Florida, but at least he's still rolling. Unfortunately for Dean Thompson, it's over.
Yeah, tough break.
Push that truck back into the garage. But Christian Eckes on that restart. He was all over Zane Smith. Got the spot, so he's shown in second place. Amanda, what is Connor Daly's crew chief thinking?
With the two-time Truck Series champion Mike Hillman Jr. on the call for Connor Daly here this weekend, and said that you were still struggling with some of that power steering issue. Just working with Connor through this issues, how is that relationship built?
Oh, it's going good. He's done a heck of a job all day, battling through the steering issues, and been to the back once, started in the back, so we've passed a lot of trucks, and we're trying to get back up here in the top 15 and see what the end gives us.
Connor told me ahead of this weekend that this truck ride was confirmed kind of after the 500. Is there further plans for Connor?
I'm not sure what's next for Connor, but he's doing a great job in our Unishipper Chevy, so hopefully we can go get him here at the end.
Thank you, Mike. Jamie?
Well, it is Corey Heim and that number 11 that everybody is chasing. He's led 22 laps today. Scott Zipadelli, you're the crew chief, told me this is a new road course package you guys have been working on since back in COTA. He wasn't a fan of it initially. What's different? Why is it working now?
I don't want to share that, but he's probably still not a big fan of it. It's a little bit loose in the high-speed stuff, but it turns better now in the short, slow stuff. So he's doing a great job. The crew's done an amazing job. It's been a kind of a chaotic day with the rain in and out and all, but can't thank everybody enough at Tricon Garage and Safelite and TRD. Toyota Pro's really good, and hopefully we can finish this off.
All of the partners, the team members that you rattle off there, they make the sport go around, really. And you lost your driver for one of the races earlier this year. Despite that, still leading the regular season points. You made the decision to come over here to crew chief for him. Why?
I just needed a change. You know, I think you get somewhere, you stay there for maybe too long, you might get complacent, and I just felt like I needed a change, regenerate, you know, just kind of try something new challenge. And I didn't know I was going to be working with Corey when I came over here, but very pleased that they put us together, and hopefully we win some more races and try to win this championship for TRD and all of our sponsors.
It's a solid partnership that has plenty of good things to come, Jamie.
It was a great decision by Scott Zipadelli to say yes to that opportunity and then to get paired up with Corey Heim. These two, I think, they have a big future ahead. Well, we're hoping this is the last caution of the day. 7 laps to go. Can Corey Heim hang on? No, Michael? We're going to have more? Welcome back to the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. We're glad that you're with us and hanging it out. It's been a long one. There's been a lot of eventful moments.
A lot of action, a lot of side-by-side racing too, and now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, and these guys aren't giving anymore. It's all take.
You know, one of the upsides to all the cautions is hearing from the crew chiefs, getting to see the faces of the guys behind these trucks.
William Sawalich. I always worry about saying his last name right, and I screw up his first name. I'm so focused on Sawalich, I can't even say William.
Well, we better get used to it, Michael. I think we're going to be hearing about this kid for a while.
Yeah, he's been impressive. That 9th place finish at Martinsville, of all places, one of the toughest tracks on the circuit in his debut at 16 years of age. That shows you what kind of talent that young man has.
Running the ARCA Menard Series, but he's only 16, so he can't run all of the races on the national circuit.
2nd place yesterday.
Yep.
One of our 6 drivers that did double duty.
Smart driver, smooth driver.
He won at Berlin just a few weeks ago in the ARCA Menard Series. He's got 2 wins this year in the East Series. Berlin for that championship.
Berlin is one tough short track too.
Berlin, Michigan. Yeah. Bumped Jesse Love with about 2 laps to go to get that win that Jesse Love had dominated that race.
When you say bumped, that's allowed, right? That's part of racing these days. You're going to bump.
Depends on which end of the bump you're on.
You just don't want to get run over.
Yes.
If you bump and keep it straight, it's okay?
Well, I don't know. I don't think Jesse Love appreciated the bump, truthfully.
You just got to expect it these days.
Yeah, it's the world we live in now.
Yeah.
It's different than what it was when you and I started.
Certainly.
Speaking of Jesse Love, what a great job he did in his debut just a few weeks ago at Gateway. Was actually filling in for Corey Heim in the 11 truck.
And I like the way he went about it. Just, you know, easily stepped into that truck at St. Louis and just got better and better every lap, and at the end was as good as he was all day. Just was really patient and learned and took advantage of that opportunity.
That kid is so good. He's already won 4 times in 8 races in the ARCA Menard Series.
See, what they're doing here is they're choosing.
Is that why it says C-H-O-O-S-E?
Yeah,
choose.
Oh, we're coming to our Craftsman 5 to go.
Let's run 5 laps without a caution. Can we do it, Michael?
Yes, we can.
Well, we
changed your attitude.
I said we can, Jamie. You got to listen closely when I talk.
They can't see your face, though.
He was shaking his head. I'll tell you that.
I think we're going to see more contact.
We're going to see more contact for sure.
Things are ramping up. Got Christian Eckes up there starting on the outside of Corey Heim, who just had a great restart. See what he has here starting on the front row. Zane Smith, look at Matt Crafton.
Tyler Ankrum trying to get the best of Matt Crafton.
See ya, Corey Heim. Gosh, shot out of a cannon, but here comes Zane Smith. He said they didn't think they had a truck good enough to hang with the 11. It's all going to be on their driver. 3 wide.
Taylor Gray gets turned to the infield.
And he's going to come back up. Everybody squeezes by.
Right next to his brother, Tanner Gray.
Great battle here going down to the China Beach. There's 3 wide, almost 4 wide for a moment for 4th.
Zane on the outside. Look who's coming on the back there, that Candy Apple Red 99. That's Ben Rhodes. Look at the dives.
I don't think he's motivated after leading so much of this race.
Matt DiBenedetto in the mix in the 25 right there. He's one of those bubble boys we talked about right now. 7 to the good.
He just wants to keep it straight, Jamie. Just nobody run into me and knock me off the track, and I'll continue my top 10 streak. See Grant Enfinger, he's been very aggressive today, fighting his way back to the front.
There's Majeski, the other Thor Sport truck that was involved in that incident with Ben Rhodes.
Chase Purdy to the inside of Haley. And they'll race off turn 13 side by side. Rhodes around Ankrum, another spot toward the front.
Ben Rhodes up to the 7th spot.
We can run one more lap, Phil. We can sort it out and finish this thing under green, but man, it's so tight right now.
Sanchez moves to the inside of Ankrum. Majeski right behind him. Majeski getting by the 23 of Enfinger. Now Enfinger's going to fight back.
Jake Garcia squeezing in there.
How about Ty Majeski back there fighting for a top 10 right now after having that incident going around with his teammate Ben Rhodes at the front of the field. They're both making a great comeback. You see the 99 right there shown in 8th spot trying to get around Matt DiBenedetto.
You see that gap in front of Matt Crafton. You got to be careful when those gaps open up in front of you. If you got people stacked up behind you, you're the weak link in the chain, and people try to take advantage of that. Kraft can just drive away from DiBenedetto.
I think right now Matt has to worry about that 99 of Ben Rhodes.
We've talked all day about how fast he is.
There's the gap right there from your leader, Corey Heim. Zane Smith just over a second behind him.
Tell you what, seeing them trucks bouncing around those curves and coming up off those tight turns, that's fun to watch. Typico, and that's fun to say.
Majeski up into the top 10 in that 98 truck.
Crafton with a bit of a gap back to Benedetto as he tries to block Rhodes. And there's going to be a bump.
And Rhodes is there side by side with DiBenedetto. That is for the 6th spot.
Nick Sanchez trying to come along.
Ben Rhodes was such a good truck today, led 19 laps, but Corey Heim, the current leader, has now led the most laps today. Look at this battle.
Ty Majeski gets around Ankrum.
Ankrum's truck has fallen off a little bit in the last few laps.
And there you see DiBenedetto falling off of Rhodes.
Going to stay in front of Sanchez, though. Remember, all those trucks, DiBenedetto, Sanchez, all involved with that playoff cut line. Matt Crafton as well.
This is tense racing, isn't it?
It is. Knowing
what's on the line, especially when you're racing the guys you're up against in points.
2 laps to go here at Mid-Ohio. Can Corey Heim hang on? Can William Sawalich hang on and get back on course?
He got through the dirt, back on the racetrack. Good job, William. We stay green.
Oh, and he goes to the pit. Last couple of laps. The 38 truck has matched the pace of our leader, Corey Heim. Corey could just be looking at the gap and managing it. You certainly don't want to take too many chances. Here's what happened to the one. William Sawalich just
just way too hard into the corner.
Just overshot it.
Overshot the sand.
Well, that's a good thing.
Yes. We stay green.
We stay green, and we're going to see this thing settled.
Corey Heim just wants to get to that start finish line one more time before the caution comes out. He gets there and takes the white flag. That means the next flag will end it.
This was the position that the 38 was in last year at this race, but he was able to close that gap, and he and Parker Kligerman just battled it out. Can he get any closer to Corey Heim? That 11 truck is just so stout. Scott Zipadelli doing an incredible job bringing this truck here, overcoming the odds. The white flag is out. Last lap here.
2/10 better the last time by for Zane Smith.
These two are checking out. Christian Eckes 4 seconds back.
Haley Deegan she was inside the top 20. There goes Landon Lewis. We saw him off the road.
Haley Deegan was knocking on the door for a top 10, but she's had a couple runoffs here.
Corey Heim just needs to keep it on the road. He has a second lead on Zane.
And Zane's just thinking, slip a wheel. Look at how hard Zane drives down into the corner.
Everything that these truckers have gone through today, getting on an absolutely drenched racetrack, everybody spinning out, going through the beach. Look at how perfect that 11 truck is. Doesn't look like it has a scratch on it. Has just done a perfect job today. Corey Heim leading his 30th lap today.
Oh man, you can just taste it when you get that close, can't you, Phil? You said, please slide your tires off once and I'll be there.
Zane Smith says that carrot is there. I just don't know if I have enough time to get it.
Still going to be 5 in a row top 2 finishes for Zane on road courses.
Corey Heim, the 21-year-old out of Marietta, Georgia, makes his way down and he does it. Corey Heim wins at Mid-Ohio. His second win of the season.
Yeah, there goes that net down. Celebration to begin. The 21-year-old.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, that's the way to spend a few days after your birthday. Going to victory in a NASCAR race.
He got his grandfather clock just the other day, right?
Yes, he did.
From Martinsville.
Tick-tock.
Zane Smith hangs on to the second spot for the second straight year here. Christian Eckes, Stuart Friesen, comeback award.
I love that. Give another comeback award to the 2 guys behind him, or the 3 behind him.
Yeah, right.
Rhodes, Crafton, and Majeski all went to the back at some point.
I know there's going to be a talk between those 2 teammates at Thorsport, but maybe it'll be lessened a little bit because they were able to fight back and finish 5th and 7th.
And there's the 14th place finisher, Daniel Dye. He's a short end of the stick of this battle late. Oh. They're coming to look at this mess.
How about Hocevar? Going to grab a few spots, end up finishing 12th, spent some of this race 2 laps down.
How in the world did Hocevar bring it home 12?
Look at this. Daniel says, I can't see, but I think I'm making good time.
Daniel Dye shown as 14th.
And he had an adventurous race as well. So many great stories inside the top 20 of just perseverance.
Totally.
What about Connor Daly and Marco Andretti, 18th and 19th together?
Both had some runoffs. Expected to see them be a little bit better, but it was just adverse conditions today.
You know, and if we told Corey Heim all the stuff that was going on, he'd say, I didn't really see a whole lot of it.
I didn't see any of that.
Pretty average race for me. It wasn't that wild.
What's the farthest back he ever was today? Fourth,
maybe?
Yeah.
He's going to go do a burnout on his birthday week.
Like you said, that truck looks immaculate, Jamie.
Yeah, most of the trucks look like they raced Eldora, and his looks perfect. Hello. Congratulations.
Corey Heim. I mean, we said it coming into here. He's leading just about every category you can lead in the truck series this year. So focused.
I mentioned the last 6 races he had averaged over 50 points, which is really almost unheard of. He earns 56 points today. 7 races now he's averaged about 51 points a race. That is so significant too. With only 60 points available per race.
He gets most all of them, doesn't he?
He does. He does. He gets his good share of it.
So he just picks up some more points, adds to that win column.
You know, when you think about Pocono, where we're going next, it's got a lot of road course tendencies for these drivers. You know, 3 distinctively different
it's a
corners.
road course with 3 left-hand turns.
That's right. And so, who are you going to make the favor?
I was just going to ask you, does that make Corey Heim the favorite?
I mean,
well, that other guy that's going to be there is going to be pretty good, but
you know, he put that other guy away at Martinsville earlier this year, which was impressive. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a great battle.
How about for the championship? You call Corey Heim the favorite?
I think we have to right now.
and Zane Smith a close second, just like he was today in this race. So we got a couple of guys that we think are going to race for the championship, 1-2 today.
2 seconds in a row for Zane after going through a little bit of a hard time.
Did you
Saw
see
what
it?
he did. Time.
It's time, baby. It's time to celebrate.
Time for the second time this season. Gets it done. Well, Jamie Howe, it's always fun to get to talk to the winner straight out of the truck. You've got him.
Yes, and that helmet is now off as he crossed that checkered flag line. The word from Scott Zipadelli over the radio, Corey, it was, "You are the man." You said this one goes to all the guys in the shop. To put this truck together, unknown conditions for the win. What does that mean to you as a driver?
Yeah, I mean, just unbelievable. I mean, we came here with high expectations I felt like I did a good job last year just staying up front. But I put in the work to be able to go from a third-place truck to a winning truck, and this Safelite Tundra TRD Pro was every bit of that today. So huge thank you to Tricon Garage, David Gillen, Shane Gray, and the Grain family. I appreciate everyone over there. Scott Zipadelli for everything they do. Toyota Racing, just unbelievable. I mean, this thing was good ever since we unloaded. I felt like we were the fastest truck in practice, qualified in the pole, of course, and then came here and won the race. So just unreal. Huge thanks to Zane and Christian. I knew they'd race me clean, but like usual, just a huge thanks to them again. But yeah, just unbelievable. Just awesome. Hats off to everybody.
Words of true sportsmanship. Congratulations. Amanda?
Zane, at the last 5 road course races, you have been the winner or the runner-up. You passed 26 cars today for this finish. How demanding was this one?
Yeah, brutal to finish second here again. Such a fun road course. In our typical sportsbook, Ford was pretty good, just lacked turn, especially on the right-handers all day long, and struggled in first gear again. So some things to improve on, but just felt like we need a little bit more, and I don't know how much our damage here was slowing us down, but those things happen. You have to start in the back. So frustrating to finish second again, but like you said, our road course program has been outstanding. So a good points day for us, and happy to have our season back on track.
We'll see you at Pocono.
Thanks.
Jamie?
Well, Zane Smith, that's now 5 straight top 2 finishes on road courses. So certainly a good day for him. So here's how the playoff leaderboard looks.
Did it become any clearer, Phil?
Well, it was 14 points coming in, and now it's 24 points. But
look at that, 1-1-2.
Yeah, how about that, right? You know, there's 3 spots, only 2 points apart. So I don't think we're going to know what happens till we get to Richmond for sure.
Makes it fun.
One man there, you see him, Stuart Friesen. What a day it was for him. He's standing by with Amanda.
From the back of the pack to the 4th finish, he passed multiple trucks today. And Stuart, I talked to your team prior to the race, and they said we could be the story of the day. How true is that?
I don't know who said that, but they're pretty confident, more than I was. I saw it start raining, and I'm like, oh man, we've just struggled in the wet. But I think we figured something out. It actually raced pretty good in the wet, and just starting in the back was kind of helped, I think. You know, I could just take my time and ease on through and find some good lanes. And, you know, me and Zane were just kind of picking our way up through. We got to race with Andretti and Connor Daly, which was pretty darn cool in the rain. You know, two guys that have made a living doing it, right? So just proud of our whole Halmar team, Ferris Commercial Mowers, all the great product sponsors, Chris Larson, all my guys. We fought hard yesterday, and you know, I made a mistake in practice, and we got this thing cleaned up and fixed up, and these guys stuck with me. So thanks to Halmar, thanks to Chris, and my wife Jess, who's here, and all my spotters. Actually, the spotter that we had down in the carousel, I haven't worked with in about 20 years. He spot for me on the modified stuff back in 04 and 05, Mike Park. So cool to have him and Junior over there, and Eric Wakeland up in the keyhole. So proud of our effort, proud of our top 5.
From 35 to 4th. Jamie?
Yes, an incredible day for that team. He said he wasn't very confident coming in, but what an effort. Well, you guys have been talking about the tricky triangle. That's coming up next on FS1, Friday, July 21st. practice and qualifying at 1:30.
And we will see trucks 5 and 6 wide there at Pocono.
That's a sight coming down that long front straightaway, isn't it, Phil? And you're gaining all that speed and get down there to turn 1. You got to wore it down and make that corner and narrow it down to at least 3 wide, I hope.
Well, we've got NASCAR race day coming up tomorrow, but for Michael Waltrip, Phil Parsons, Jamie Howe, Amanda Busick, I'm Jamie Little. On behalf of all of us here at FS1, thanks for hanging out. Baseball, Reds versus Brewers, coming at you.